Introducing the Brawl Stars Championship 2021. We're here to give you the latest scoop on the tournament, which comprises 8 seasons, each with 3 stages every month. Each season begins with the Championship Challenge, a global event where those who win 15 games before 3 losses advance to the next stage. The second stage of each season is the monthly qualifier, where players form organized teams and battle it out for points and glory within each region. And you guessed it, the third stage is the regional monthly final, where the top 8 teams from each qualifier play in broadcasted matches for even more points towards the World Finals. Now listen here, folks. Each region has allocated World Final slots. Here to help us take a regional tour is none other than our friend Spike. This year, we have 7 amazing regions competing in the tournament. Europe, the Middle East, and Africa. Latin America, South. Mainland China. North America and Latin America, North. East Asia, Eastern Europe and Central Asia, and of course, Southeast and South Asia, Australia and New Zealand. Winners take home cash from a stash of over $1 million. We can't wait to see you there.
And hello and welcome everybody, wherever you are around the world, back to the Brawl Stars Championship monthly finals for the month of October. This is the last region we have to cover for this month. It's LATAM South, and this is our final monthly final for the year. What a pleasure it is to be here. I'm Mitch Leslie, known as Uber, joined here by Ark, and we have the effervescent, the chaotic region of LATAM South on our hands.
The year's flown by, hasn't it? I mean, honestly, who would have thought that we would have gone this quickly through such an exciting season of Brawl? But we are here, and again, I think it's a great place to finalize things. LATAM South never fails to disappoint. So much action. I can't wait to get stuck in.
Absolutely. Now, I mean, we talked about how sort of volatile this region can be. Our champions from last month, Renegados, have disbanded. Their players having been dispersed amongst other top teams in this region. So that's one reason why you won't see them. But we'll get onto that when we talk a little bit more about the bracket. Of course, players, in order to get here, have to go through quite a rigorous process. It's first the Championship Challenge, then an extensively long Swiss tournament to try and make their way here into the monthly finals themselves. It is quite the challenge for sure. And now we have our 8 top teams in this region for this month. It's a single elimination bracket with 8 teams, Ark.
Yeah, it's a grueling process. Again, that early stage being quite fierce to get through. You've got a, best of 3 in the quarterfinals to get through, then making it through to the semi-finals and the final. You get a bit of grace with that best of 5. 2 brawler bans per team also. So you've really got to make sure that your understanding of the meta really comes through in that respect. There's brawlers always coming into the game, so paying out for those new ones, paying close attention to what their strengths are, and making sure that you're looking at the maps and modes to follow, as well as to finding those little golden picks to get out the way.
Absolutely. Of course, there's over $1 million on the line this year in the Brawl Stars Championship, and these teams are fighting for the chance to get to the World Finals. We have finalized our representatives from each region who will be heading to Bucharest, Romania, not so far from now, to play for the big prize pot. From LATAM South, those teams will be INTZ and Aphelion Esports. Clash LATAM won't be representing today. They weren't able to get through the tiebreaker in the monthly qualifiers. They just fell out. If that doesn't tell you how volatile, how crazy strong this region is, then I don't know, Ark, what will.
Exactly that. Clash LATAM had always appeared in the monthly finals. This month, nowhere to be seen. Again, that process just to get to this stage, so important to get through, and sometimes the pressure can get too much for that pressure cooker.
Here it is. This is our bracket for today. Aphelion, LATAM, of course, we saw in the finals last month. We got up against ZeroZone, which is going to be a rematch of the semi-finals from last month. INTZ are going to be there as well against underrated free agents, and we'll have Delta Stars and Carnage Gaming go head-to-head. Then it will be FTW Esports versus U.UFA. We're going to call them UU for the time being. And we, of course, those are best of 3 matches here. So couple of spicy games already sort of on our hands here. The first one, of course, being Aphelion LATAM going up against ZeroZone. This, of course, is a great matchup. It was a 3-1 last time in a best of 5, but I mean, this Aphelion team are scary.
They really are. I mean, last month we saw that exciting finale against themselves and Renegados coming in this month at the #1 seed, ZeroZone at the #8 seed. So definitely that will be on their minds. They want to make an impact and try to take down the Titans of last month. And fair enough to say, this entire season, they've really been very, very consistent for the most part, more so in the earlier stages of this year, dwindling through the mid-season, but now showing some real feist in themselves. So it's been great to watch their journey. We're going to be kicking things off today. Pinball Dreams for Brawl Ball. And again, the brawlers like Ash are playable today, so I'm looking to see those bans as to what they might be, but I wouldn't be surprised at all if we do see a ton of that one out of the way.
Yeah, we see quite a few of those Ash bans already this month. In East Asia, we got to see a little bit of Ash play towards the end of the bracket, and it's very scary once Ash starts to really build up a head of steam and get that rage going. Well, Ash is banned straight away in this first match here. ZeroZone don't want to hand over such a powerful brawler to a team like Aphelion LATAM, and I can respect that, Ark.
Yeah, I was thinking, is it there? Is there in the sort of the final ban there? So I think it's a wise choice. Aphelion obviously showing a little bit of a sign that they're not too worried about banning themselves, and that's going to free up a few options for them really to get some other brawlers out of the mix. I think Byron actually for me is not a bad one to do so. Yep. Just in the event that Ash isn't banned, having Byron out of the way regardless, to me is quite a good strategy to have.
I mean, these are 2 very safe mids that are being banned by Aphelion here, right? Doesn't leave too many more. It's like maybe they want to sort of force a game, right, where they have the ability to engage eventually once they build that star power. But Yeah, Byron and Bell both featured very heavily in many regions this month in terms of setting up those side laners. We have B versus Gene in the mid matchup here, but of course the Frank is going to be something to keep our eyes on. KaiZero's in the driving seat.
Interesting to see, actually, isn't it? Like we saw last month, so much destruction really on Pinball Dreams, and this month they're starting to utilize a bit more of those walls. Bringing in the B, though, I think is a wise choice from Aphelion in the event of any of those tanks, but also, you know, in the event of the map being broken up by their opposition in that respect, to have as an overtime brawler a great thing in the back pocket. KaiZero trying to push from his left-hand side, but being shut down nicely. But the positioning power already is in the hands of Aphelion here. Yeah,
look, I mean, Demolisher there for Stu, so KaiDog can go straight through that obstacle, and I don't think Brop was ready for it. If you can close the gap on a spike like that, you're definitely going to be causing some problems for your opponent. KaiZero's managed to build up that first stunning blow, but will likely look to use it in a goal scenario, right? Just to try and knock those boxes out and get a shot in. There's no healer here, though, for Aphelion, so KaiZero still needs to respect this damage output. And the Barley looks to be giving them some headaches.
Yeah, great for control, and you know, definitely KaiZero is going to struggle, in all fairness, to be able to push through this. I did like his noise cancellation gadget there in the event of that Gene Magic hand, so one of them is down, 2 more available. KaiDog has super. I feel like Aphelion has to go on the aggressive here. KaiZero is making a push to his left-hand side, and there it is. There's the explosiveness, but it is taken care of quite quickly. Again, that spike pick is a great thing to have in that eventuality, to be able to shut these things down quickly. Oh, there's a great Magic hand. ZeroZone playing great, in all fairness, considering that Aphelion have got a ton of pressure from them, carrying in from last month.
KaiDog needs to be careful now. The cat's out of the bag about him having breakthrough as his gadget and not speed zone. So Brock now understands that he's not going to be safe standing behind the boxes. Giving a lot of respect to the positioning of this Duke here, but KaiZero, again, that last stunning blow doesn't really work out the way he would have liked it to. He misses a key hit on Alonso there. Last call's thrown in. KaiDog's forced into a corner. This is a pretty dangerous spot to be in as Stu. He can't dash away. KaiZero moves up, but there's no one ready to back him up at all. VT's him struggling to get these consecutive hits, and that's going to be the finish. Honey Molasses even dropped there to prevent any follow-up, but it still came one way or another.
Yeah, and in the eventuality of overtime, I've got to hand it to ZeroZone. The one saving grace, really, for Aphelion is that B pick, and keeping that ball in the corner is not the worst of ideas. The Magic hand is strong, but everyone's hunkered down in the same spot, and in all honesty, they've got to get this goal. They've got to get the ball out of here and send it over to the mid, and Brock there was standing still. Can they stop this? I think they can. No, they find the angle, and that one is going to be all over. ZeroZone are going to take it.
Yeah, and look, that was really close there for no one. I think if he holds the ball any longer, he's going to be dispossessed of it instantly. He shoots it at just the right moment. Great bullying here of the Frank, right? It's such a good composition of ZeroZone to give space. You have a thrower in the mix there as well with Sticky Syrup mixers, so really hard for KaiZero to get any value in this from no one here. He's one hit away. He slots the ball in at the final moment. Great work, I think. It's a good composition from ZeroZone, right? They're dealing with, you know, an interesting look. And again, without Byron, it's probably a little bit harder to set your Frank up to do work. But, I mean, Aphelion banned that pick. They didn't want to have that healer in the mid. So this is the situation they're presented with now. They're down 1 round.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think having, you know, both the Stu and the Frank was very risky, actually, on the side of Aphelion. Ultimately, if they, you know, had and were up against even more wall-breaking potential on the map, then they were really going to be sitting ducks. So I think you kind of had to go with one or the other. I would personally prefer to have Stu, as the breakthrough being such a key thing to have, as you rightly say, to assert that authority. Frank can end up being, you know, at the will of brawlers like Barley and others. And if the map was even more open, even more so. So I think that's what Aphelion needs to really do, is go with that same idea. You know, start to bring in some brawlers that will actually add to that wall-breaking abilities and just take this into the long range.
Yeah, or can you close the gap, right? Because if you're dealing with someone like Spike, who obviously has sticking around, and if you're dealing with Barley, it's hard to get in there. So here's the max that we kind of thought we'd see at some point. Big change of composition from ZeroZone. This is an engage. This is a really in-your-face setup, whereas for Aphelion, they haven't changed much. KaiDog, again, breakthroughs there, and no one's going to go down there to the combined damage of those 2 side laners. KaiZero's in, and this is a much better look here from Aphelion.
Yeah, we might actually get to see a Frank super this time pay off for KaiZero if he gets into the spot here. Getting a lot of pressure, but ultimately the Sandy's going to struggle up against such a tanky brute coming in those side lanes. There's the let's go from the max in the middle there. Brock pushing Alonso right into the thick of it. The pass should come through here. KaiDog intercepts, nicely done by him. Aphelion showing really great awareness of the situation that's evolving around them. Can no one stop this? So much HP off the line, and the damage is going to tick down. Oh my word, that was impressive.
Very close stuff there from KaiZero. Maybe if he'd held the ball a little longer, that would have been a goal, but no one is able to strip him of it now. BTZim is very scared about the Sandstorm. Alonso just appears and blows him up in 3 shots. Kaiser is trying to reveal whoever he can right now. This is Healing Sands, mind you, so ZeroZone gets to stay topped up playing inside that, and Kyodog is forced out of position here by that poke damage.
Oh, good shots from BTZim. Nicely pulling it up. Also, Broth is so low now and going to be forced back as a result. Nice amplified shot there onto no one as well. Kyodog has the left-hand side lane, and Kaiser is just forcing his way through. That's enough shots to be able to withstand to allow him to make the goal happen with only 1 minute remaining.
Yeah, much better composition here for Aphelion, and once they start to win that left-hand lane matchup with Kyodog obviously going up against Stu in the mirror, they're able to convert. BTZim's doing a great job of making it a 2v1 though against no one, who doesn't seem to be expecting that to be involved. Alonso's able to get away at least from the Iron Hive, and Kaiozero though generates so much threat here. No one really has to have some fancy footwork in the next few moments.
Yeah, and Kaiozero, look at him just considering the possibility of just putting the goal into the corner. A stun, which wouldn't look like he could have actually connected there, so he had to go for it realistically, but it is a bit of a shot in the dark when that Sandstorm is in play. But Kyodog on the left-hand side has got super, dancing around this and getting some shots for good measure. But again, it's not even Aphelion who needs to score this. It's ZeroZone, and they've got to get this ball forwards.
Rob, very scared there, I think, of dealing with the stunning blow. He's still going to fall to Kaiozero, who has that super online now. Alonso's got to make a decision, and he gets caught in between. A little bit of analysis paralysis maybe, and that will be the 1-0 victory here for Aphelion. Just a slight tweak, but it makes a huge difference. And they're going up against a composition that's less hostile to what they're trying to achieve. I think that is quite crucial.
Yeah, they kind of changed up to that Stanley pick, and Alonso there at the end was trying to kind of find a space to get the Sweet Dreams gadget off to make the stun to find the angle, but the angle wasn't there. They left it a bit too late, in all honesty, and I kind of feel like ZeroZone would have been benefited by bringing in the B. Ultimately, we saw the Frank twice, and that would have been a great counter for it. So I wonder now what they're going to be thinking going back to the drawing boards in this one, as Aphelion now starting to climb their way back into this, a bit slow to the mark, but now looking to be in a good place.
Yeah, it's interesting, I think. ZeroZone may be expecting a bigger change from Aphelion. Aphelion called their bluff and basically, play the exact same thing, right? It's still breakthrough Stu, and it's still Frank in a side lane. And man gets that initial composition. If there was no switch up from ZeroZone, I think it would be a 2-0 right now, and we wouldn't even be talking about this. But it's a good round there, and the execution looks nice. The Stu 1v1, that's chaotic. It's really quite exciting to see those two players try and duke it out, especially when there's the element of, will he just rush me through these crates? How am I supposed to know how this Stu's going to play? The potential to just sort of go aggressive and explode in a side lane matchup makes this quite fun to watch.
Yeah, Stu's kind of now taking a bit more of a backseat when it comes to the bans, and I've got to be honest, it's one of the ones that I still feel is very much up there in terms of brawlers to eradicate. Having that additional speed to be able to dance around your opposition, honestly, it goes a very, very long way. Hard thing to hit and a hard thing to predict. You've got to aim ahead and try to preempt where you're going to be going. But ZeroZone now going back to what was their winning comp in that first round, and that might not be a great thing for Aphelion. They're going to go in with that same stubborn comp yet again, and the last time we saw these two battle this one out, it went the way of ZeroZone.
I think no one actually used a lamp blowout there that fizzled. I think he thought Kyodog was about to dive him and tried to preempt it. It doesn't work out, so only 2 charges of that left for the time being. At least I'm certain it wasn't Vengeful Spirits in this kind of game type. Life Plant's going to be blown up in a moment here. I like that. Okay, so you put Alonso in a decision. Either get healed up by the Life Plant or don't and get slowed down. There's Kyodog trying to explode forward. It's another Life Plant used. There's only 1 left now for the spike. But Kaiozero, through all of this, has walked the ball right up in towards the goals. Now this is going to be pretty dangerous for ZeroZone. They're in trouble. Honey Molasses slowed them up, and Kaiozero thumped them.
Kaiozero was very calculated there for me, because ultimately he could have gone for the walk-in, but there was a spike there, which again is a really tough thing to have at close range, and so many things that could have come into play to stop that happening. In the end, the team wipe was there, and there's continuing that same aggression. The wall's now pushed down as well. Kaiozero, this time he'll walk in. No, he actually didn't. I think he probably should have, but BTZim will finish the job.
Man, that was insane. Look, we don't often actually see that Iron Hive get a ton of value right from the B. It's fairly short range, and on a map like this, you're playing up against the Gene. There's no guarantee you're going to connect it, but no one walks straight into that B super at the start of the round. Put himself out of contention and put ZeroZone down to only 2 brawlers. Now, if you're at a brawler disadvantage against a Frank, you are going to have a bad time. And a feeling like I would just to exercise their advantage, and they did a good job at realizing that they had a chance to win the round there and then. Nicely done
couple of risks though taken along the way, but I feel like that's a good thing. I think that, you know, the best teams out there are those that are not afraid to take those risks. And like you rightly pointed out earlier, you know, it was a bit of a risk keeping that same comp, especially upon a loss, to then go on to use it twice and then be able to turn things back around, but then a third time as well, and show that they've learned from the mistakes that they had conceded in that first game. I think you got a hand to Aphelion there.
Absolutely. Look, I think on a map like that, on Pinball Dreams, if you're going up against a big and you give up map control, things can snowball against you, because VTZim then will, you know, use the boxes to throw down a, you know, honey molasses, and then you're trapped inside your own goals without mobility. You're slowed down. You're an easy target for like a stunning blow or like an insta wipe from a Frank that gets a half decent angle on you. So, you know, maintaining that map control is really important. But if you lose your mid laner, then there's not much you can do but retreat. Really calculated stuff there from Aphelion. We're going to go on to pit stop now for our heist map. Much more open by comparison.
Yeah, and this is, again, another place where I feel like these bans can really come into play. You know, the Bar and Ash would have been a great thing to have in pit stop, and, you know, Brock, as we know, in a great spot currently with the ability to break open so much of this terrain. So I still feel like, you know, Stu will have a place here for sure. I personally really enjoyed combining that with M's Edgar as well in a fantastic spot. Sometimes BB now can shine as well to be able to push through a lot of this and use that cover. But I think having Brock is probably the most important thing to have banned here ultimately. You know, to keep some of that cover in place can open up some possibilities. You know, Spike as well can lock down some of these side lanes. Could be a lot of options here actually for ZeroZone to make a potential comeback.
Yeah, and Rico as well, a possible pick to play on this map. So we have Ruffs here, no Rico with the M's. So you kind of called a little bit of what you'd expect to see from this composition. Alonso wants to play aggressive here and just zone Aphelion away. And so far, it's working out. A treat.
I guess the idea from no one there to bring in the poker as opposed to the Byron, I'm not too convinced on it myself. I feel like definitely could have had something additional to this. Maybe some, even like a Max would have been great to pair with the Stu and the M's, but we'll see how it turns out for them. Kaiser obviously going for that Barley pick, and that's always a good thing to have, you know, to have that control, but it is Aphelion on this defensive early on. There goes the tuning for that additional healing for Alonso, but Brock goes straight and shut down very nicely. It's got to be set on defense by Aphelion.
Yeah. Another breakthrough there from the Stu. So I was wondering how they would sort of break this terrain down, and that's the plan for ZeroZone. Their composition isn't great for poking it as safe, right? They need to, like, all in it. They need to break the walls in front of it. That's what Brock was trying to do. But on the other hand, I mean, there's a Barley here for Aphelion. They don't have to play as aggressive to get safe damage. And look at the result of that Barley now. 79 plays 100%.
Exactly that. Ultimately, these supply drops coming through from VTZim will go a long way if they just get their Kaiser to put down some pressure and maximum damage in that respect. No need to break through the walls necessarily, but it is an option.
Oh dear.
Damage going around the other side. Yeah, and honestly, this could prove troublesome for ZeroZone if they don't start to defend a little bit better. One of the downsides to having Poker, of course, is that lack of defense.
Yeah, I mean, your base race options aren't great against Aphelion Esports. I mean, if they get a Barley, if they get a last call, you're in deep trouble. Brock here getting pressured now, and oh my god, if he gets away with this, I'll be surprised. Nice geometry there from VTZim. He's been paying attention in math class.
Getting all those angles right, absolutely. So it's Kaiser that's still the problem for me on this right-hand side. He's got that buff there. Actually, all three members of the Aphelion are all buffed up from that rough supply drop.
They got that 5G, fam.
Yeah, exactly. Alonso coming in with this super as well. It's a troublesome thing, but in the meantime, I don't think it's enough to realistically make much of a problem as Kaidog now just goes straight to the aggressive.
Yeah, Kaidog is right there in position. Again, he can remove some of the walls if he has to, but Aphelion's composition doesn't require it. Nice job from Aphelion. A very balanced team setup up against ZeroZone's composition that requires them to leverage that M's map control into being a stone's throw away from the enemy safe, and they weren't quite within range for a lot of the round.
I think they just have the aggression also. I think that's important for Aphelion at this point to ensure that ZeroZone don't, you know, gain any ego off the back of that first win. They want to suppress that as much as humanly possible, realistically, because again, in these quarterfinal stages, it can be over quickly, and you've got to make sure that you're, you know, paying attention in that respect to wrap things up as quickly as possible. And you know, you fall behind, you can then start to fall even further behind. But this is a great comeback. Aphelion are now on a match point.
Yeah, and they're looking darn good. I mean, ZeroZone are definitely a competitor in this LATAM South region, but some of their compositions come with a little bit of risk, and you don't have a large margin of error in a best of three. It could be over extremely quickly. ZeroZone have to craft right now a winning composition, one that will carry them through both of the next 2 rounds. If they give Aphelion a chance to come back into this, they're in deep trouble. Now, you can play a tanky setup on this map, right? You can use the bull here. You know, you can try and close the gap with Daryl. You can all-in cheese the enemy safe, and it works out really well. Aphelion have to be on their guard for something like that, because when you're in ZeroZone's position, you can and maybe should throw caution to the winds.
Couldn't agree more. I feel like, you know, I wouldn't necessarily, you know, advise running the Poco with that, although that might well be the idea that they run with. I would go with the Spike. Ultimately, you got to consider it for both sides, and that's a great to have on defense. You know, at the same time, you know, sometimes triple tank can just be really difficult to stop. I think Daryl Bull would be great ideas, and actually, yeah, we see that and the Egger. I love this comp. Love this comp from ZeroZone. You know, they got to keep this aggression going, keep this repetitiveness jumping in on the safe. If they don't do that, they might start to get some defensive capabilities out of the Aphelion in the process, and that's already kind of starting to happen. In fact, that was a pretty good shutdown.
Okay, no Berserker for the Bull here. So it's Tough Guy instead, gives you that shield at low health. It doesn't really help Alonso there. He's stuck on top of a sticky syrup mixer. Look, sometimes I love being right. In fact, I normally do arc. This time, though, I'm sad that I am, because, you know, tough for ZeroZone to sort of make this work against this setup. I mean, the Rico's got a lot of damage potential. No one doesn't even get close. I mean, barrel roll doesn't, you know, allow him to break through that terrain here. Brock wants to go over the top. He's about to be put 6 feet under instead. And it's Alonso now who has to use that super to get on in there and start hitting the safe.
Yeah, some good value there was applied from Alonso, but I feel like almost the ZeroZone comp, despite being the better in the scenario, it's not quite being utilized in the correct manner, and they are keeping the momentum rolling in, but at the same time, we are seeing starting to form some of the map being broken open. Aphelion starting to maybe communicate a little bit better around the situation as well, and starting to thrive off the back of it, and the longer this game goes on, the less then this comp favors ZeroZone.
Aphelion can do 2 things at once. They can keep these tanks at arm's length, control mid, and get damage on the safe from a safe distance with the Barley. They really have everything they need. I guess that's 3 things. Either way, multitasking at a premium right now for Aphelion, whereas ZeroZone are about as subtle as a sledgehammer, and they're trying to act the same way. Punch through mid. Alonso blowing up more of these barriers here. No one now is going to be the next one up to the plate, but ZeroZone are a long way behind. They need so much damage here just to try and even things up, and there's only 39 seconds left in the round.
And INTZ, honestly, with every shot, it's just going to gain stronger and stronger. There's a lot of HP here to soak up. You can cycle Rico in a very nice manner, and he's hitting these shots. Alonso coming in with some additional damage, but again, these defenses are happening swiftly, and that is the key to this defensive capabilities of Aphelion here. They've got to keep getting everyone taken down and keep the push rolling in. If they get overwhelmed, they can go against them. With 15 seconds left, they're in a good spot, but they're not out of the woods yet.
There's the Volt. Prop trying to get rid of BTZ. Oh, Bouncy Castle gets this man out of dodge and out of trouble and out of the series, because Aphelion are done with ZeroZone. They've been dispatched, and it'll be Aphelion moving on to the semi-finals.
Very nicely done. You know, it took a game or 2 for Aphelion to find their thumbs today, but when they did, they started to enjoy it. You could see it in the way that they were playing. They didn't seem to be too deterred, in my opinion, in Heist. Probably, yeah, a little bit at the beginning, but they very swiftly found their momentum and a thoroughly deserved victory.
Yeah, really clean stuff, I have to say, for Aphelion. After a little bit of a rockier start, some like a difficult comp to play here on Brawl Ball to start with, right? I think they didn't do well against that anti-tank setup, against the Barley, right? He was so oppressive, but a couple tweaks, and all of a sudden it's a completely different story, right? And the tweaks didn't even come from Aphelion. ZeroZone played themselves. They switched out of the Barley-based composition after the first round. Maybe they gamed themselves. Either way, that's when Aphelion got into the lead, and I just think they have a better understanding of how to play Heist here right now. ZeroZone tried a bunch of different stuff, but Aphelion had such solid compositions.
Yeah, and very versatile compositions too. They had the ability to choose whether they wanted to break, whether it was the right decision strategically to do so at the time or to hold back. They could kind of have then so many options to consider. You know, having the stew, a great thing to have as well. You know, not just for evading purposes, but also for aggressive ones. But the breakthrough to have or to not. They just had all bases covered, whereas they were forcing ZeroZone then to really stand by their comp. You know, what are you going to do in that situation? You've got to make such an aggressive and early push, and in the late game, you're going to struggle.
Yeah, great setup here for Kaio0, who for, again, much of the series we saw on the Frank, and then I believe he was piloting a little bit of that Rico action against the tanky cheese comp, which there are a lot of teams that have struggled with in the past. Not this one though. Aphelion Esports wasn't born yesterday. You're going to have to get up early to try and pull the wool over their eyes. A good showing. They get that match up against INTZ potentially now. So they're looking at this second quarterfinal, and they're definitely hoping that INTZ make it through because they want to again try to assert their dominance as the two teams that have qualified out of this region for the World Championships. They go up against underrated FA, who we've seen a fair bit of, right? This team has benefited, or will benefit rather, from the new addition of Motep, who came over from Renegados, who were the team that won last month's monthly finals. That is quite the power-up, I'd have to say.
There's so many storylines that are kind of interweaving this month, aren't they? Because obviously, we saw Aphelion versus Renegados in the grand final. Renegados finally got their victory. But we also saw Aphelion, knocking out INTZ in the semifinals. Well, that could very well happen again if INTZ can get through this hurdle. We might see that deja vu recur. And, when we have these roster changes, sometimes we see a bit of, teething issues, let's say, in the early stages. But sometimes they just explode in a fantastic and organic way. So the question is, will that happen today? INTZ are tried and tested. They have been in every single monthly final, and they got 4 monthly final wins under their belt. So they're no Boy Scouts in that respect. You can't turn your back on them, and you cannot underestimate them.
Right, this team is objectively incredible, right? I mean, the accolades that they've already learned in the Brawl Stars world globally speak for themselves, right? Say what you want about last year's World Finals in terms of, what it really meant in terms of global standings with all the, the difficulties that were faced. But this team were dominant there. They were very, very good. And in their home region, they've displayed that same level of skill. A slip-up last month, of course, to Aphelion, a team who really might be on that exact same level. We want the El Clasico in the semis, but for now, we'll need to settle with seeing INTZ come out the gate strong here against a team that also... live up to their name. I think people underrate them. They're definitely a strong lineup. We've seen Matthias, I think, and Lucas are very impressive. We want to know if we get to see Motep, run straight out for this team, because it's so bizarre to see a team with a huge win, huge successful showing that last month, all of a sudden turn around and break up. So let's see what Motep has for us. Here are the bans. Ash is banned by INTZ, oddly enough. Edgar actually getting banned here, which is, I'm a little surprised, I won't lie.
Yeah, I feel like it's kind of one of those brawlers which I feel is dependent around when you choose to ban what the maps will be. That looks to me to be a split ban, actually. Kind of INTZ just having something in their back pocket to ensure that third and final set is out of the way, as if they are running and struggling. It does show a little bit that maybe they're not feeling massively, hugely confident about that, or they just want to have all assurances covered. But for Gem 4, I wouldn't play Edgar there myself. Bot drop again? Not really, unless you're trying to go aggressive on the Piper. Yeah.
You could play side lane, I guess. Yeah, Byron Bell, so Gem 4, I would like to see Max. I would like to see Sandy and Ems, I think, are really strong on that particular map. We see teams that dabble a little bit with the Sprout to some degree. Hey, maybe, without Edgar there, it sort of opens that up for you. Gem 4 fascinates me just because there's such a small part of the map that's really contested, and controlling that quadrangle in the middle is just so important. So Max, Sandy, and Ems. Okay.
You get your wish. It's a great comp. It's a fantastic comp. There are some good brawlers on the other side of things, though, as well, from underrated. I like the Leon as well. I like Stu here, but already look at that dominance of the back of that Max, Sandy, Ems, taking full control of the mid, and 4 gems already in the pocket. So it's already underrated. FA, they're on the back foot here.
Oh, Epic. It's a tough matchup against Marcel, right? Really, you need that gravity online to do too much, and Marcel's keeping Epic at arm's length. Marcel outranged to some degree, but of course, based on how slow the sort of smoke or the spray projectiles move, he can duck out of the way straight away. So the composition has given them control of the middle part of the map, and that's a great phase shift there from Firecrow to avoid Luca, who went all the way around. Underrated have an all-in setup. They want to go aggressive, they want to dive, and INTZ would like to keep them at arm's length and keep them, excuse the pun, in the friend zone.
That brawl knowledge is shining through when we make jokes like that. Marcel struggling. Oh, actually, Lucas will get the upper hand there. Lucas being able to then pop the Invisible Hill to then put the pressure back into Firecrow. I like the fact that now we're starting to see some resolve a little bit from underrated FA, but Have they got the ability to hold firm as now Luca all alone? Firecrow double siding with Marcel. Luca's staying well in firm, but now Motive coming in a bit late to the party. He's got that mid control, but for how long? As now the Sandstorm coming in, Marcel as well, aggressing this right-hand side, forcing him out to the left. Only one gem needed. Oh, and Tuva's going to grab it straight away with a lovely takedown. And the speed didn't quite connect to get that hasty retreat, but nonetheless, INTZ are home scot-free.
Yeah, they're looking good. 14 gems in the round of there. Motep, of course, the newest addition for underrated free agents, was hoping to make the play there. And oh, what a beautiful sweet dreams from Tufa. That's a 2-for-1, baby.
Just turn out the lights of not just one light switch, but two simultaneously. It's a very thing to see, because ultimately, how often do you find that position where you're able to really make that value count? But INTZ looking so good early on here, coming out with the right combo. I felt, not to say that Underrated didn't have a combo that was worthy to go up against it, but they just played it so aggressively. I love that from Tufa.
I demand a cookie for the 2-for-1 joke, all right? I'm sure no one's done that before. Give it to me. Man, that was stunning stuff there. And again, I mean, look, I'm not psychic. Obviously, the reason why I said I wanted to see that composition, because it's just one of the most consistent, right? It gives you so much. You have Disengage in Friend Zoner, right? You have, of course, Sweet Dreams from the Sandy to control that space. Phase Shifter to get out of trouble. More safety for your mid laner. I mean, in a match where Byron and Bell are both unavailable here, look, it's a no-brainer to go to the max there. And that was a really good look from INTZ, who, in a region that's chaotic, full of teams trying crazy compositions, they go for the tried, the tested, the true, and it pays off. And why? Fix what ain't broke.
Exactly that. Motep coming into the mid, and this is actually exactly what Underrated need to do better this time round, is get that early control. That's what INTZ had in the last game, and what they failed to have on the side of Underrated for the majority of the game. So if they can just start to build a better knowledge and understanding of how to keep INTZ out, and that's a great Sweet Dreams to do it from Luca. Marcel now does not have that ability to have the support he wanted going in, and much better for the gem side of things too. There's going to be 4 gems in the pocket if Eptic wants to pick up this last one here.
Now, I don't know what the point... Okay, interesting use of the gadget there from Luca, because, I mean, we know that Tufa didn't have any gems on them. Or, excuse me, Marcel didn't have any gems on them at the time. So it does give you some control, but you don't have an unlimited supply of those gadget activations here. Now with the Sandstorm, INTZ are back in control. Marcel, tucked in the corner there, gets rid of that lollipop drop. There might be a couple left here for underrated free agents, but they have lost that control of the middle part of the map. They need to try and regain it, and it might be off the back of the gravity here. Motep, actually, of course, on the Leon, so that won't be an option now. They're all gold. It's hard to tell, but Eptic is in the middle with the gems.
I love the Leon pick for that reason, that you can just go in, Viz, build up your health very quickly, and cause that unpredictability. But as quickly as that, we saw Motive just kind of jump back out of the bush, and that I felt was his actual strength, being in Viz and not knowing where he's going to be, but then just showing himself. Not too sure. Firecrow coming in with the speed though. Marcel thinking about this gem, but this could be a perilous spot for INTZ. As Motive is lurking there and trying to find him. He's got 7 gems, so he's a high value target.
Friendzone are used there, as well as the Caustic Charisma. Firecrow not in a position to add to his collection of gems at this present juncture. Motep with that Invisi heal is threatening in the middle, but he's taken far too many hits from that bad karma, and Marcel sends him packing. Firecrow again has to use another phase shifter, and look at the fancy footwork on him. Luca pulls up short and gets taken down, and INTZ are 1 gem away. Great timing for a Sandstorm here as Tufa snaps the last one up and begins the countdown.
Can I ask myself the question again? Why did Motep pick up that gem? He's shown his position, but now on the left-hand side, Tufa finds him very quickly. A great observation now. INTZ are at 3 versus 2, and they know exactly where everybody is. No chance that they don't defend these gems and take this first set.
There it is, and it was just as well. No phase shifters left there for Firecrow, so, he was definitely lacking that get-out-of-jail-free card in those final moments, but INTZ, they had the Sandstorm and the Caustic Charisma at the same time. So that's, that's a lot of stuff you just don't want to walk into at all. It's instant death for underrated free agents. And that is why this comp is so good, right? The combinations of those supers, the map control, the crowd control, the gem control. You got everything that you need combined with one of the few remaining safe mids in sort of the brawler pool here after bans. This is odd. Yeah, Tufa gets to snap that up for free, even with the lollipop drop in play. And I guess it's because it's Rude Sands here. There might be why. Either way, strong stuff there from INTZ.
I gotta say, I loved Tufa's awareness in that game. He just seemed to be very much on the ball and sort of wary of any risk that was going to be coming out of the woodwork. Straight in then to Siege. Gonna see as well that new 8-bit skin making an appearance in the mid for Underrated, but that's a high-risk brawler to bring into Siege. Ultimately, the lack of speed, you're gonna have to really utilize a lot of cheat cartridges to get back into the mid quickly because speed is not something that 8-bit is very strong with.
FDick is dangerous. Oh, Marcel, the pinwheel almost got him there. Okay, so Tufa in position now. Doesn't have that super, though. So can't slow things down. Life Plant, though, is incredibly good at waylaying the Siege bot. He'll still get a tickle, at the very least. Looked like a Logan Paul boxing match, I guess. Just the one little, slight graze, and then they hug for the rest of the time. But Marcel has swoop available here.
Sorry, that image in my head just won't leave now. Marcel's got Chubby, will go in with the bolt, bit risky, but ultimately, oh yeah, actually just somehow bangs it just before death there. Motep gonna get some good value with the 2 gems in the mid, and that's actually gonna be enough to give another push in favor of Underrated FA. So INTZ struggling a little bit this time round. They've got a couple of bolts available for this third and final push. If they get that far, and Underrated don't finish it here, but they've got to start to convert some of these kills and get some more area control, because currently they're a little bit behind here.
Yeah, Firecrow's really got to start popping, and I don't mean the super. He needs to be finding these eliminations at longer range here, but Motep is scary, right? I mean, he's normally quite slow, but he's plugged in here, and Firecrow is finding it a little bit hard to get the connection. INTZ are in absolute disarray right now. The composition doesn't give him too many options to try and deal with the setup for Motep on that side of the map, and FTW is sitting inside his own super.
Firecrow just struggling so much to land these shots as a result of that additional speed. I was worried again about the lack of it for Motep, but now, with that plugged in, just hunkered in, he can really start to thrive in that respect. Slow down there, something toxic from Marcel jumps in as well, gets the takedown, but is it too little too late? Yes, it is. 7 bolts are in, and the push inbound, Underrated is starting to bring things back with some good momentum now.
Yeah, you mentioned it, too little too late. Look, there's anyone you want to be on the crow here making the play, it's definitely going to be Marcel. But it just wasn't enough. Yes, you get the elimination on that 8-bit, but there's still 2 players left to deal with, and INTZ definitely going to make some switches off this composition. It doesn't look very good at all, and they know they'd lost about 20 to 30 seconds ago.
And again, when you got like a Piper on your side, an 8-bit on the other side, it's like a tasty snack. It's like fantastic early game value. Just try to suppress it as quickly as you can, and you're going to really struggle to get anything. Firecrow, honestly, in that situation, should have done a little bit better, but as soon as that goes down, you're then chasing a moving target much more. Tufa did great on defense, I think, as well, but ultimately, this comp that INTZ were running there was nothing wrong with it. It just wasn't being applied in the right sense. Bit of lack of communication potentially there as well. They've got to start to have a better early game in Siege. Even just that first push can be the deciding one sometimes.
Well, let's be clear. Firecrow is one of the best sharpshooters in this region, right? Even just as a player, he's absolutely phenomenal. Not finding those connections there on the Piper is definitely, that's rough for him. He definitely is capable of much more than that. And the fact that he couldn't pressure Motep at all was what really loses it at the end of the day, right? You have to consistently connect with that 8-bit. He is big and kind of clunky, but he's got a really high health pool for someone that outputs that much damage. And again, when you have plugged in, I mean, his lack of mobility is no longer really an issue, especially with cheat cartridge. So that's something to bear in mind. We've seen the 8-bit on this map before. There's a reason why teams have gone away from playing it. It's because of those nasty sharpshooters, but 2 of them have been banned. Remember that. Byron's not there, and of course, nor is Bell. And maybe that's part of the plan for underrated free agents to get the upper hand on this map.
Yeah, Bell being banned here is really smart, because ultimately that mark can just allow a bot to get shredded. Ultimately, Tufa was putting the spike into the play there, because ultimately it's a great brawler to have when you've got a Bell ban on that defensive, but it also is a place that you don't really want to find yourself. You want to be always getting those pushes. That's where, if we see that same 8-bit pick coming from Underrated, you're going to struggle to get out the spawn quickly and to be able to contest that mid, and it's pretty much going to be a downward spiral. So I would suggest if they run the same comps, or with the 8-bit and Piper similarity, you've got to play those homemade recipe gadgets early on. Don't worry about exacerbating them. It's not a problem. You just got to keep those taps rolling in and keep the pressure on to get that first push. After that, you're really in control in every sense of the word.
Yeah, I mean, as far as gadgets go, unlike Nest Egg, you don't want to sit on them as Piper. You know what I mean? You don't need to hatch those, baby. You need to let them go and try and get the advantage in the middle part of the map. That could have gone so differently. I love that you bring that up. Could have gone so differently if you get the upper hand early. So Firecrow, okay, we like this. That's what we're talking about. There it is, the homemade recipe, and Motep gets a free haircut and a trip back to spawn.
Yeah, and a push potentially here with the pinch between 2 from Firecrow. This is so much better. Exactly that. Now, as Firecrow's down got his super, he can start to break open the map. And what's going to happen to Motep? He's going to be absolutely a sitting duck. Even with a tie here, it's actually going to be great. They're going to get a massive push if they keep this control.
There it is. Big mix up here for INTZ. They're awake now. They've shaken themselves out of their stupor. And this first bot is actually going to be pretty significant. Underrated free agent have 0 bolts and is looking to stay that way. A Firecrow keeps dominating Motep in the middle of the map. Luca is not a up close brawler. He's not a juggernaut, by the way, but he's trying to play forward to get the advantage against Marcel, who's just dodging everywhere. So quick on this Crow, Firecrow. The timing is perfect. Luca can't connect as the poppin' expires.
Oh, that was so close. I actually almost forgot about Brocket's ban last series, but not this series. There's a viable option here, but you saw as well. Yeah, 16, not a single bolt in favor of underrated FA. This just goes to show exactly what we were discussing. And look at the difference. Such a different game entirely, but yet the comps are so similar. It's strategy from INTZ.
3-4 hits is good for 15% of damage on the Ike. And yeah, one more siege to go here, and INTZ have the bolt lead as well. Great job, of course, to try and stall out a level 16 siege bot. That's really not for the faint of heart and not easy to do. Of course, they had the deployables to hold up the bot, but they've got no way of getting that map control. This is Firecrow showing why he is one of the best sharpshooters in this region. Absolutely beautiful performance. He's just better.
Yeah, it's exactly that, just better. And ultimately, having the Crow works so well because you see that slowing toxin combination between himself, Marcel, and Firecrow there. 2 for the defensive, you've got to have the spike for that. So this comp works, but it's all about the early game, and that is exactly what we saw. So much more awareness from INTZ in that game as to how to really approach this one, and the difference is night and day.
Oh, there it is. That will do the job. Underrated free agents know that, yeah, there's nothing they can do in this situation. Look, we talked a lot. We've gushed, in fact, about the Piper difference here in the middle part of the map, but it looked like Eptic had a lot more trouble controlling and winning on the right-hand side of the map, right? That side lane matchup with the Spike, you know, he was really put in a very uncomfortable position from the beginning of the round. He was incredible in that first round. This time, though, completely shut down. And we spent so much time talking about comp difference. This, should have picked this brawler or whatever, but what a great example of how, you know, a great comp can look bad or vice versa if the execution is either not there or, in this case, of course, from INTZ, if the execution is popping off.
Perfectly put, honestly. Execution being the key here, really. And the question now is, you know, what do underrated FA do about this? I mean, ultimately, they can try to bring in a Mortis. That's a common brawler to have in LATAM South. They could try to go straight for that Piper and put some aggression back of their own. But ultimately, you've got to consider with Byron banned, with Bell banned, you kind of have to play Piper. If you're not, you're going to have to try to really focus on that counter or you know, hope that you get that mid control as we saw in the first game on your side if you are going to run a bit. But it's such a high risk thing to have. Ultimately, I think that would be the thing to change on the side of underrated FA. But whether they do or not, I'm not too sure. These two teams have been quite stubborn.
Yeah, absolutely. And they jumped into this game so quickly. So we have B in the mid now and a Sprout for Motep. So this is a little bit of a defensive composition from underrated free agents. I think they want their hedge to slow down the siege bot here, and they may be expecting to have weak matchups in those side lanes, but Tufa's going to get rolled by Motep here if he's not careful.
Better approach, absolutely. And this is what underrated FA were great at doing in the first game, getting that first push and then just trying to suppress everything from that point on and have INTZ playing catch-up. Ultimately, the Piper on defense is going to be a tough thing to have. You know, he's going to be able to deflate some of the effectiveness of what INTZ can do. Tufa doing a great job, again, of delaying this with the life plant as well to be able to tank a couple of those hits along the way. But it is going to be 8%. And in perspective, the 15% damage that level 16 did in the last game for INTZ,
there it is. That's the shot they needed. No, I mean, look, you're definitely onto something, right? They take less damage, INTZ, but they couldn't stop a low-level siege bot from damaging their Ike to a great degree. So, yeah, you know, their comp isn't really that defensive, and it's not really built to defend effectively against bigger siege bots. So they have to have success in some of these matchups in the middle of the map, and they're just not Arc.
Firecrow struggling as well. He, again, just use some gadgets to get that control back. And, you know, it's much easier to land some shots when your opposition is running at you. Super again, placing down the live plant. It's a great strategy to do, but it's much better this time round that Marcel and Firecrow are going on the offensive to try to maintain positioning. There's pop of the homemade recipe as well. The bot will connect now, but they've got to get this mid control. It's not so bad if the bot creates some damage, but you've got to get an offensive push.
Yeah, it looked like there's a lane swap here for Motep. He wants to go against the Crow. He knows that Marcel can't really do anything unless he has the swoop, and is preventing him from even developing that. So last siege coming up here. It's a very close bolt game, but it does favor INTZ here. Luca thought about trying to pick that up. Marcel playing a little bit aggressively there. Firecrow finishes the job, but Motep gets the Crow on the left-hand side. It is a level 7 siege bot, but INTZ have got to pile in after it to get enough damage on this Ike, especially against the hedge here.
A lovely tap from Firecrow, but Epic still alive. 100 HP. The jump in from Marcel. The break is not there from Firecrow. He might even go down before it gets the break.
They're
now.
all in.
Is there enough going to roll behind it, though? Lucas really blocking. There it is. INTZ do it in the quarterfinals. Oh, my word.
Things were looking dire for your INTZ team. But as soon as, I mean, they knew what they had to do. Marcel was like, oh, I actually have to all in this. I'm going to dive in. A siege bot might not be able to touch the Ike, but it will tank the Ike's damage, which means I can jump in and, of course, you know, get as much damage as I can. Poppin was used on that as well. Everybody got in there. And I think it was even a Spike Super. That was looking pretty dicey, but you see, just at the end, underrated free agents, concentration, their focus, their resolve, all of them broke as INTZ went in with that passion, that raw aggression that this region is known for. And look, the gambit paid off.
That Hyper Super is so important to pull off at the end of that game, because ultimately, if that wall hadn't have gone down, it could have been a different story. And he was incredibly low on HP too. But this is the resolve of INTZ, and you know, they've been around the block. I mean, this is the team which were in the grand final of the World Finals last year and just came short to PSG Esports. So they know pressure better than most of the other teams that compete year upon year, and you just see it there. You know, again. Credit where credit's due, though. Underrated FA did a fantastic job of defending against that big brute of a bot, that level 16 in the second game. But ultimately, INTZ were just enough at the end of the day to be able to bring it back at the final moments.
Yeah, I love it. You build your composition in Siege to try and, you know, win, to try and get control of the map. But adding in some elements to make you not lose is also really important. Obviously, Lifeplan is incredible for doing that. So is the hedge here, but this all-in is just crazy. Look at that pop and damage, and then Tufa gets the super. Everyone's so clumped up, or they just start wailing on the safe. Beautiful stuff there. INTZ were behind an entire round. In fact, until the third siege, they had only collected one bolt in that last round. What a way to come alive, and what a way to show that if you just keep your composure and if you keep focused, you can triumph on a map like, you know, like on a game type rather like Siege, even after you've been behind. But really, that's a hallmark of true champions in this game, knowing that they can get away with that, knowing that they can just bide their time and then explode for the win.
Yeah, you know, we saw that changing of lanes and Marcel really focusing on the Sprout and just trying to locate the weaknesses of your opposition's comp to then utilize that and bring it around in your favor. Some great work as well when Firecrow towards the end of that game. He really started to land the shots that he was missing in the early game.
Absolutely. Now, look, we like renewable energy sources, and, you know, we don't like using all that many fossil fuels. We're millennials, you know what I mean? We're kind of mindful of the future. So I suggest to you here an alternate method of getting yourself to the Brawl Stars World Finals in Bucharest, Romania. Why don't you have a look?
To the World Championship Finals can feel like an uphill battle, but we know how to get you there. Daryl's Barrels! Dodge enemies! Roll powerful attacks! With Daryl's Barrels, nothing can stop you! Daryl's Barrels! The finals are just a barrel away! Daryl's Barrels! Official barrels of the Brawl Stars World Championships.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to one of the most exciting regions in the Brawl Stars Championship. It's LATAM South, and we just saw both Aphelion and INTZ punch their tickets to their best-of-5 semi-finals. Now it falls to us to decide the lower half of the bracket. I'm Mitch Leslie, joined here by Teddy. Great to be back in the booth with you, mate. We've got Delta Stars up against Carnage Gaming, two lesser-known names in this region, but, I mean, anything could happen, seeing what underrated free agents were just able to do in that previous match.
Absolutely, there's a lot of possibilities open here. Honestly, just the bottom side of the bracket is going to be really interesting because some of the top teams are either already out or they're on the upper side. Aphelion and INTZ, they made their way through quite swiftly in the quarters, but they're both on the upper side of the bracket, which means on the bottom side, with some of the biggest teams missing, I'm talking Renegados and Clash LATAM, it's a lot easier on that side for now, and they're going to have to play on their luck.
We just saw Motep, obviously, on underrated free agents. Now, Carnage Gaming and FTW Esports scooped up the two other players from that Renegados team. So Jubilo and Pekka might get a matchup if, both FTW Esports and Carnage Gaming make it to the semi. So that's a fun storyline. We're gonna track with that one because, it's bizarre, right? There's got to be some spice there, Teddy. I'm certain of it, because the team doesn't just win a monthly final and then completely disband. Again, we're editorializing a little bit, but that's kind of half of the job. We'll see if those two teams get to play each other, because right now, this Delta Stars team is standing in Carnage Gaming's way.
Yeah, this is a very, very interesting matchup. I mean, Delta Stars was a completely fresh roster as well, which, is going to bring some freshness and some new opportunities for them, that element of surprise, but also, that team synergy, it only can build up with time, and they don't have that just yet.
Yeah, you need those reps, right? You need match practice, scrims, experience, all the rest here. Safe Zone is going to be our first map in this sort of series, and I imagine these teams are thinking about curating their bands for all right? We know what some of the strongest picks are. Like, we know just how good Bell is on this particular map. We see Rico side lanes sometimes. Throwers look good, but Brock is also incredibly good right now. So many possibilities here. So I wonder how this affects our 4 brawler bands in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, especially in a best of 3, you want to make sure that the first 2 maps are covered with your bans. It's the most important ones. The third one, if you can have, something versatile enough that it covers that too, perfect. But the 2 first ones are definitely the most important because you're sure that you're going to be playing them. And if you can have that 2-0 sweep, it just can go such a long way.
Yeah, I mean, it's the difference between getting into those semis nice and fresh and having a long, drawn-out way there. Bell's available. I mean, Brock and Byron get banned. Poco and Ash also taken off of the table here. But I can see these particular maps, and there's plenty of room for those safe mids to really thrive. I mean, I think you're out of your mind not to take Bell here every round you can on Heist.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Piper can be another way to replace it as well. Obviously, you're going to go for some sort of sharpshooter mid. There's kind of no other way around unless you're going for something really crazy. I was going to say, Poco Max BB is something we used to see on Safe Zone, but with Poco ban, that's out of the way as well. And indeed, we're going to have Piper on one side, on Pekka, and look at that. What a way to kick things off here for Carnage Gaming.
I mean, worth pointing out that Piper, while she might lack in utility compared to the Bell, she makes up for in that raw damage. Lulu gets hit, and they're in deep trouble. I mean, Pekka also has potential homemade recipe to secure those connections and make that stuff undodgeable. We have Colts here in side lanes, and they're not matching up against each other. It's double sharpshooter for Carnage Gaming here with a Bell in the right lane. That's brutal for Pedro.
Yeah, it's not going to be an easy matchup. Going to try to get closer up, but the angle is quite predictable, so Luquitas can go for those pre-fires. Pedro is starting to move upwards, but once again, Pekka just getting kill after kill, creating so much space. We'll be dealing with that honey molasses and removing those walls in the process, making it even more of a Piper playfield.
Pekka now obviously blowing up that part of the map, which means Fantasy is susceptible to scrutiny from Pekka as well as Felipe, and Pekka can outrange potentially here across the map. Focusing on Lulu a little bit there. A nest egg has already been placed down. Luquitas has done the same thing in that right side lane. And these two teams are going to just duel it out until they get a significant advantage. Clearly, getting rid of Lulu wasn't enough. But now Pedro's gone down and Luquitas looks to move up.
Space being created here for Carnage. Still only 8% damage total in this game. That's on Delta Stars safe. So they need to make a move, but Pekka is going to get a couple of taps on that save, dealing a little extra damage. They do finally manage to deal with him, but Delta Stars are going to start pushing forward now.
They didn't have a chance to get any damage on the safe. Lukita's there, I guess, body blocked some of that damage. I don't think that was the plan, though. And the mark misses there on P.E.K.K.A. So no amplified damage against the Piper to give Lulu the advantage. Carnage Gaming have taken no damage on their safe right now. We're going into 30 seconds left in the round. Lulu there, getting a couple hits on P.E.K.K.A. and that bounces onto the safe there, but it's not enough to really worry Carnage at this time. And Fantas loses against the Colt. Here's the Bullet Storm. Lulu's in trouble.
Lulu with some great dodges does end up going down, and in the end, because Carnage, they did not take that much damage. Can they still turn this around? I don't think so. Time is running out, and it should be Carnage able to pick up the win here. Very quiet game to start things off, but, you know, Patience won here, and Carnage were definitely the more patient team.
Yeah, I mean, also that they stacked their composition with more, you know, super powerful brawlers for this map type. Look, I mean, both teams are trying the same thing, right? They have a side lane marksman and a mid lane one, and then it's, you know, the Colts get mixed in, and we know why. Colt, obviously, with a super can just really do some work against that safe. But I think the Piper is a huge point of difference here, right? At some point, you know, Lulu knows that he can't adequately dodge enough if he's dealing with homemade recipe. Eventually, he's going to be taking some hits. The question is just how many can he afford to take? Obviously, the star power, well, positive feedback, right, gives you a bit of a shield. It makes it easier to tank that first hit from the Piper. But if you take a non-gadget hit from the Piper, and then there's a homemade recipe afterwards, you're probably screwed.
Yeah, exactly. Homemade recipe is one of the best, if not the best gadget in a game, to be fair. At the pro level, it's, you know, the green button, it's a kill. Pretty much. If you time it correctly, it's so powerful. And Piper overall, that makes her one of the best duelists in the game as a sharpshooter, right? And I think Belle has a bit more of a versatile kit and can do more things. But in a pure 1v1 on a map like this, with not a lot of cover, Piper can go such a long way. And if you hit your taps, I mean, you win games. That's exactly what we saw there from Carnage.
So we might even see a mirror in mid here. Carnage obviously, you know, may expect Delta to play Piper as well. Again, if you've got a solid belt player, you know, that you can transition over to Piper. There's a lot of that skill set, you know, is pretty common along sharpshooter players. But really clever stuff by Carnage there. I mean, that they have that one compositional difference that gives them a really distinct advantage. So these two teams are deliberating a little bit about their setups for this next map. They're both pretty careful. You mentioned that that first round was fairly quiet, and that's true. Neither team really wanted to take a risk. Let's see if anybody is willing to throw caution to the wind in this next round and see if maybe a wacky pick comes out. Obviously, Poco is banned, so a little bit hard to play those. Oh, dear me. Okay, Delta Stars, they've had enough.
All right, interesting. Not so sure how this is going to work. Really off-meta picks all across the board. Three ballers we never see here, and I wouldn't know how this could work. I think you got to close the gap, get up close, but they're getting melted down before they can even cross the middle part of the map.
Yeah, not a great look so far here for this Delta Stars composition. They also have recalling rotator, you know, to play up close here. So Fantas, if he can save some of those gadget charges and get on the safe, then it could be trouble for Carnage Gaming. But they're playing against the Bell, right, who really wants to punish you, playing close together, play those tanks. Pedro trying to dodge, but he's marked here, and even Tough Guy won't keep him standing. Delta Stars have taken 8% of damage on the safe here, which is enough for now. They themselves need to get some work done. Ooh.
Oh my, this is gonna be a bit of a nightmare game here for Delta Stars, and honestly, they kind of set themselves up for that. Yep. That calm just really not too meta aware. I mean, I appreciate them for taking a risk. I think that's the way to approach things, especially if you're in a bit of an underdog situation. You need those affinities with brawlers, and you need those positive matchups. But this is just not really it so far. Fantas gonna go for a nice roll on Lukitas, but he can't even get that kill. Yeah, that's just a bit of a loss in value. And at this point, they pretty much need all the value they can get.
And look, at some point, Lukitas is just marking, then auto-aiming, and getting a couple taps, and then getting that super back again. I mean, Bell is designed to deal with these tanks in just this way. Slow them down with Nest Egg, amplify your damage with the mark, and then be done with it. We might have a bit of a base race here now with 43 seconds left in the round. This could be a little bit dangerous. Recalling Rotator gets used by Fantas on the safe, but Delta Stars are behind in the damage race, and P.E.K.K.A. finishes the job here for Carnage. They have the better composition. They don't need to change up anything in a big way. Delta Stars do throw caution to the wind, but the wind blows it back in their face.
Yeah, I think the base rush was a nice attempt, considering it was pretty much an unwinnable matchup just due to the comms. but I think they needed more damage beforehand before going for such a decision, because committing 2 members to that push and leaving 3 of your opponents on the save, unless you have something amazing in defense to deal with that push and try to find 1 or 2 kills, and maybe then you can stand a chance. It's just not going to happen at this point. And it was a good attempt, but so far I do feel like just comp wise it's been so much better on the side of Carnage Gaming. They just played the same comp twice in a row, but it worked out great, as it is, you know, some of the top brawler picks for this map. I feel like Delta Stars were a little bit slacking. I think B was just a bit of a miscomp as well in the first game, because with Poco and Byron out of the way, you're not really going to be seeing too many tanks, and then they decided to bring in the tanks themselves with a Jesse, which are just 3 brawlers you would never expect here, and the element of surprise was not enough to make anything happen.
It's just 3 brawlers, isn't it? I'd love to know what you think that the point of the Jesse is here. What is she trying to do? Is she just trying to be defensive and you know, if there's a base race happening that she can... I mean, God, she doesn't... I mean, she's almost a bloody MI6 agent at this point, mate. 006 here from the Jesse. Again, what's the point in bringing it into that kind of map before we move on?
Honestly, I think I would have to dig very, very deep to find some sort of sense in that. I mean, I don't really get it, to be completely honest. I can get that sometimes, you know, the sharpshooters don't work for you and you want to play something a little bit more simple. But I think Jesse at a long range is harder to connect your shots than something like a Piper or a Bell. So for me, it's mostly just a miscomp or a prediction. You know, they try to counter a tanky comp themselves, but I just don't really see that in the meta on this map. So not sure, man. Really not sure.
Layer Cake is going to be our next map. Of course, a lot of pushes here. The potential to, you know, bring out some of these wacky picks like Byron or any of those sort of assassin or dive brawlers. Crow is also available, so bear that in mind. We'll see if these 2 teams try and get some value out of all in, or we see those sharpshooters again rise up, because many of them are still available, and we know that Carnage Gaming have a tendency to try and play with that style. It's fun to watch, but it can obviously have a very slow build-up, right? Especially on this kind of game type. We're looking to see who is teched to get that blue star in the beginning and to try and take advantage of the fact that they get to play defensively. That's definitely something to keep an eye out for here, Teddy.
Yeah, and Layer Cake is a map with a lot more cover, so more opportunities for some of those tanky brawlers we saw earlier from Delta Stars. But without any healers, it's really hard to pull off, and that's the reason why right here we're going to go for something much more classic, much more passive, and try to build up some positioning to try to contest that blue star.
Pekka, fancy footwork required here. Doesn't have the blue star yet. These 2 teams are baiting, trying to be careful, but Fanus wants to go aggressive. Look at the lollipop drop. That secures the blue star. I mean, yeah, just coming forward and using a gadget aggressively there gives the early lead to Delta Stars.
Well, actually, there was a kill from Carnage really early on. Delta Stars try to go for the blue stars. Yeah. So technically, I mean, right now there's that 1-star lead for Carnage, but getting picked up that blue star at least makes sure that if Delta Stars can get 1 kill right now, no matter who, they will be taking the lead.
Great catch there, Teddy. Delta Stars actually had to get the blue star to sort of have a chance here even. Lukitas, Invisi healing. Oh, Fairness gets burst from close up, but Lukitas is going to be traded out. It's Delta Stars now who have the lead. Pekka, that positive feedback's not going to be enough. Lulu definitely had the mark. And Delta Stars can sit back a little bit here. There's a risk of giving up too much space now, but that lollipop drop means they've got to be a little careful. Head first claims another one, and Delta are in the clear.
Yeah, this is a really good start here from Delta Stars. Gotta commend them for managing to come back after such a tough start, losing a player really early on. 25 seconds left. It's only a 1-star difference now. So Carnage are going to be on the hunt looking for a target. Pedro, very low HP. Can they find him?
Head first. It actually went after the lead. I don't know if Fed's actually expected that. Another one thrown out by Felipe, but he is getting the heck out of dodge. Now there's a lollipop drop to defend Pekka. He can punish anyone who tries to get aggressive, and he does. That is the classic example of the rug getting pulled out from under you. Carnage Gaming sneak away that 1st round victory.
Yeah, that's already match point. Over as fast as that, and those best of 3s can be brutal for sure. And so far, Carnage, for my part, have been just more on top of everything. You know, this game, I have to say, Delta Stars stood a real chance. I think that in Heist, it was very much a dominant prestation from Carnage Gaming. Here, Delta Stars had a really good shot at winning this game. it was just due to a nice clutch and great comeback. Look at that dickhead. That's really unfortunate. He was not expecting that. A bit of a mistiming there on that flank.
He got revealed, I think, out of his super and just early enough for the tickhead to target him. Otherwise, he goes elsewhere, and it might still find a kill in fairness, but there was no way that Fanders was ready for that at all. And, oh dear, a little bit unfortunate there. Timing not favoring Delta Stars, but a much more promising look from them here. And again, we saw these two teams. These guys are cautious. They're careful. They're playing safe compositions now, at least, after Delta Stars realized their tank look didn't work all that well on Heist. And here on Bounty, again, we're going to keep an eye out for those early kills because there's really the potential for the game to turn on its head at any given moment. We saw with this sharpshooter, this zone control there from Tick as well. There's a lot to try and keep an eye on.
Yeah, I think now it's going to be the real trial for Delta Stars' mindset because on the one hand, sure, they, managed to see that they can win those games against Carnage, that they were super close to actually picking this one up. And that's great, and that can be very motivational, but if they don't have the right mindset for it, they could also see it as a negative thing that they had the opportunity there to pick up a game, they didn't. So it's about, having the right approach, being able to deal with that loss and moving forward, having the positive and optimistic outlook on that next game, and they can do it. They've shown us that they can. Now they got to hold up for it until the timer ends.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I suppose they're probably feeling a lot more comfortable just playing Bounty in general. It definitely looked that way. Their understanding of how to play the setup definitely seemed to be a little bit more polished. I mean, Pekka's looking pretty good here. In life after Renegados on this Carnage Gaming roster, he wants to go all the way here. But this side of the bracket so far has seemed a little bit less interested in taking those risks here, but we have some very high-level play to back it up. So there are still moments of excitement. There is still definitely a reason to get excited about seeing these two teams go head-to-head. But again, I really doubt we're going to see too much of a big difference. I was looking there for what tick gadgets were actually being used there because we didn't see a lot of last hurrah usage. We may not know because Buzz, Mortis, and Frank comes out here for Carnage Gaming. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, interesting comms. The B on Lulu could be the difference maker, and for once, I do feel like the comp advantage could be in favor of Delta Stars. The question is, can they capitalize? Blue Stars was picked up by Carnage, so they will have the lead for now. Lukida's getting tagged up. But the problem with B on this map is it's kind of hard to follow up until the walls are opened up. There's just so much cover to navigate around. You get tagged once, especially if that's that charged shot. You're just going to be walking away, staying in cover, and staying alive.
Okay, Lukitas might have that eyes sharp star power equipped here because he's able to stay fairly far away while still building up that super, and there it is. He goes straight on in with a torpedo throw and wastes no time finding that first elimination. Fenders is in deep trouble. There it is, another super, another kill. The Buzz is reigning supreme.
Yeah, that's exactly the assassin gameplay you need on that Buzz. Let's see if he can find a nice catch as his next super lined up already. But the push from Fantas on the left-hand side, not really going to result in too much. Does give him his super, which can go a long way in diving into the mix.
I love it. Clone projector here for Pedro. That's incredible. Not only we see the lollipop drop here, and that's why I kind of got debated for a moment. But yeah, interesting gadget selection there for Pedro. Doesn't do much, though, for him when Pekka comes to call. Fennis is in trouble as well. Felipe does have another stunning blow available. Lulu's like, oh dear, I could be in deep trouble. Lukida's here. Does have the gadget popped, so can use that mobility to cross the map. Pedro not stunned by that one, but Lukitas is going to have another super soon, and he uses it immediately on Fantas now. The Mortis getting stunned up is pretty devastating, but the stunning blow is going to miss. It's still a huge lead, though, to Carnage Gaming as Delta Stars are dispatched. And Carnage Gaming will move on.
Wow, G's your Carnage with a really strong performance this match. 4-0 in games. Bounty was definitely a lot closer than Heist. But still, Delta Stars could not quite find their way out of this one. I mean, they had some good attempts here, and I think it's a positive outline on, their capabilities, as we definitely saw some improvement already just in that match.
That was fun. That was a ton of fun, actually, to see such a wacky comp come out. I mean, I had forgotten that Buzz obviously hadn't been banned there. I think the map pool didn't really lend itself to be able to use him too much. I think we had Safe Zone and Layer Cake. So, but yeah, getting to see that assassin-based setup, I thought it would be Edgar. Buzz, though, looks pretty devastating. But let's quickly recap, right? Both teams play very safe sharpshooter-based compositions on Heist to start with.
Yeah, I think B was a bit of a problem in that first game, and the second game, honestly, comp-wise, I don't know how they came to this decision to bring in a Daryl and a Bull. I feel like with something like a Byron mid, there would have been, you know, a possibility, but I think they banned Byron themselves, and I find it a little odd to, you know, ban the brother that they could have used the most in that matchup. Even in Bounty as well, I could have seen them using that quite well. But yeah, I would say some decision making that was just a little conflicting here and there, and not exactly on point. But
sure,
that's definitely doable, better than mechanics. And yeah, hitting your shots and getting those supers with the buzz, that goes a long way in winning games for Carnage Gaming.
Lukitas here on the Bell, who was actually playing the side lane on that Heist matchup, and had a pretty comfortable head-to-head, it's safe to say. But again, as we mentioned, it was the composition selection, the choice here from Carnage Gaming that probably gave them that first set. They had a better understanding of how to play that, and then things got pretty chaotic as we moved on. So now to our final quarterfinal of this particular monthly finals. It's FTW Esports now going up against UU Free Agents, a team that we really don't know very much about. We've seen plenty of FTW though. They've turned up, you know, many of the months here, and again, they've got a new addition on their roster. It's Jubilo that comes across from Renegado, so they're refurbished a little bit, and they're here maybe to get that grudge match, the matchup between previous teammates in that semi-final. FTW look good so far. Let's see what they've got today.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, UU, they're bringing in some good talent, some great players from some of those top teams in the region. But once again, it is one of those one of those teams that is going to be lacking a little bit in synergy, that won't have the time to scrim and prepare quite as much as some other teams that have stick to the same roster for the entire year. So we'll have to see how quickly and how natural that synergy built up for them, and if that's enough to pick up a victory here against a team like FTW Esports. That, as you mentioned, they've had some decent results so far this year. I wouldn't quite say impressive, but sure, against a team like UU, that could be a spot to the semifinals, and I think they could use that.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, this team is, you know, not really gotten enough circuit points to be a huge factor in this region. So there was never any world where they were looking to qualify for a World Finals, but they're definitely here to turn up, and they're here to do some serious work. It's going to be Sneaky Fields for our first round here. It's going to be Brawl Ball, and again, we've already seen a little bit of this game type, and what it has to show is Pinball Dream was featured in our first quarterfinal of the day. So keep that in mind, all right? We've seen plenty of Frank usage here. The bans will be probably the most important thing to focus on here, and we got Bell and Ash, Brock and Jean banned away. So still no Ash. These teams do not want to deal with her. The Jean ban is fascinating though.
Yeah, very interesting stuff. As you mentioned, Brock, Bell, Ash, three just really strong brawlers across the board. Jean is definitely an interesting one. It's a brawler we just don't see banned nor played all that much anymore. It got nerfed and really suffered off it. And the only team that comes to my mind that consistently bans Jean is AQM. And it's a very different mentality than UU, most likely, because AQM, they're just not scared of any other brawlers. They think they can be the best with all the other brawlers. So they might as well ban a brawler that is less strong, but that they're not comfortable facing. Here with UU, I mean, with the caliber of their players, I do still feel like it's probably a fairly educated ban, but it's a bit of a question mark still, and we'll have to see if some of their playstyle might reveal why they don't want to face that Jean. But I feel like with Gem Grab not in the mix, it's a bit of an odd one, as usually if you ban Jean, it's for Gem Grab.
It's Ring of Fire though, right? So we do see the Magic Puffs Jean gameplay a bit on that particular map, right? If teams want to be able to stay and sort of fight. So maybe eliminating some of that healing potential is the idea, but that may not be relevant in Sneaky Fields. We got a surprise for you guys. Of course, it's time for our raffle once more. So for those of you in the chat and want to win yourself an Archvillain B skin, listen up. If you type hashtag B74, that's BEA74, and your in-game player hashtag from your player profile, in the next 10 minutes, you'll be entered for a chance to win one of 15 Archvillain B skins. Only one tag will be counted per viewer, so just write it once and make it count. Remember, hashtag B74 and your in-game player hashtag. The 15 lucky winners will be notified within a week. And so make sure you can enter here. Remember, one entry is all it needs, 10 minutes. So the timer starts now. You may as well get that entry in ASAP. And we're going to be jumping into Sneaky Fields in just a moment. Here it is, FTW versus UU Free Agents.
All right, some Pretty similar comps here, as we actually have a full-on mirror matchup. But look at that aggression from JXCR on the left-hand side. Will get melted down as running into an EMS is just not ideal. Nice friend zone to keep him out of the way as well. And now the aggression kicks in for FTW as they are pushing forward. Should be able to tank through this. The pass, yeah, lovely stuff. And Jubilee is going to be scoring here for FTW.
Oh dear, this one might not be close there. Jackson was alive and in position to defend here. Straight off the bat, going to be an unfriendly bushes. It looks like he did catch King Javen. I mean, he's pretty brawny. He can deal with this pressure from Christian. I mean, here, look at this Venn diagram of disaster coming out as both these M's go for those supers. Jackson wants to try and chase Jubilee down, and the ball's safely in the corner now. Let's Go is used to put King J in position to regain some of this map control.
At last, UU with a little more control now, but they gotta succeed at this build-up, at this siege on that blue goal. They're gaining positioning bit by bit. The question is, when do they engage? When do they go in? King trying to create an opening for FTW to break through that attack, but look at that. That surely is going to be a goal, and UU, they tie things up.
Yeah, really good looks there from UU. They just dominate. They don't have to do anything fancy, nothing tricky to get the ball in the goal. They do a lot of damage on the back of Christian going for that caustic charisma. I think for FTW now have definitely received the challenge. And they have to be careful because these supers are up again. So unfriendly bushes plus Let's Go use. It's going to be pretty hard now for FTW to get away from this pressure. But Jackson took a face full of damage from Jubilee, and there's more to come. Nice shot, a little bit low. Jubilee thinks about trying to walk it in, but doesn't quite have the health pool to get it done. And that risk did not pay off. It's even with 20 seconds left in the round, and Embrol stuck in the corner.
Yeah, I love how much time the Rosa took to take that kill, trying to create a little bit more time where there's one less person in defense and a bigger chance for UU to make a push. But look at that super is great from Christian. The pass, a bit of a confusion perhaps in UU, miscommunication, as they're not too sure what to do with that ball. But now in a 3 versus 1, overtime kicking in, and the shot as the walls are destroyed. Beautiful timing, great stuff, and just making sure that goal gets in time. I mean, just classic stuff from UU. Was a nice reverse sweep in that game. That has to be said as well.
Stunning. Absolutely stunning showing there. Here's the problem for FTW, right? They have to play around their max and get value out of the Let's Go, but that also makes them extremely susceptible to Ems's super, right? Christian would have done a huge amount of damage, I think, with that. There is, FTW group up into this stuff. I mean, what's Jubilee going to do? Tries to walk it in there. I mean, there's no way you're going to score a goal either way. There's a risk that gets taken there, and you mentioned this little stall, right? Jackson knows he doesn't need to, clean off Embrol straight away. Gives the team time to move the ball down the map. I mean, that's the experience of this team showing up. UU free agents clowning on FTW in that first round.
Yeah, and here's the thing, because we mentioned synergy earlier, right? As they are a pretty fresh roster. But once you acquire a certain level of play, there is that natural synergy that you just have from having played with tons of different teammates in the past, and you just know how the game works. And there's things you don't even need to necessarily communicate, because they're basically just standards in your game plan, even before preparing things, because that's just the standard of that level of play. And
pure
that's
instinct,
exactly
right?
what we saw. Yeah, exactly, the instinct. And if you have decent communication as well, you can build up some great synergy in no time, and UU definitely showed that off in that first game.
Very impressive stuff there from UU free agents, and I thought maybe this wouldn't particularly be close, but FTW now have been read the marching orders on that first set. They're licking their wounds, I think, after that one, as they were underestimating just the amount of pressure they'd be suffering, I think, from the Max and Ems combo. It's kind of gross, right? Speed to Ems up, she uses super, the enemy team can't escape from the super, they're slowed even more. They take a bunch of damage. It seems really, really difficult to get out of that position if, you walk into that super first there. Again, compositions that have max and that are theoretically safe, right? But you can also obviously use that max super aggressively, and many teams do. Nice to see her not being banned by many teams. So she's definitely going to be such a key part of the metagame going forward. Not quite good enough, and not quite broken enough to ban, but not bad enough to leave behind. So, early lead for UU free agents now, and they're going with the Poco Mortis Frank.
I mean, on paper, this is a perfect read from FTW. They have the B against the Poco double tank. Couldn't really ask for much better than that. Stun comes through, doesn't really stun anyone, but it's going to be a goal anyways. King J able to score. Christian just not able to dash onto the ball in time.
Yeah, this might not be particularly close, huh? King J now. I said that last time. I mean, that's the joke, I suppose. Trying to pressure Christian down with all that life steal, lifeblood used. King J's a little bit low, but Emperor's still a problem in the middle of the map. He's trying to keep Jexa at bay, but Jexa's on the flank. He's pretty tanky, and he just walks it on in.
Yeah, not much the Rosa can do at this point, you know, going to be dealing very similar damage than what the Poco can heal. And at that point, you need a lot more. Now, goal from UU, but already aggression from FTW on the right-hand side. They do have the man advantage here, UU. Can they stop that Rosa? Trying to make a move, but nope, not going to happen. And UU defend it off, gets a team wipe as well. And now have a chance at building up a really strong push.
Yeah, I mean, this is another walk-in. Oh, the stunning blow comes a second too late. Jexa fires off the ball, and that is that. Nice stuff there from you free agents, and you mentioned that maybe FTW had the read, right? We were talking about this before. Sometimes the composition doesn't matter, the execution really needs to back it up, and it just wasn't there for FTW Esports. Again, they're still getting clowns on, and that's a set now that they've allowed to drop, even with a pretty decent look at UU in that second round.
Yeah, this is what sets apart the good teams from the great teams, because if you look at in general matchups, when you have the comp and the counter comp, you should be winning those matches. It's not the most difficult thing. The difficult aspect of the game is when your opponents have better picks, have picks that counter your comp, and you're still able to turn things around. And this is one of those moments, and that's a real challenge for any team in Brawl Esports.
I love that timing there. That went really well for Jexa. I guess he must have shot the ball just before that overtime came through. Either way, it was very, very impressive there. And yeah, look, the Franks, both of them were, again, they are the goal scorers, they're the ball carriers, they're the tanky ones there, and both of them look pretty good. I don't think it was the Frank gameplay that was really an issue for FTW Esports, but no matter what it was, they definitely have to wake up, because Ring of Fire is coming up next. Crazy volatile map. You have already, said we're going to ban the Gene. We don't want to deal with that one here. So what is the option? Poco, is on the table. You can try and go for that Poco Pam setup, very tanky, a lot of healing, or you can go for something completely different, something that's sort of poke oriented here, like Spike. You can get Rico, Crow in the mix. Plenty of options for these two.
If my memory is correct, I believe Byron is not banned, which would mean that Byron and 8-bit is going to be viable here. And it's a really great strategy because, as some of you guys might not know, actually, Byron is the only healer in the game, whereas healing gets impacted by a damage booster, which means that he can heal a ton more if he has that damage booster next to him. And that can go a long way in basically making your 8-bit invincible.
The big bucks, Tedwick! That's the reason! Nice stuff! Yeah, my guy turned up in Gucci chains and stuff like that, but he takes them off so it doesn't look too affluent full stream. I'm just letting you know, the guy's balling. Yeah, great call. And here it is. Self-injector has to be used by Jubilo. That was a nice shot. Just steps up and takes control of the middle part of the map.
Yeah, we don't have the 8-bit, unfortunately. That kind of saddens me, but each region does have their own metas and their own picks that are more or less popular, and yeah, some great dodges there as well. Is able to stay alive, and that is a pretty nice lead early on, but you have a bit more control now, and now we're going to be catching up in no time.
Yeah, the aggressive Leon play is pretty hard right now for FTW to deal with. Embros, I mean, he's in a powerful position too. He can bouncy castle if he gets pressured. He had trick shot there. He can now step up and use the stealth to zone away UU free agents. They definitely need to deal with this Rico as FTW are back in the lead.
All right, FTW with a lot of control.
He's getting ready for the swoop.
Yeah, they need to get them out of position. But that kill on the left-hand side, really important. Really important. That is going to relieve so much pressure. King J is able to find a trade, but Christian gets the tap anyways as he was slowed down. And now UU can start catching up, and they're not far behind FTW. They need to retake that mid really quickly, otherwise UU is going to be running away with the lead.
Swoop, here it is in. Jubilo's going to get pressured now by Jexa. He's able to find that kill. Emberor's seen better days, but King J tries to zone a little bit here with this Amber. 1 minute left on the raffle, by the way, everybody. That's hashtag B76 in your in-game player hashtag. Nice shot, though. Just rolls over the top of King J here, and Emberor doesn't have too many of those bouncy castles left. He wasted one beforehand. He's going to use it now to keep him alive in this 1v1. Jexa has to swoop, and he still gets the elimination. The Crow comes out on top. It's a trade in the end, but it's still the lead for UU free agents. A nice shot. He's going to get his hands dirty.
Yeah, 90% threshold pass now by UU. Ember taking some damage. Jexa trying to stay in the zone as long as possible. Only 3% is required here for UU, but now it's FTW in control of the zone. Yeah, they're just going to dive through, and that should be enough to tank it. Here you go, UU at match point. And honestly, Uber, I was trying to, you know, pinpoint some of those moments and plays that were the most important in securing that win here for UU, but I think the entire team played flawlessly. The B was tapping left and right. The Leon, that double kill was just so sweet. Such a good super to get in this position, and I mean, that's huge if you can get 2 kills in a row just like that. But also the Crow was just such a clever pick, because against the Byron, that anti-heal is going to go in such a long way, whether it is in a pure duel against the Byron that won't be able to self-heal quite as efficiently with that super, or just in general and relieving some pressure by having less healing on their teammates.
I also think that gadget used there by Embraer, when he thought he was safe and he was sort of, you know, preloading the gadget to deal with the swoop that was going to come in from Jexa, and then he gets 2-tapped by the B, really hurt FTW at that point there. They were definitely hoping to have the, you know, that Rico do a lot of work in that very entrenched position. The raffle's now over, everybody. If you got debated by me saying B76 instead of B74, then my bad. Should have got in earlier. That's the way it goes. Only one entry will count. So congrats to the 15 people that won. You'll be contacted within the week. Let's go into the second round here of Ring of Fire. And it's match point here. FTW are fighting for survival.
All right, this is the big challenge now for FTW. They need a full-on reverse sweep in this quarterfinal if they want to see the semis. As we have a lollipop drop destroyed very quickly there by King J. And some utility already out of the picture. And against this spike, it's just really hard to find some good placement for those lollipop drops. That's going to relieve a lot of pressure, as FTW they have the best start they've had so far here in this match.
Duvalo, good connection on Christian. Ironhive finds nice shot. He was in deep trouble. Good connection by the B. And the sharpshooter paying off in the mid here for FTW. This time Embraer is looking a little more comfortable on his left-hand side of the map, playing inside the bushes here. That's probably the most defensive lollipop drop I've ever seen, and all in the hopes of getting Christian line of sight. But Jubilo knows where the B has to stand, right? He knows where Christian has to stand if he wants to have any chance of, you know, winning the B versus B. So he just shoots at that location and finds the elimination.
Wow.
Oh my gosh, Ironhive, Petty. Oh, say it ain't so. Nice shot, needs to do more of that flashy work he did in the previous round, but wow, you are a long way behind.
Yeah, they finally have some sort of control, but it's not even a stable position either. Look at that, just insane aim there from FTW, able to connect those shots, getting so much value out of it, and already at 90%. UU, I don't think they can turn around this game anymore, and this is a statement from FTW, and I think that this is the way they should have won this game as well, because not only do they take it, they also show them that they can dominate, and if they can keep it up like that, we might as well just go to set 3.
Yeah, no doubt about it. They've shown that they belong here now, and again, the little mix up there. I think the spike is so good for them here. It makes it a little bit hard. Look at Nice Shot just getting rolled there. He was really a huge part of what allowed UU to take that first round so cleanly. You know, that double kill when he went forward under the cover of his super. Not really as much of an option this time against that more defensive-oriented spike build, but yeah, Jubilo, I mean, the stats speak for themselves here. 5-0. Didn't even have the help of a lollipop drop to come from unexpected angles in the B1v1. Just hit more of those shots.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes, you know, with some of those brawlers, especially those more highly mechanical brawlers like B, where aim is so important, you hit your shots, you win games. It can be as simple as that. I do think that comp-wise, the spike, as you mentioned, was just such a good shot. Going for those lollipop drops, it basically renders them useless, because as we saw, the only option was to play them extremely defensively, and when they're basically in your spawn, they're not really doing all that much.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's not enough cover on the map to really protect it from the spike, like you said. Even if you put it behind the urns, you know, Pinwheel will allow you to sort of damage that gadget as time goes on. So the Rico here, that's the mirror match. So bit of a safer pick here from UU Free Agent. As Nice Shot says, no, I'm not going to let Embraer get so deep, you know, behind our lines right now. But I mean, UU are getting flattened on the rest of the map.
That's really unfortunate for Jakester, getting hit by that 3K B shot while in the bush. It happens. Sometimes you get a little unlucky like that. Oh, look at that.
Is it luck anymore?
Yeah, maybe he just has night vision, or bush vision rather. He's able to just hit them no matter what. Great value as FTW. They're almost at 50% captured already. And this is looking a whole lot like we're going to set 3.
What is this sharpshooter play? This is something else right now. Jubilo, again, new addition to this team, really making a difference. It's crazy how these Renegados players have just filtered out amongst these LATAM South teams and have leveled every single one of them up. Dexter here, oh, gets rolled. King J and Jubilo, the 1-2 punch. That is disgusting. Nice shot's about to get RKO'd out of the map. And FTW are 93-4.
This is the first time, by the way, that Jubilo went down in this entire set. Just to, you know, make that clear. Quite insane, quite insane. And you would have a little bit of positioning now, but it's pretty much just Christian in a 1 versus 3 with 92% already captured by FTW and a 70% deficit. I don't see how they can close this one out here, as FTW will be pushing things to a third and final set. What a comeback here in this set, and what a change of mentality as well.
Oh my gosh, you're not wrong, Teddy. Incredible play here from Jubilo and, of course, King J, especially. Emperor is obviously a real problem for UU free agents, but a lot of the fighting happening here. Nice shot comes out of the gate, looking very strong early on this Leon, right? He's assertive, he's aggressive, he's taking space, and he's getting these, these double kills at times, which gives Christian the space to sit back and find these crucial long-range hits. But that doesn't really happen after the first round. You can see now they're forced back because Jubilo's on the B. King J's on the spike here, controlling the space. Nice shot's about to get completely blown up here as he stands for that 1 second too long inside that spike super. And the rest is history from there on out. UU are no longer in a position to put any pressure on FTW.
Yeah, I think as simple as it may seem, besides that spike pick, I think it was just mechanically better from FTW, and there were some great pinches as well, some great moments where they would not even necessarily get the kill, but push their opponent on their lane away and create some space to have a nice crossfire on the mid player, for example, or on the lane player. And that goes such a long way in making it so much more difficult to dodge. And look at that, 4-0. That's just a perfect game here from Embra, and you can't really ask more from your anchor, Rico, on the left-hand side.
Yeah, I mean, nobody could really challenge him or check him. Even when Nice Shot opted into the Rico head-to-head, he was still getting pushed back into his own spawn there. So Embra, in the first 2 rounds, didn't have to do a whole lot. He really just controlled that space. And now we go to Factory Rush here. And now a deciding set. Finally, we get one that goes all the way to 3 rounds here. It's time for a little bit of action. Let's go FTW and UUFA now in the decider map here. I really look, now I'm quite confused. Siege obviously is a special chance to see if either of these teams have anything planned based off their fans, Teddy.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not entirely sure. I feel like healers are just not the most meta at the moment in a Siege. Factory Rush would be one of those maps where Byron could go a long way, but the Poco ban not really gonna do all that much. Ash would have been really playable, Brock as well, and look at that. We have some very interesting picks here, especially that bow on King J, I think. We've seen more and more bow. Right now, it's in a decent place. It's not really a go-to anywhere anymore, but it can do some solid stuff. We'll have to see how they can make this pick play.
I mean, Snare Bear is really scary, right? On any kind of game type, if you have to walk onto those mines for any reason. Embro has it tough on that right-hand side, but as soon as he gets a connection with a torpedo throw, it's all over. Jackson just was too scared there, and he threw up a life plant just in case. Not a lot to slow down the bot until now. There's Christian getting in the way. Sticking around is going to be used here by FTW for that extra bit of damage. That's a lot of safe damage. The Ike, is getting absolutely rolled in that first siege.
Yeah, that's so much damage. And the problem is that the players defending took a lot of damage as well. That means they are staying locked in their spawn for longer and giving out a lot of space. And bolt-wise, it is close. Embra is not able to bank that bolt. Is going to be going down. This he should be going towards UU, but FTW, they've built up a pretty decent bolt count at this point, and this can do a lot.
Okay, so it's a level 5 siege bot coming out from UU here. King J definitely holding on to those mines here. Speed zone used to speed up that siege bot as much as possible. Here come the mines. King J going to body block a little bit there. Siege bot now down to about half health, but King J himself went down. That's not part of the plan at all. Emperor, though, he had a torpedo throw for the stun. Clever play.
Now it's retake time here for FTW Esports. They're still one ahead in bolts, but not for long as U is catching up. Now FTW, they need to find some more space here on the map, find some more bolts, but it's a 3 versus 2 at the wrong timing here. Embra is low HP, so is King. This is pretty much over as you are going to be getting that final bot. The saving grace here for FTW is that they still have 100% HP on their Ike, sorry. So if they can defend this one off, they can actually still win this game.
Embral's going to charge his super there. King J was trying to get his. He didn't have a super tome at all to get those mines. So here's the torpedo throw. It's going to slow down the bot a little bit, but King J steps up without super. He needs to find as much damage as he possibly can, but it's already 75% and counting. UU free agents have done it. They go behind early, but come back with some incredible mid-control. The Piper sets them up for success.
Yeah, great stuff from UU. Their third match point coming up next year. They've not been able to close the 2 previous ones in the previous set. Now this is going to be their chance, and they looked really deadly here, showed up some great plays. I do feel like the bow was a little underwhelming for the most part here on FTW side of things. I would have preferred seeing something along the lines of that Piper we saw mid for UU. I think just find a little bit more value, as bow can struggle a little bit to have that extra range, you know, and help out those other lanes, which a Piper can do so amazingly, especially with a homemade recipe. Your teammate gets someone low HP, homemade recipe on that lane, and that's a kill. It's a free lane, and they can help you out next.
Yeah, and in many cases, when teams have to defend against the siege bot, they really just try and stay alive as long as they can. They might stall the siege bot and lose some health as a result, but if they lose any brawlers there, their odds of being able to retake the middle part of the map and give themselves the ability to collect those bolts is heavily compromised. Losing your bow there during the siege bot running down the mid means you don't have the defensive resources to deal with it. It was a trap. I think it was the tripwire snare bear bow there. So, without him up, he can't obviously use a tripwire to set up those mines and get more value out of them there. So, a little bit tough for FTW at the end of the round. You're outranged by their Piper. You brought it up, right? The bow, not able to have the impact that they were looking for. And also, we actually had the spikes that didn't opt into laning against each other, right? They stayed on opposite sides of the map, which meant that, you had to go Buzz against Spike, which was tough. So Jubilee's going to switch to Spike of his own, and the Tara comes out here. But it's going to be the Pam, the Byron, and the Barley look from UU.
All right, interesting picks here. Very much relying on healing for UU. They should be dropping that first bot here to FTW. Indeed, FTW with the level 2 bot pushing up. A decent start, although a bolt is going to leak to each side for the next round. And we'll see who can build up on that, as defense is going pretty swiftly for UU so far, and we'll be taking a couple of hits on that eye, but they're ready to sacrifice that. However, they should not have been ready to sacrifice Christian mid. Having that Barley there in the open, just an interesting call.
Scrap sucker used there by Jexa to try and make it hard for King J to hold that ground, and it worked out. Jexa was low, but gets rid of Jubilo as well. That's ridiculous. You have done a great job of regaining this map control. They used Christian during the siege to try and get a foothold early, right? Set up with the last call. Christian wanted to make it so his team could just walk back into the middle of the map and resume taking bolts after they lost the siege. Now it's their siege, and they've got 2 bolts for the next one here with the bot trundling down the middle of the map. Let's see, King J throws the mines down. They will slow and stun.
And UU going for the push here, not gonna overcommit. They will find a decent amount of damage, but now it's retake time. 2-bolt lead for FTW. It is possible for them to pick up this bot, but they need an access to that mid area. Gonna be focusing up on the right lane. Ambro solo on the left side, not utilizing his super just yet, but he needs to create that space, and he's not going for it just yet. We'll get the pull now, but it's not even a kill. And on the right hand side, a couple of bolts leak. Oh my god, bolt-wise, it's going to be so close. 6-6 right now, but bolts are getting picked up left and right. UU, they're going to be getting the bot.
Ridiculous. Jex is actually able to survive getting a gravity used on him in the middle of the map, and 2 healing tonics were used by Christian to keep Nice Shot standing in the middle. You were investing heavily in that map control, and it pays off now. Nothing FTW can do to prevent themselves being knocked out of these monthly finals. It will be UU free agents advancing to the next round, and there won't be a grudge match for Jubilo after all.
Wow, what a performance from you this match. Surely they have to be very happy about this result, as honestly, I saw them coming in here as underdogs and they definitely did not look like it. Great composure as well, being able to keep it up in that third set despite a bit of a heartbreaking loss in the second set. I mean, great stuff overall from them, showing a lot of signs of a great team that has a lot of potential.
Yeah, they look very good straight off the bat here on Brawl Ball. It's astonishing that, you know, this ends up sort of going the way it does. You just look very, very good, though, from start to finish on Brawl Ball. The use of the M's there was very, very hard for FTW to deal with, even in relatively mirrored compositions. Again, it's you know, we talked about, okay, this team's like free agents. Maybe they will, you know, suffer that lack of synergy, but they actually look to be more synergistic. And it might be because Jubilo, you know, I guess rocks the boat a little bit joining FTW, right? It's a new player, it can take time for them to settle in, and it turns out we have a weird situation where the free agents actually have more experience playing together than the established team.
Yeah, definitely a bit of an interesting mechanic there. It happens, you know, and synergy is great, but also just having some really skilled players can sometimes be enough. There are teams like that don't necessarily rely the most on strategy and very deep stuff, and it's more about hitting your shots and having your core mechanics on point. And we definitely saw that from UU today, as they were able to perform very, very well. And I think their mechanics were, you know, their main asset towards this victory.
Absolutely. I like the Barley pick here. We didn't notice it, but Christian gets like 25%, you know, Ike damage just by throwing a last call over, you know, during a siege there. So really putting his team across the line. The B play was excellent. We got to see plenty of that on Ring of Fire. Just when it looked like FTW were going to be able to clamber back into the driver's seat and sort of, you know, maybe to even take the series away, we thought UU looked a little shaky there, but as soon as we got onto Siege, the shoe was back on the correct foot, so to speak. And they had better compositions, they had better control. The PAM play looked really good. I think Christian was actually on the PAM, playing up against a Spike in that matchup, which is kind of, I guess, difficult if PAM can't get close enough. And the bow pick was underwhelming. You know, it doesn't really give the result I think that, you know, FTW Esports were looking for there at all, Teddy. So now we have, as usual, the El Clasico right around the corner. Aphelion go up against INTZ in just a moment. And as we head into these semifinals, we're going to try and take a moment to learn about one of the most infamous players in the whole of this LATAM South region, a region stacked with talent, of course. He is the originator of the infamous Protesto meme and is soon to be a two-time world finalist. It's Marcel of INTZ.
Legendary brawlers are notoriously hard to find, but legendary players are the holy grail of Brawl Esports. Welcome to MVP, Most Valuable Brawler, the series where we highlight some of the most talented players in Brawl Stars history and take a deeper look into how they've nurtured their legacies.
Curveball as well has been put a lot of pressure onto Marcel trying to control that left side lane, but actually Marcel gets the lane and puts pressure back to Jupiter.
Today, we're hopping over to LATAM South to focus on someone who knows better than anyone how it feels to persevere through the very last match of the competition. We're referring, of course, to Marcel, and without further ado, let's take a closer peek into his many achievements and discuss why he is so deserving of the MVP title. Marcel is undoubtedly one of the most talented and well-respected players of his region, a Brazilian pro who has shown a tremendous level of consistency and personal growth over the years. Not to mention is the originator of the infamous Protesto meme from the World Finals in 2020, now used as a sign of disrespect.
Yeah, thumbs down from Marcel as well, as we saw in game. INTZ, despite being in the lead, giving us the thumbs down. That's kind of interesting.
His achievements were recognized most notably last year in one of the biggest signings of the year to the organization INTZ, the same organization where he continues his dominance in Brawl Stars through the present day. As a 2020 World Finalist, Marcel knows better than anyone how it feels to be within an arm's reach of the Brawl Esports trophy. And this year, he firmly intends to double down at the world stage to finally grab the gold with his team.
Eu comecei a jogar quando o jogo lançou no beta, mais ou menos um mês depois que ele lançou. Desde então, eu gostei muito do jogo e eu sempre gostei bastante de competir. E aí, quando eu comecei a ficar bom, eu comecei a competir bastante.
Considering all INTZ achieved in last year's competition, we all eagerly awaited this year's roster announcement. When it came, there were certainly more changes than we anticipated, but one familiar face still remained, and that man was Marcel. As the only player who competed on the 2020 World stage to still remain, it certainly begged the question, would his leadership be enough to guide this new squad to victory once again? And as we now know, with INTZ already securing their place at this year's World Finals, the answer to that is undoubtedly yes.
Bom, no começo, bem no começo do ano, antes de começar o Mundial, a gente achou que a gente ia ganhar todas as partidas, que a gente não ia perder nenhuma.
When it comes to Marcel's arsenal, he's incredibly skilled with a wide variety of brawlers, and has a keen liking towards the longer range brawlers with Colt, Bell, Brock, and B, all prominent favorites of his, making him not only a team player, but also a dangerous lone wolf when needed. That said, often he'll lean towards the more supportive role within the team, with brawlers like Barley and Poco, but his go-to brawler of choice is undoubtedly Jean.
Eu acho que eu sou mais uma pessoa que joga com todos os bonecos e tá no time mais pra cobrir algum espaço que tá faltando, porque eu consigo me dar bem com vários bonecos.
It was a slow start to the year for Marcel and his team. Conceding to Aphelion LATAM in a full set sweep back in March was a bitter pill to swallow, but nonetheless, Marcel is a very accomplished team captain who knows the importance of remaining focused in the present. In April, he led their fight through a full reverse sweep against Renegados in the semifinals. But again, despite closing the gap, fell just short to Aphelion at the finals in a 3-2 loss.
Só que aí a gente perdeu 2 finais mensais seguidas, a gente ficou em segundo nas 2, e aí a gente teve que mudar nossa mentalidade. A gente sempre tenta, durante o jogo, manter o foco e sempre levantar a autoestima um do outro pra gente conseguir jogar o nosso melhor. E com isso a gente conseguiu não abaixar a cabeça e virar a partida.
However, ever since then, Marcel and his team have found their winning formula. With their perseverance, they now flaunt 4 consecutive monthly finals wins, and Marcel is truly at the top of his game.
INTZ taking their, well, how many victories is that in a row? These guys seem absolutely unstoppable. These guys are ridiculous, and they are maintaining their title.
It's safe to say that his rivals will need to ensure they take him incredibly seriously as we draw ever closer to our World Finals. What did you think about Marcel receiving the title of MVP? And which pro player do you think also deserves to be crowned? Let us know and come see who ends up on top at the World Finals.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Brawl Stars Championship. LATAM South, of course, is the region we are in today. If you've been in the stream, of course, already, then you know that already. If you're new, welcome to the stream, and of course, welcome back as well to Teddy. How are you doing today, Teddy?
I'm doing great, man. I had a really exciting quarterfinal just before, but I don't think it's going to be quite as exciting as the semifinal that is coming up right next. Aphelion Esports versus INTZ, 2 teams with a lot of history, and I just can't wait to get into this match.
This is the El Clasico, isn't it, of the LATAM South region, and we've seen this back and forth consistently throughout the course of this year, and I think it's actually 3-2 in favor of Aphelion in terms of their run-ins. Of course, when it comes to the actual monthly final and the victories in that respect, INTZ have been absolutely phenomenal. As we know, all year, they've had 4 monthly final wins, 2 for Aphelion. Aphelion had that better start to the year and kind of dwindled down a little bit, but last month, they made the grand finals against Renegados, but couldn't quite go all the way, just coming short of that 3-2 loss there.
Yeah, it's a very interesting narrative. I mean, we were talking about it during the break arc. There's a ton of things that can justify, you know, that little gap in wins for monthly finals, but also the fact that Aphelion has the lead in this straight-up matchup. It could be that INTZ are a little bit more versatile and able to face more teams better and more consistently than Aphelion. It would also be that Aphelion, you know, kind of have a bit of a tunnel vision onto INTZ and focus their research and preparation more against them, or maybe they are better at brawlers that counter INTZ more and all that sort of stuff. It's really interesting for sure, but here with the last monthly final of the year for those teams, as well as, you know, both teams going to Worlds, this is their chance to see who is the king of LATAM South getting into the World Finals.
Yeah, this is your chance at home as well to vote for who you think is going to win this month's monthly final. Of course, the last of the monthly finals. So your last opportunity as far as that's concerned to get those votes, and you can use hashtag U.U for UU in the chat, hashtag CG for Carnage Gaming, hashtag AE for Aphelion, and hashtag INTZ, of course, for INTZ. We'll pop back in just a moment to see how those scores are shaping up. And, again, it was INTZ until this point last month, which were just really storming it in terms of monthly final victories. But now we're going to get to see this El Clasico in the semi-finals. So one of these two teams will not be making the grand final today, and that's a big deal, Teddy.
Yeah, absolutely. So we mentioned that earlier as well. It's been very rare to have Aphelion and INTZ on the same side of the bracket. And that means that they meet here in the semifinals rather than usually or most often in the grand finals. And we'll have to see which team can come on top and go all the way to the grand finals. This could be their toughest match of the entire bracket, and it's already happening in the semis.
Wow, Hot Potatoes the first map then for Heist, Minecraft Madness for Gem Grab, Backyard Bowl, of course, for Brawl in the best of fives now as well. So if we go to the full set, Drilling Beaters for Hot Zone, Nuts and Bolts then for Siege, but we've got to get that far. And I've got to say, of all the teams to play today, this could well be the one that does go the distance, because ultimately such closely matched teams, as we know, in this region, it would be safe to say that this will go the stretch. Both, of course, got the golden tickets to the World, so nothing really on the line as far as that's concerned, but the bragging rights going towards the World's finals very much there and needed to be established by both of these two teams. I don't think they're going to be holding back at all in that respect.
No, they have to go all in for a matchup like this. Byron and Bell will be the bands from FTW Esports, Edgar and Ash from INTZ. Out of those four bands, three of them seem rather predictable. I think there's one that really stands out, and that's got to be Edgar.
Yeah, I think we saw that band actually early, didn't we? It seems to be like INTZ's go-to here. It does make sense with Hot Potato and others in mind. We're going to pop back and see what the community predictions are actually going into this next game, just to see what is the talk of the town. INTZ, it seems, are just that. And a whopping 49% of you thinking that they are going to take this month's monthly final. Aphelion, despite a great performance last month, down on 18%, and actually more people suggesting that Carnage Gaming have a better chance. You not really getting much of a look on the 9% that they are sitting on, but I'm surprised, Teddy. What are your thoughts on that one?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, I think INTZ are absolutely great and probably my favorite as well to win the whole thing, but Aphelion did beat them last month with a 3-2 scoreline, and that does show that they can absolutely take them down even very recently. So I think Aphelion got a really good shot as well, and it would be much closer to a 50-50 than what the community prediction seemed to show. But we are ready to hop in now. We'll have that Colette matchup mid to Rico's to Barley's. That's a full-on mirror matchup, Art.
And I think it makes sense. I look back as well, it was that same ban for INTZ earlier, the Edgar and the Ash. So I'm sure teams will be picking up that as a consistent common ban as well, and just kind of considering to not ban the Ash, as we saw there, Aphelion Esports choosing to leave that one open, getting the bell out of the way as well. It does mean that this would be the go-to comp for me, really. Having Edgar, a great thing to have, having Bell as a mid option, would be great as well. So with those things out the way, Colette, Barley, and Rico makes sense to me.
Yeah, I like it a lot. You don't necessarily have to ban the best brawler in the game. You have to ban what you're not comfortable playing, or where you think, that those brawlers can cause a lot of trouble to your comps, and that you're not really going to utilize that brawler anyways. And I think Edgar is a really good call for that, because it's very specific, but it can deal a ton of damage in the right situation, and INTZ just wanted it out of the way. So far, Aphelion are the ones with the lead, but maybe not for that long, as we have some damage coming through. Only 10% in the end, but still, it's a little bit of a lead, as Dino is trying to change that and turn that around.
Yeah, the Sticky Syrup mixer there in play, trying to get the slowdown, but wasn't quite enough to land the damage needed for Kazira. He's now trying to pressurize Adinio. Uses the bouncy castle to heal up as well to keep him really stuck in this right-hand side, and VTSim coming in now, but I feel like they haven't really committed enough really to Adinio. He's able to continue landing shots to the second bouncy castle. He needs to be taken care of until realistically Aphelion Esports can get back into this mid. That's the third!
Wow, you don't see it every day that you get those 3 bouncy castle bombs pretty much in a row. Bit of a risk as well, but the positioning was worth it, as it found a lot of damage for INTZ. They have a pretty big lead now, and considering the start that Aphelion had, that is very impressive. Coyote taking a lot of damage. They're trying to deal with him before he can cause any damage on that safe, and they will do so successfully. Zero was a nice slow, finds Edinho in the process, but it's a trade in the end.
Yeah, a really important one as well, because now Tufa coming in with some damage, but on the other side of things, can VTZim get anything done on the top part of the map? I don't think he can. It's a ton of work that's going to be needs to be done, and Tufa continues to tap away here, and there's the super top from Firecrow. INTZ will take the first game.
Wow, great turnaround from INTZ. It really looked like early on Aphelion had better positioning, more damage, we're doing better overall. But across the board, later on, it was INTZ that really managed to shine. And I do think that Edinho had a big part in that. Just unkillable on that right-hand side. He stayed alive forever in that aggressive position. And it is a sort of position where you need to deal with him. There's no way of just keeping him here because he's going to be constantly dealing damage. If he doesn't have an angle on the brawlers in defense, he's going to have an angle on the save. So there's always something to shoot at, always value coming through that Rico pick. And with those nice bouncy castles, he was literally unkillable.
He's an absolute menace. And again, you know, Aphelion needed to really focus their attention on that problem on the right-hand side there. He's left to tear it up. Honestly, look at the difference as well. The damage of the safe. Tufa was playing a far better mid as far as the collect concerned, and ultimately, you know, you got to keep those supers rolling in to be able to distribute that damage needed to the safe. Dog not really coming anywhere close. You know, 6 times less damage is a pretty big statistic to consider. Ideally as well, you know, Aphelion have got to reconsider how they approach this one, because the Rico was a big problem on the side of INTZ. Brock is not banned here as well. So, I mean, that would be a great consideration to have to eradicate a lot of that surrounding terrain, because ultimately that was the problem that we saw Edinho just able to utilize so much of it to his advantage. Without it, I think INTZ may struggle a bit more.
Yeah, I think it's a very good shout, Ark. I think that overall, going for that Brock and maybe bringing in some more open brawlers, long-range brawlers with some destruction capabilities could be the answer here to deal with those Ricos, those Barleys, those brawlers that rely heavily on cover. If you're able to open it up, you can turn it around, but doesn't seem to be the case here for Aphelion. Instead, Firecrow are going to be switching off that Colette towards the spike, and we'll see how that is gonna fare here for INTZ, as honestly they did a really good job with the Colette earlier. So I'm not sure if it's the move, but at least they're keeping something fresh here to catch Aphelion off guard.
Yeah, it looks like a bit stubborn, maybe looking at the analyst side of things and thinking that actually they were maybe anticipating some tanks, maybe. Might explain the spike there for me as well. Let's see what happens here. Spike goes,
my
goodness! The
goodness!
big double tap! Oh my word! I mean, VTZim came with a really convicting clear-up, but ultimately he did very well to get as much value from there as he did.
What was that? How much damage did he manage to get there up close? That was not a spike, that was a shotgun.
It really was. I mean, I haven't seen a life plant go down, so I think it could well have been a popping pinkish in there. No, there it is, but not even that. My word, Firecrow must have been so close with those shots to land as much DPS as he did. The VTZim now is really starting to shine. A lovely little lineup there as he continued to be able to clear up the previous time round. Now in a great spot to land so much of that super bouncy star power onto the safe, additional damage off the back of it. Edinho over there with bouncy castle as well, as INTZ starting to try to recollect this, but it's been a pretty good response so far from Aphelion.
Yeah, still a little bit of a lead for INTZ, but having a 5% lead at this point in the game is so volatile. Anything will be giving the lead straight back to Aphelion, and here you have it. And the lead was already in Aphelion, sorry, but they are going to be able to capitalize on it a little bit more, getting a little extra damage and trying to widen up the gap a little further more. INTZ still looking to retake some more control, as they were able to find a nice kill that will create a little bit more space, and Firecrow just hits again with a quick kill on Coyote, and now the damage is pouring down on that blue safe.
Firecrow's tap today, he honestly is not missing a single trick. Tufa doing his best, that's going to pop the last call there, but I think a bit of a mistake in my opinion, but ultimately, will it come back around? I'm not too sure. I think INTZ have got us in the bag, nothing on the other side of the field, so nothing but a safety net as far as that's concerned. Drops the pin as well, right in the spawn, just to make that statement known. But yeah, very convincing there from INTZ. Firecrow on that spike just made that moment count so well. I mean, so often we just saw the swift takedowns that were needed to be able to really apply that pressure.
Man, Firecrow had an insane set overall. He was 6-0 in the first game, was the most damage on safe as well. That was with Colette, and then he switched over to the Spike and honestly did just as well. And that's kind of insane how, you know, first of all, we were surprised that he decided to switch off because they found so much success in that first game, but then he explained exactly why, and having that ability to proactively change brawlers rather than just do the more classic play and change brawlers when you lose, it can go a long way in catching your opponents off guard, in surprising them, and essentially try to counter some comps. I mean, look at those plays. Look at the damage from Firecrow overall, finding so much value left and right, and so many highlights from him in this match.
I'll give a little honourable mention as well to VTC. I think he did very well on the Rico side for Aphelion, but you know, it's a difficult thing. Look at the aggressiveness. I mean, not necessarily the damage to the safe, but I mean, you know, Firecrow didn't necessarily value his life that much. He was just going in, and 4 kills and 4 deaths. You know, it's a good turnaround, and that allows your teammates to come into the forefront really to then place some damage on the safe when it's needed. So makes a lot of sense to me. Again, we are now in the semi-finals, so the best of 5 is a thing. That's going to give a bit of time for a potential response from Aphelion, but not that much, especially when you got Minecart Madness as your second set, Teddy, with the Minecart being, again, a huge factor here, and one that could go either way for, you know, making friends in that respect. I mean, do you think this is a good map ready for Aphelion Esports to come back?
I'm not sure. I mean, the thing with Minecart Madness is that you can capitalize on those little minecart elements to try to optimize your chances of victory, and if they can do that well, they can have a real shot here at starting off a comeback. You know, if you can time your pushes with the minecart, time your retreat with the minecart, try to find pinches with it or block access, you can do a lot of stuff. But it's one of the aspects of Brawl Stars that requires the most skills, because it's an aspect that is literally only present on one map, so the chances that, you know, they are ready for that are gonna be a little bit lower, but I definitely believe they can do so. And look at what you guys believe, 75% in favor of INTZ. I mean, they have a set lead right now, but still, I feel like it's definitely closer to 50-50 than to 75-25.
Yeah, definitely early days, and you're absolutely right. You know, this is a very tricky map. You've got to be both patient, you know, to be able to time those pushes, and also composed enough that when you're pushed back and are, you know, back in your spawn behind the minecart, to realize that, you know, it will go back in your favor as long as you can make those moments and those pushes count. Nice tap there from VTZim, and follow-ups as well. Firecrow low. KaiZero trying to come from this left-hand side to push everyone to the right in favor of KaiDog, but at the moment, it's good amount of pressure being returned from INTZ, despite the gem lead via Aphelion. They are holding firm. 6 gems in the pocket is a good way to start, though.
Yeah, so much destruction overall already on this map. And with a Sprout, that is definitely not how you want the map to look. You want as many walls as possible, find some sneaky bounces and great angles, and that's just not going to be available anymore. And the only saving grace here for Firecrow is the fact that he can 3-shot pretty much everyone on the map here, as they all have very squishy brawlers, but still not an ideal matchup, and he's gonna have to play it very, very smartly, try to use that minecart as much as possible, but he's gonna get tapped out of existence by KaiDog. Too far low HP as well. This is a chance for Aphelion to perhaps start a countdown.
I think KaiDog did well there for me, because the slowing toxin was a little bit late. It wasn't quite timed in with the minecart's movement, so that tap was very important. Look at this follow-ups as well. Everyone for INTZ low. KaiDog staying firm with this right-hand side lane, and VTZim has got that amplified shot now as well. So it breaks the bushes to be able to then see Firecrow in his advance. But I think that honestly, Aphelion have got the right comp at the right time. The Garden Ultra as well for Firecrow, but a bit too late realistically. It was a very good attempt for me to be able to retake this mid zone, but Aphelion Esports stayed firm in the mid.
Yeah, I think the Sprout was just not the way to go for INTZ. Maybe forgot about the Brock, to be honest, because I feel like with Brock open, going Sprout is a huge risk, because Brock is going to be so good at countering it, whereas Brock is already the better brawler in the meta in general, which means that it's very likely to be played, it's very likely that you're going to be facing it, and then going for a bit of a wild Sprout pick in those conditions, it's just extremely risky, and it definitely did not pay off here for INTZ as Aphelion. They get their first game picked up.
Yeah, and again, we did say going into this that, you know, it's going to be one of those matchups that's going to go all the way, and very solid response from Aphelion. Good observation and knowledge of the meta. 3 kills to 0 on the side of the Bees. BTZim definitely doing a lot more work in that respect. The 1 death as well for Tufa can make all the difference. I did wonder whether INTZ with that Sprout, when they were able to re-establish mid-control, were going to be able to keep it, because it was a challenging thing to gain in the first place, and there was 9 gems on the side of then Aphelion at the time, so it was cutting it fine. Just they had to get a bit of momentum to make a push for that final gem, but they were able to do so. But again, so like you rightly say, Brock is a much better choice of brawler. I'm sure that INTZ will have established that in their minds, you know, from their past mistakes. So they're surely going to bring it this time round. And when they do, or if they do, I feel like this will be even closer matched in that respect.
Yeah, to me, it feels like one of those moments where they may just have forgotten about Brock not being banned. As you know, when you scrim a lot, you will tend to see Brock banned very, very often. And sometimes when you're making up your comp, you just, it gets out of your head for a second. And that's the time you have to make your comps. You have to be really quick. Those mistakes can happen. This time around, we'll have the Brock on INTZ as well. Besides that, the same comps on both sides, and yet the start is still a little bit better for Aphelion. Firecrow's charge shot here could be the opener if he can find a connection, but he won't, and BTZim now has his, could do a lot of damage, and picks up the kill immediately. Tufa is low as well. It's only Adinho left alive. Can they pick up those gems? I'm not sure. Yeah, it seems like it. Kozira is not contested.
Yeah, nice snatch there, definitely. I was kind of concerned about the slowdown from BTZim. It could have been better on the right-hand side onto Adinho, who's now able to stay firm. Now finally goes down to Kaya Dog, and that's a great moment that, you know, Aphelion can push through and capitalize on. They got 9 gems now at a time when INTZ is still coming back into this. The spawn favorable, though, to INTZ will not allow then Aphelion to push forwards until they got a few takedowns for their trouble. Oh, a lovely little honey molasses down there for BTZim to stay protected by it. 10 seconds remain, and they might be able to tie up the sets now.
Yeah, Aphelion keeping a hold of the map as they want to have as much space to navigate through as possible. That's why they stayed aggressive for so long, so that no matter what, they can just fall back, play around that range, and stay out of danger. Great stuff from Aphelion as they pick up this set, tie things up, and push things to the third set here.
I just honestly gotta say, I felt like Aphelion seemed so much more comfortable in Gem Grab and Minecart Madness in particular. Like when you compare to their previous performance in Hot Potato, that definitely felt like it was more sided in favor of INTZ, who looked more comfortable. So, you know, this is the thing when it comes down to the maps and modes. You know, what are we going to see moving forwards in this particular series? You know, are we going to see Aphelion start to turn things around now and take more control, or is it going to be a back and forth all the way into the 5th and final? But in terms of like maps that are control based and objectives that are control based, it seems that Aphelion seem to thrive a lot better, whereas INTZ are much more the aggressors when it comes to really overthrowing the objective.
One of the key elements to success and to victory in Brawl Stars competitive in general is being able to capitalize on your opponent's mistakes. And I think that Sprout pick was probably the biggest mistake we've seen so far in this match. And Aphelion were able to absolutely capitalize on it. That was the game they needed to win to turn around the momentum and then come into the next game with some momentum on their own side, a really good mindset, and just, you know, the sheer dominance that they showed to turn this around and make it look almost easy in that Gem Grab set.
Very true. And, you know, Backyard Bowl now is going to be a much more level playing field. You know, with that in mind, the second set for me when you're behind going into it is such a crucial one to win. You never want to see yourself go 2 sets down before you've really got your teeth stuck into things. So a very important victory for Aphelion, but can they continue on in Brawl to be able to bring back a bit more of a lead now? You know, again, there's some options available here, despite the Bell ban that we saw earlier today, as the Ash as well. You know, bees are, you know, a very common thing to see in this region. Brox as well are going to be great for breaking open everything. The mirror matchup now as well. So who is going to take the early lead here? It's going to come down to the skill.
All right, already pretty much every single wall in the mid area out of the picture. as the Bronx did their work very, very nicely and very quickly as well. And now it's pretty much just Purple Paradise, but in Brawl Ball.
Yeah, that's a good way of looking at it, to be fair. This one remaining wall, though, I'm sure Tufa would love to get a super on it. As Firecrow now in position also. Going to play a slow game, gets the takedown there on Carnage. Look, there's the super, trying to connect it with the maximum value. Gets down, the Honey Molasses gets down as well. VT's in for his troubles. Can he get the pass, the ball through? Nice slowdown, but doesn't connect. Dog was still invincible coming off that back spawn, so no value there, but still the positioning power in favor of INTZ.
Yeah, still a lot of aggression here from INTZ. If they can find any kills, that could be enough of an opening to score. But they need to find connections. Edinho finds Kawazira. There is the trade that could relieve a little pressure, or at least save the day here for Aphelion and get them out of this defensive stance, and will do so successfully. One very interesting thing as well is that we have rocket number 4 on Kyodog, whereas the Brock Tufa is playing Incendiary. What are your thoughts? Which one do you think is better? I feel like this is one of those controversial topics.
Yeah, it's a little bit, isn't it? We see a lot of like kind of regional differences. I mean, I think it's fair to say for the most part, North America and LATAM North experimenting a bit more with rocket number 4, whereas I personally prefer Incendiary. Both very different mechanics, of course. One to kind of be able to throw down a ton more pressure, whereas the other one more damage. But here's an opening here, potential on the cards. Can Aphelion make anything from this moment? Kawazira is in a very aggressive spot. VT's though has the super for the range shot. Can he make it count? He finds the angle, but too from the line. Kawazira needs to find some space here, and the shots could be... but it's come back too far. By the time he gets to the ball, he can't make the shot. He should have maybe considered staying a bit more further forward. He may have been able to score from there.
My God, those pushes are so close. So many opportunities to score, but none of them working out for either teams just yet. And overtime comes in. There wasn't already much of the map left, but now it's completely out of the way. No more cover to work with. And it is purely about those long-range duels. Some nice stabs there. Firecrow finds BTZ. Ziv, Firecrow still alive, will get tapped down very low HP. Kyodog very low as well. There is a kill for each team, but now this should be what leads to a goal for Aphelion. But Edinho is creating so much space with those curveballs, they're not able to score just yet.
I'm surprised Kyodog there used super to be honest about it, because one pass and that could have been a shot on goal. Either way now, with 20 seconds remaining, I'm sure INTZ would love to get a draw here. Tie would be lovely considering the position of the ball. No super still to hand, but no snatches being made. BT's in now has a chance here with a couple of seconds left, but why go for the slowdown? Oh, and that's why Kyodog should now come from behind just in the nick of time. A couple of mistakes from both teams in that particular matchup, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, it got very messy, and you know, the more chaotic the fights get, the more mistakes you're gonna be doing, because when you're playing it safe, you know, from your side of the map, as you usually have on this map, it can be very slow and it takes a long time. Once those walls are gone, there's definitely going to be more mistakes, as you need to overpeak every time you want to be in range of your opponents, and that puts you at risk. And we saw that getting punished left and right for both teams. In the end, Aphelion just barely get the goal, but before that, before overtime, for the most part, it was INTZ that was a little bit more dominant and that had a better control. But look at that difference. Kyodog, 9 kills, 1 death. Tufa, 2 kills, 5 death. That is such a drastic difference, especially considering that it took the last 2 seconds of the game to set both teams apart here.
Yeah, Kyodog really earned that for his team. I feel that's a pretty convincing amount of stats. But I do worry, like, if you didn't have super at the end, if the spawn on the INTZ side had been a little bit more into the mid or right-hand side, then a bit more coverage to be able to defend that. So, and as you rightly pointed out, INTZ were in a very, very a great spot. Let's be honest, it was a fantastic position early on. I thought that it was surely going to avail to a goal, and it just didn't in the end. Definitely still a couple of options though. I'm kind of surprised that we didn't see any of Piper, but it's fair to say that B really is more of the go-to in this particular region. Would you suggest maybe they switch things up, or is it just better to stay kind of like safe with this kind of mirror matchup that we're seeing?
I think that the comps are fine. I don't really see a specific brawler that could hard counter anything that we saw here on the table without putting itself at risk, or any comps that would be versatile enough to really make the difference. I think they cover a lot of ground with those brawlers, you know? You got the spikes, against the tank, so that's pretty much out of the picture with the bees as well, obviously already taking care of that. And Piper also gets countered by Spike to the extent that you can't really deal that well with those cacti. Is that the plural for cactus?
Actually, yeah.
Exactly. You know, you can't deal with them quite as effectively with Piper. Can be a little bit of a nightmare. Plus, it's just tough. But we see the Sprout, which is definitely a smart counter pick, actually. A bit scary when you have Brox that can open up that map. But with that 3-shot potential, VTZim has been doing a lot of damage. And right here, he's going to be locking down that right area to the goal. Too fast, nowhere to go. He's just running aimlessly around like a headless chicken. And this should be the goal already.
Yeah, it kind of felt to me like almost like Tufa was trying to break open the wall with his invincibility, but kind of he was stuttering around doing the very thing that. Yeah, exactly, and it kind of like went to the left and to the right when it was too late almost. But either way, Aphelion capitalizing and utilizing that Sprout, because ultimately, you know, the strategy of INTZ is to break open a lot of this map with the Brock pick. They've got to get that early lead with the Sprout. Then you're on defense and utilizing the back wall for yourselves. That's a great position. Nice wall there from VTZ. Gets the take down Tufa. What a defensive measure, and still Aphelion seems to be in good control.
Man, I love those Sprout plays, and I didn't really think of Sprout just mainly because I thought with Brock in the picture, and knowing that Brock is 100% going to be played, it seems like such a risk, but it is a controlled risk, because if you're able to pop off early on and get a super early on, get some better positioning, you can start to snowball, and that's absolutely what VTZim has been doing so far, bullying INTZ in this game. And look at that, Tufa is forced to use his own super to remove that wall from VTZim, and that just lost value.
Well, as INTZ start to push forwards, this is where the walls be much to the satisfaction of VTZim, but he's got to stay alive and in the mix to do so, which is where the photosynthesis star power does come into play. Now, Tufa has super as well, but is it a bit premature? Could that have been better used in the mid? Perhaps we'll have to wait and see, as you know, INTZ have got to stay in this position. They've got to make a goal. At the moment, they are still on the back foot, and there's a couple of seconds left remaining in this game, potentially here.
Yeah, Tufa needs another super, and he just used his, so he's a long way from getting his next one. For me, that's the only way to open things up here, as you might even see the wall. Yup, nothing they can do. I don't think there's any gadgets left on Tufa, and yup, they can just look at that wall, stare at it, and that's pretty much all they can do. Aphelion take this set, and the Sprout pick was the genius pick that I did not see coming. I really was surprised by it, especially with the Brock on the other side. You know that Brock is going to be there, the confidence to bring the Sprout in. I love it.
Absolute agony to watch that. Honestly, INTZ just staring quite literally, well, not a brick wall, but a plant wall there towards the end. There's nowhere you can go. And again, I think we called it. Tufa needs to break more of that defensive wall down to realistically open up any possibility. Sprout in those final moments is such a troll thing to have, isn't it? You know, where you just like, I feel for Vicro there, really, I do. And also, you know that Kaya Zero could break that, you know, hence the pin drop. The 39% team damage for VTZim, and a good kill to death ratio also. No goals scored, but ultimately, you know, again, I do like the way that he's playing today. He's being very accurate and really had that moment to shine also, earlier today in Minecraft Madness. So what are your thoughts really on that? I mean, again, that Sprout pick really went a long way, right?
Yeah, it's one of those moments where you both need that counter comp or that counter brawler, but not only do you need the pick, you also need to execute it perfectly, because there's no room for mistakes here with this Sprout. If you don't start off well, you're not going to be winning that game, because once those walls are gone, you lose every single advantage that Sprout has in that matchup. So you need to get those walls very early on, and he was able to do so magnificently. Moving on to Ring of Fire, this is where things can get interesting, as INTZ now, they're in a dangerous spot.
Okay, well, again, you know, it's a very, very different game mode.
Oh, it's Dueling Beetles.
Yeah. So, I mean, what would you think here? I mean, you know, we see a lot of, Mr. P in this region. I don't know whether we're going to see it here, to be completely honest, but that does cater quite heavily towards having turrets in that like little left and right hand side pocket. We see some Penny sometimes rocking it out in EMEA, less so in LATAM South. But you know, is it surprising to you to have seen none of Mr. P? We've seen it a lot established, you know, in this region. I'm just kind of realizing that we haven't seen any of it today.
Yeah, I feel like it's been less and less, to be completely honest. I feel like in the beginning of the year, we still saw it quite often, and then every monthly final a little bit less, as, to be honest, he hasn't really received that much love recently. No real buffs or anything too substantial. So I get it. I think it's kind of, you know, starting to adapt a little more to the general meta, where we just don't see a lot of Mr. P anywhere. For the most part, pick-wise, I think Penny, as you said, it could be a really good replacement with some very similar features. However, my favorite strategy here on Dueling Beetles just remains bringing in the Colt, the Brock, something like a B maybe, or an 8-bit to assist them and open up that map, completely destroy it, get it out of the way, and play those long-range fights. The reason I think that approach is so strong is because it's very hard to counter. There's just very little comps that can deal with it well, but we're not going to be seeing it. In fact, we will be seeing that B and a couple interesting brawlers. The G in mid, definitely not something I expected here, as well as the Ruffs, a brawler that we don't see quite as much nowadays on this map, but I do really like the fact that he is playing the extra HP star power. You're going to be helping out Kanyo quite a bit and try to make a bit of a super G.
I fully agree, though, Teddy. I genuinely think that if Aphelion had brought in that Colt, sorry, it would be a great thing to break open the walls to be able to eradicate the Penny turret before Ethan has a chance to make any damage down. But not going to be the strategy, it seems. VTSim using the sandbags well there will be a great deterrent of that B. And Kaiadog, of course, looking to get a nice pull. He can actually pull the Penny turret to eradicate it if he wishes as well. So there is that available to him. Great mid control early on, and the lead now in favor of Aphelion is INTZ that are on the back foot, but they do have that Penny turret down on that top left-hand side. So as that starts to, you know, gain some momentum and starts to lock on, we're going to see a little bit of a shift here as INTZ can start to then thrive in the mid.
All right, so far the better start for Aphelion, as they have a bit of a lead percentage-wise. The pull on the turret, I would say in general it's not worth it, but if you can get those walls and that OP spot out of the way, you find a lot more value in it, and I respect the decision a whole lot more. So I like that play quite a bit, actually. However, that means there's a little bit less utility for that retake. There's the buff coming through onto Kaiadog. A bit of a risk to pick it up now, as he almost goes down, and that would be just a waste of a super, but he's still alive for now. It does go down. That super is going to be gone, and that doesn't help Aphelion's case, as INTZ are starting to lock down that control mid, and Aphelion have yet to really break through.
Yeah, now much more aggressive turret positioning there from Tufa. VTSim's got to have a lot of work to be done on his left-hand side. Very low now as well. The Kaiadog does clear up a lot of the action now, but VTSim's going to be pocketing himself in here, be forced to take damage on the way out. That will keep him low. Edinho, though, in the same moment, is being very, very aggressive on this right-hand side, getting behind that wall, and no doubt has got some work to be done as the pull comes in from Kaiadog. Now, can INTZ wrap this up? Surely they can now. Firecrow has got the upper hand there. That is a good moment for INTZ to establish themselves in hot zone, because, again, they are behind now. They've struggled a little bit in the mid part of this series, now starting to come back. And as we mentioned at the very beginning, Teddy, this could well be going to the 5th and final set at this rate.
Yeah, I want to commend the composure we saw from INTZ in this game, because they started off behind by quite a bit, to be honest, and if they lost that game, they would have been match points, so pressure was definitely on, but it seems like this is the environment where INTZ thrive, as they were able to make the most out of this game and turn it around completely. As soon as they had center control, they just never gave it back to Aphelion.
Well, Firecrow again has been really on point today, I feel. 4 kills to the 3 deaths, and I expect they'll definitely need more from him to continue this kind of assault over Aphelion here. Penny turret was working out pretty well, I felt. You know, the Gene for me, again, I like the play to eradicate it. I just wonder whether the Gene realistically is a brawler that you want to have when you're behind. I think that being able to diversify your comp just a little bit so that if you do fall back into that spawn, you've got something to come back with. This could well be the moment that we see a bit of switch up, Teddy, towards what you were suggesting earlier by bringing in the Colts and the Brocks to be able to break open some stuff, because ultimately, you know, sometimes you do find yourself in the back spawn. If you're able to break even your own cover to open up the map, it can sometimes work out very well to be able to retake that control.
Yeah, I just don't see any negatives to it, to be completely honest. I can get that you don't want to go for it if Brock is banned, for example, because then you have to find another way to have enough destruction, maybe a stew or something like that. It can be a little more complicated, but in this case, if Brock is playable, why not play it? And they're not going to go for it once more, and I feel like it's a bit of a waste of potential, as it's such a good brawler in the first place, and its utility fits this map perfectly and counters what INTZ are playing. However, they're going to stick to their guns, and we will see actually some different picks, but still something, I don't know, not quite what I was expecting. Poco can do a lot. I'm expecting it to be Screeching Solo, considering how aggressive he is playing that, and without tanks as well. But it just doesn't seem like the best call to my eyes.
Yeah, I honestly completely on your side here. I think, you know, Stu has got breakthrough, but obviously Speed Zone is in play. So all these turrets are going to be able to have a lot of survivability that a Wall Breaker will be able to do so much about. Yes, the Penny can counter a load of that when they get turret, but it takes time to earn, and it's a kind of a surprising thing to not see more Wall Breakers. But either way, Firecrow with a nice slowdown there. VTSim is being really well to juke the shots, but goes down in the end. Turret now available to Tufa, so as that now goes down, it will start to lock on if those pushes are able to expose some of the turrets that are there. VTSim trying his best on his right hand side, and again we'll be looking for Invisi Heal once he earns it here. Pretty tied up for the most part, but now a little bit of a pushback from Aphelion.
Yeah, so far, despite our criticism, it's been working out all right for Aphelion. They have a lot of utility. That's what you can not deny about their comp, whether it's the extra movement speed or the lollipop drop. There's a lot of stuff they can work with, but they have been pushed out of the mid, and we saw earlier that INTZ, they were not shy to come back in those very dire situations. VTSim, that was a great pick. That's a huge opening for Aphelion, as now they have center control and they could close out this game.
Yeah, there's the Screeching Solo. Oh, he was just staying alive there. VTSim with some lovely shots and a double takedown. Getting the lineup there. Beautifully done. 5% remaining. Going to be pretty comfortable there for Aphelion. As quickly as that, they are on match point. Despite INTZ starting to make a comeback, Aphelion start to fight back with some of their own.
Yeah, great stuff there from Aphelion. I still feel like there's that missed opportunity, and I'm still hoping to see it, but honestly, they made it work really, really nicely. I don't know. I'm not the most convinced. It's one of those moments where they play a comp, they make it work, but I still feel like there were better options. And not only that, you know, referring to the whole destruction thing, I feel like the Poco was not the most dominant in this game. However, yeah, if you look at some of the stats there from Kyozera, not the best game, but sometimes you also just need to rely on your teammates, and he's done his damage. You know, he's done roughly 1/3 of the damage. He's done his part, and sometimes you need your teammates to shine. It all depends on the matchups as well, right? If you have some brawlers that just have that counter ability against your opponents, they're going to be the one shining. And not only do you need to do your part, you need to help your teammates shine that have those better matchups.
Well, again, you know, Aphelion last month did exceptionally well. They did knock out INTZ. There's a 3-2 scoreline in the semifinals. At the moment, INTZ haven't even got to the 5th and final set, so they could be knocked out in this next game if Aphelion can keep this up and have to dig deeper. They've got to make some sort of daring choices here, start to take a bit more risk, because ultimately, you know, they haven't got much time left to do so, and you know, if they don't, then they're going to be out either way you look at it, and Aphelion will make their place in the grand finals today. There is that Mr. P that I was praying to see in all honesty for this region, and that could be a good thing for INTZ. Getting those porters down for me, you know, can help out a lot in terms of bringing back the control and bringing out some shots, taking the survivability away from Aphelion. So again, it's not a pick that I would normally tend to kind of want to see here, but I feel like it could work out here if Super can get a quick and early super.
Yeah, I'm still kind of on the fence.
Skeptical, I know.
I mean, I like the idea of Mr. P, and the main goal is to, you know, deal with some turrets as well that can be placed, plus the harassment capability. But I feel like all those things, Brock is just going to be doing better, you know?
Yes, yes.
So I'm not sure.
I agree.
I'm really not so sure. But maybe it is a secret rule here and on this map that we don't play Brock anymore. And it seems like it's working out a lot better for Aphelion as they have full on control here. KO0 going to be receiving that supply drop, and now INTZ need to work on that retake, and it's not starting off too well as there's already a kill coming through.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? Because when Brock's available, it's like at the moment in the meta, you play Brock. That's pretty much how it goes. Nice there, magic hand from Kai Dog. He did actually use it earlier on the turrets that were there. I kind of don't see a reason with that as to why he wouldn't, to be honest, because you break open a lot of the bushes along the way as well as it pulls through. But the 70% lead that is with Aphelion Esports leaves the INTZ dream dwindling as a lovely little magic hand pull should seal the deal. Aphelion Esports could be knocking out INTZ before they can get to the grand final. Kai Dog seems like that is already the case with spin and a pin, and that is that. INTZ will not be going to today's grand final. Aphelion take it.
My words, what a performance from Aphelion so far today, especially here for this matchup. They've been on point everywhere, right? Their comms have been really, really good. They've made a lot of good decisions, and mechanically they've been popping off as well. And honestly, I think the main reason that this match was so close was that Firecrow was popping off big time in multiple of those games, in multiple of those sets, because besides that, INTZ struggled quite a bit, and there are days, you know, where you're gonna have an off day and you need to rely on one of your teammates to just carry. That was one of those days for INTZ, I feel like, and it was not enough.
Wow, that makes things incredibly interesting, doesn't it? Because again, you know, Aphelion had a great start to the year. The mid part, not so great, but now they are in a fantastic spot. Last month, they had just got that win over Renegados to make it 3, then to be 3-4 currently in terms of monthly final victories, but they're still on 2, but they can now have a chance to make that, bring it back to 3-4. INTZ are going to end this this stint now on just the 4 month, I say just the 4 monthly final wins, but you know, it's still a lot. Regardless, though, not a chance for them today to take it to 5, and that's going to be now on their minds going into the World Finals. You know, teams are going to be looking to see who is going to be thriving in the present, and at the moment, INTZ have struggled for now 2 months in a row.
Yeah, it's been looking like, you know, even though they had a really, really good run this year, and they do end up in first place no matter what, right? In the leaderboards, that has to be said. Aphelion look like they might be the best team of the region getting into Worlds. Now, obviously, we'll have to find out how it's all going to work out, but it's a good sign for them, and I think they can be really happy about the steady improvement they've done over the last couple of months.
Genuinely couldn't agree more. I mean, in terms of actually the matches that these two teams have played off against each other, Aphelion have won 4 out of those, and INTZ have won 2. So as far as, you know, just their matchups are concerned, Aphelion have won, you know, twice over. That is a big, bold statistics going into Worlds. Again, INTZ, of course, with more monthly final wins, but Aphelion with more victories in a head-to-head, and that's a big statement to make at this point in the season. Kai Dog there, again, another great attribute there. 29% team damage, pretty even on the kills and deaths, to be fair, but it's also the pressure when you're using, you know, frequent brawlers like Brock in that respect. So what a day for Aphelion, but they've got to still do more work today. They came short last month. They're going to want to be able to seal the deal this month, and one of these two teams is going to be one of the teams to face off against them in the grand final today.
Yeah, absolutely. So we mentioned it earlier, you know, it's always going to be tough when the two best teams in the region face each other on one side of the bracket. On the other hand, for the other side of the bracket, it's a lot of relief because the path is a little less complicated to those finals. And Carnage Gaming as well as UU, they're looking to capitalize on that golden opportunity. And all that stands in their way, well, it's each other.
Well, I mean, Pekka is the last remaining member of Renegado's, and he's playing for Carnage, you know, and they made the grand finals last month. So in that respect, I kind of feel like, you know, he's going to be giving a load of advice to his team as to how to stay composed under this kind of pressure, because there's a good chance that, you know, if they play this one right, that they might see themselves make it all the way. But again, you know, it could go either way here, in all honesty. It's a position where I'm sure both sides, you know, have found themselves in, you know, less in terms of that pressure that mounts. But shooting star up first is not a bad game mode to have. For Bounty to be able to take it slow in. Gem Vault for Gem Grab as our second set. Pinball Dreams for Brawl will be the third set. Bot Drop if we get to Siege in the fourth set, and Pit Stop if we get to Heist in the fifth set. I really like actually this as a overall map rotation. I think that a lot of the time Shooting Star is a great way to start things off, as you can take it a bit of a slow pace, but also get your thumbs warmed up a little bit. But these two teams have had a bit of chance to sit out for a while, but they're going to be soon straight back into the action. They want to be prepared for that.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. You know, you have the slightly slower paced game mode, more about patience, playing it safe, and you don't have to think too much about the comps. We do have the bans already in. Bell and Ash for Carnage, Brock and Jean for UU. Once again, that Jean ban, which I still find very interesting. I feel like he's not in the greatest place right now, but it's banned, and I do like it a little bit more banned now, as we have Gem Grab and Brawl fairly early on where it could be played. But still, I feel like you can find better with those bans. Once again, though, some teams, they're not necessarily going to be banning the strongest brawlers. They're just going to be banning the brawlers that they're not planning on playing.
Yeah, I fully agree, actually. I think maybe Stu ban could be an option here, or I'd actually prefer even like a Leon ban, in all honesty, over a Jean, but it can prove a bit of a problem in Gemfall every now and again. But there's still a point in the meta now for Gemfall where there's other mid options that are still available. Max is in a great place as well. We saw a lot of Max bans actually over the course of the weekend as well, so surprised to see it. I was also surprised to see B over Piper. Now, what is that happening today in this region? Because, I mean, look at us there, running the Piper, what we expect to see, the Piper, the Tick, and the Nanny, but B is honestly used so much here. But Piper, surely, okay, yes, you've got, as it happens, I was gonna say, yes, you've got the Honey Molasses to be able to tank the shots, but and credit to Nice Shot for having the fast draw to do so, but over time, those gadgets are gonna be depleted, and that's gonna give the advantage surely over here to Carnage.
Yeah, that's the thing with being this matchup. Sure, technically, Honey Molasses is going to be countering Homemade Recipe to the extent that you can tank it, but it's a very defensive approach to things, a very reactive approach. You're not really going to initiate anything with it, and you can't use it for any other means, otherwise you go down. And it works also against those peeps, but you have to choose, because, you know, the gadgets or the peeps, exactly. It's not enough ground covered for me with only 3 gadgets. I do like the extra versatility in case you're facing something with tanks or like, you know, Poco double tank or Byron and tanks. That can work, but here you go. That's already going to be the B going down, and Carnage Gaming building up the 3-0 lead in stars.
3 stars. Oh, question. Oh, lovely little homemade recipe there from Lucas. That will take it to 5 stars for Carnage. Starting to see and keep eyes on Pekka as he surely is looking to gain that peep, as he would love to have, going back a bit out of the mid-range now, and pressure mounting as you start to push forwards here. Felipe just getting some nice area spread and the ticket over the wall. The last Solaris pop, but Christian will take a ton of damage for it. There's one in return. A lot of pressure mounting. Felipe is hanging on, but not long enough. It gets a final little kill from beyond the grave there. Love to see it. 3 stars, though, is enough here. Oh, it's a close one, but not quite close enough. Carnage will take it by 1 star towards the end. My word, that was pretty close.
Yeah, that was close. Carnage pretty much just playing hide and seek towards the end, or tag. They were running around, trying their best to stay alive, not even really focusing too much on getting kills, but really just trying to survive. And that's what you can afford to do once you have a very nice lead early on, like they did, starting things off with a nice 5-star lead, and that's all the way 10 seconds before the end. And then we had some kills back and forth, and things got a little bit dangerous. But that's a bit of a mistake there from Christian, walking into those mines. Not ideal. Obviously, it's always a little confusing when they drop after your opponent dies, but that could have been predictable, and that was pretty much the mistake that cost them the game. It's tough to lose games like that, but you got to move on, focus on to the next one, and make sure you play that one with your highest level of play.
I love that ending between Felipe and Christian there, because ultimately, you know, that kill from beyond the grave, Christian did take down Felipe first, and it would have been an additional star then going in the way of Carnage. Not that it mattered, the blue star was still in their favor, but it would have tied up the scoreline. If that blue star had actually been on the side of UU, then that play alone would actually been enough to give them the win there. So again, you know, this is why I love Bounties, the game mode. It can really be so interesting to see how close it can really get. You know, control such an important key factor here, and it was interesting to see something other than Piper. I just feel like, you know, B is, whether they were expecting something else that they were, you know, that didn't turn up, I don't know. We have seen a bit of a deviation sometimes recently in Shooting Star towards, you know, Max as a kind of front runner to be able to push a big, like, aggressive thing with Pam and others. Not necessarily my flavor, but it has been a thing. And I think we saw actually in mainland China, didn't we, Ted? We saw the Mortis coming out alongside that, which is kind of a bizarre thing to see, but it actually worked. It was our play of the day. It was incredible to see that kind of ability to cycle amongst a lot of heals in that back end. But more often than not, it is that kind of stable diet of the Piper, of the Tick, of the Nanny as well. I mean, is that what you would do in this situation? Just keep it traditional, or would you take a risk?
I think you can keep it traditional, to be honest. I like Mortis, but I think the big problem with Mortis is that Nani, that's 2-tap potential up close, right? So unless you go in with a super, and even then it can be a little dangerous, you have to be extremely careful, because the Nani can melt you down and really deal a lot of damage. Well, we will have something interesting. Double healer max for Carnage. I like it. Honestly, I like it. It's gonna be a lot safer against those peeps, so that's a lot of danger out of the way, and you have a lot of sustainability overall to just stay alive. However, Luquitas barely dodges those mines, almost went down there, but he's still so low HP. Homemade recipe comes through, but Felipe is there to tank it as Pekka found a kill on the left-hand side. That it means that Carnage will take the lead for now.
And Pam's got all that HP to be able to tank this, but that's great piloting, it's got to be said there from JX. Lovely done, I've got to say. The Pam healing station will also be a great deterrent of that as a bit of tankiness there. I like the way that also that Pekka went in expecting the last hurrah and just kind of trying to bait it out. It didn't happen, but nonetheless the thought was there. As the speed and the heals coming in, again, Byron was not banned, so definitely a great option to consider here in this comp. We already see the aggressiveness as it came out the gates and put you back on the defensive very, very early on. But time is ticking and the stars are not flowing. With 45 seconds remaining, it's really down to Carnage to be able to bring back this deficit.
Yeah, a lot of pressure here onto UU. Pekka nicely going to be taking down that Tick head early on, and that's the kill. That's the lead. Luquitas now has to get out of position and keep that advantage for Carnage, but actually they're going in, they're getting another kill, and sure, there's a trade in the end that they still have that lead. 3 stars. Felipe and Pekka need to stay alive. Can they do so?
Oh, the peep coming in. Felipe, it missed. Oh, it does connect with Luquitas, but it's not the target that was wanted. Pekka, 6 stars though, could and will not be enough either way you look at it, but oh, very much a lot of back and forth there going on, but Carnage looked to be in a better place. It was a risky, daring idea, but it did pay off. The aggressiveness of that speed combined with those kills really went a long way.
Man, I love how Pekka, when he had enough stars to give the lead to his opponents and basically throw that game, in the end, he just decided to go super aggressive. He went on the hunt and actually picked up 2 kills and did not die. So instead of, trying to play it super safe and stay alive, he went super aggressive at the riskiest moment. But that's just something that UU were not ready for. And it paid off. And sometimes that's the best strategy to go for. Go for something that might not be the best play, but because it's not the best play, your opponents, they don't expect it to go through.
It worked out perfectly, honestly. You just got to be very careful to make sure that, you know, any max phase shifter is kind of utilized well. I mean, Pekka used it there to hold into the stars, not that I think it was going to matter too much towards the end, but, you know, tanking a lot of those tick heads or peeps with that. Ideally, the peeps ready to get maximum value, because that's almost certainly a guaranteed kill if piloted correctly over time. So, and Pekka did very well with it. The 38% team damage and the stars gained also. You know, and, you know, if you've run out of those phase shifters, you've also got the PAM as well with the healing station. Everyone can utilize that and have a bit of moving cover. As soon as we've started, we are finishing Shooting Star and forwarding on then to Gem Fort and Gem Grab, where, I mean, looking at how Carnage played that, I wouldn't be at all surprised if we see Max coming out again. Again, it wasn't a ban, and we mentioned when we saw the bans that it would have been maybe a worthy consideration for you to be able to not necessarily go for the Gene ban here, but the Max ban. So I wonder if now they're starting to regret that, considering that it was the deal breaker in Bounty for them, and it may well be the deal breaker here as well.
Yeah, we'll have to see what they decide to go for. I mean, Gem 4 definitely one of the more interesting maps. I've seen also lately more teams that sometimes even put 2 players on mid and 1 on lane, and they basically give a lane away for free. But because of that early mid presence, they can take a lot of ground and a lot of control early on. So maybe we'll get to see some of that. And yeah, we see it indeed here coming through from UU. And indeed, they will get a little bit of control off it, but gets punished pretty quickly, to be honest. And we do have that Pekka on the bow, which is still an interesting pick. I mean, I like where bow is right now. I feel like it's decent, but you still need a lot of skill to pull it off. The spray pattern of those arrows are really hard to control, but if you can do so correctly, you can deal tons of damage or cover tons of ground as well, depending on which direction you're moving into.
Well, you didn't ban it because I wanted to play it, and I like it. Let's see whether Christian can utilize the Let's Go now to get everyone quickly back in here. Lukatas coming in, gets stunned with the Sweet Dreams, a lovely takedown there. A very aggressive pushback as now the Sandstorm goes down too. Felipe forced out of that as the Rouge stance is there in play, not the healing wind, so he has to go back here. I do like the Tara here. I think that it's going to be a helpful thing to have and retake control with. I assume there the support from beyond. We'll see whether it comes out. Nice shot though. Knows the angles, it gets the takedown as well, and everyone suddenly springs to life from UU and brings back some gems.
Wow, big plays from UU, but the pull is there from Felipe, and Lukitas is able to capitalize, find that kill, and start that countdown for Carnage. Gaming, UU have to go on the hunt. They need to take those gems back, but it's gonna be a bit of a challenge here. Lukitas doesn't have a lot of places to go towards, but he gets a nice kill there. Pekka with the double kill, and that's gonna be Carnage Gaming with the first game of Gem Grab.
A great turnaround, wasn't it? I honestly felt, and I have to hand it to UU, because they came out of that spawn like they wanted and felt the time was there to mean business. And, you know, nice shot as well, getting some great value, but it still wasn't enough. Felipe utilized a lot of that healing shade, actually. It wasn't support from beyond. Kind of interesting to see that that was in play, because it's not necessarily always the case on the star power side. It could also be the black portal there to go on the aggressive to find where your opposition is lurking in the bushes. But again, those quick turnarounds, it was a big bounty off the back of those gems being pocketed from that black hole. So again, another reason why I love to bring in Tara, just simply for those game-changing moments, and that really gave Carnage the edge.
Yeah, absolutely. So beautiful stuff from Carnage. I love that bow double kill as well, because it was still to an extent where I wasn't 100% convinced of the pick, and that was just like okay, you can play bow. I'm fine with it. I accept it now, and it's just great to solidify Bow's position in the meta as well in general. I feel like he's been going places. It's not quite, you know, the X-Factor pick in most games, but it's becoming more and more of a consistent brawler that really holds his ground, and you can do a lot with it. And I feel like so many players are able to play so consistently with it, and usually never shine too much, but also never really throw or be the reason they lose. I like it a lot, and I'm really excited to see how this is going to develop in the meta.
Yeah, all we saw last year really was Bo with that insta-stun off the back of the gadget. So it took a bit of a back seat, but now it's starting to have another place yet again. And I quite like this. I would like to see maybe the Max pairing with the Rose and myself, as Lucas is going to try and make it work with the Jackie, and already Jackie in a much better place as a result of that rework with the super. Now you're able to maneuver much better and therefore go much more the aggressive, trying to find there some options, gets the takedown, but then outstays his welcome. But in the meanwhile, Felipe has got the 4 gems in his pocket, and Pekka, if he can heal up here as well, can start to go back on the aggressive.
All right, that Sandstorm helping out a lot. Christian finds Pekka, and this is a better start for you. Still 1 gem behind, but they have full-on control now. And as I mentioned earlier, they're always dedicating 2 players to that mid area. And that's a really wise decision. I think it can go a long way. They do need to be careful that they don't get pushed too much, as they're giving away a lot of map control, and that's the downside of it. Giving away a lane basically for free, but it works out and they get 2 kills, keep Felipe away with those gems, and they are going to be overtaking the lead for now.
Lucas is struggling, and it's easy to see why. Realistically, there's so much range around this comp being brought in from UU. He needs to get into the mid, and if you're not in the mid, you don't have much controlling factor. But a misfit from Christian could be a saving grace here if he can push through this mid, and a healing station or 2 would go a long way. At the moment, it's 2 gems needed. 1 now for UU to get onto countdown, and maybe, just maybe, we can start to see Carnage bring this one back, as the healing station will go down, and everyone now has much better position in the mid.
Yeah, 9 gems for UU. But Carnage have some nice positioning now. Gonna be just behind, just barely trailing. Gem-wise, Christian deals with the healing station. Pekka low HP goes down. That's a countdown for UU, with only Felipe left alive. If they can pick up the next gem, they could make sure they can't cancel it, and they will get the gem. They're trying to pull out of that situation, and look at that, Christian with the double kill, the overall team wipe, and UU pick a much needed game here.
Bit of a risk, gotta be said. A bit of a risky comp there from Carnage, but they chose the right time to try it, in fairness. You know, ultimately, they were only 1 game away from taking 2 sets over. They tried something, it did not work. I would not suggest they bring that again. You can just see how much Christian was there, and he's enjoying it. You can see the pin was dropped, because ultimately, all that HP that Jackie has, just feeding him time and time again, and he knew that he had one over there, and you know, the results really did speak for themselves. Having so much range and ability to cycle is a great thing, and you know, when you're able to cycle off the back of those things, you just start to enjoy it. You're going to be outranging everything on the map.
Yeah, absolutely. So look at that damage though from Christian on that Rico, able to find so much value. That was really impressive. It was a game that you really needed. Now they need to get the ball rolling, right? They need to start getting more games in a row, secure this set, and then they're back in track. If they drop this one, it's still going to be 2-0, and it's still going to be very scary, as Carnage Gaming have been looking really good so far today.
And I would agree again with the community a little bit here. I think they are the stronger team. They made a little bit of a mess up in that last game, but ultimately, if they just bring the Tara in, support from beyond can counter Rika pretty nicely. So I feel like they'll go back to the Tara, actually, in that respect. But they definitely seem to be making more of the not better choices, and also showing great ability to remain calm under pressure. Like in that previous game, we saw they were behind, and with some turnarounds that were very rapid and fast, were able to suffice through the game. So I do feel like they've got it in them, actually, to take this 2 sets over. But now you are in a good spot also to fight back with something of their own. If they play this comp right in this next game, then we may see things go a little bit more their way.
Yeah, what I think is really interesting is that if you look directly at the different brawlers on the map, Tara is not ideal, because you're facing a Sandy that can basically one-shot your support from Beyond Gadget. Every single shade is just going to be out of the way in 1 shot. And overall, the matchup is pretty difficult and doesn't provide as much utility. But the thing is, because you are playing 2 mid, that means that they're really clustered up. And 1 pool, you can find a double connection that turns around a game completely, or basically just give the entire map free map control for your team. So position-wise, this is where Tara can get really interesting. And indeed, Carnage are bringing back the Tara, as you mentioned, and they might be putting it to work. So far will go down, but I do really like this 2 mid as well. I think that can offer a lot of mobility for a gem carrier and do quite decent work.
Mecha's going to be a one shot away from Superhero as well, and that will be a big turn tide changer. For one more shot then. Christian doesn't seem phased by it. Drops the pin. Nice shot in the meantime is collecting the gems from the mid. Doesn't seem to be too phased by it. It's a bit of a slow entry in from Carnage, but now starting to just dip their foot in the water. Look at that, no super to hand, would like to have it. Great value from Christian again. He's really starting to enjoy this side lane, but with one super from Pekka, if he can obtain it, he'll be able to clear things up. Bouncy Castle in to stay in position. Probably not actually necessary, but he wants to get the pressure onto Felipe, get the turret down, so that makes sense to me. Almost a countdown. Look where the positioning is, though. The Leon on top right there. Look at that's coming in now. Does not get rewarded for his troubles.
Yeah, still gem-wise, comfortable situation for UU. And a nice Sandstorm plus movement speed combination, meaning that they can basically already be anywhere in that mid area from the get-go. Felipe taking a risk, but does pay off as he picks up the kill, and that's a double that helps Carnage really assert some more mid control, as Jacer has to work towards his next super now to try to provide some value to his team. 8-8 gem-wise. Luquitas is going to be falling. Never mind. Heals up. Nice Inviso heal to stay in the mix. Picks up the follow-up kill as well. And the first countdown might be going in favor of Carnage. Oh my goodness, they pick up the kill. Nice shot as well. All they need to do is pick up a gem or two. And here we go. Now UU, they need to go hunt down those blue players.
Well, this is the moment realistically for Carnage. I think they're going to be able to hold on to it as well. They will take 2 sets ahead against UU. Now the pressure is really there because UU had an opportunity. That really was their moment to stop this happening. Carnage now are going to be in a great spot. They're going to be feeling so good about things going into this 3rd set, as it may very well be the final one of this series.
Man, I think Carnage Gaming dodged a huge bullet by clutching up this game, because UU, they were starting to build up some momentum, starting to look more confident, look more comfortable, and honestly, they were playing really well this game and this set overall. They really gave Carnage Gaming a run for their money. However, they weren't able to capitalize all the way until the end, and Carnage Gaming was a great comeback, a great clutch in this game. You have to remember, they were like 6 gems behind at some point, but they were able to assert some dominance in that mid area afterwards, never getting a nice shot back into that mid to finish that gem count, round it up to 10 and secure a countdown. And whenever he tried, he got shut down, got taken out, and that's the perfect moment to stop that momentum before it even starts for UU.
Well, gems grab there. Not enough. Look at that Leon again. A very underutilized Brawl, I feel, a little bit in Gem 4, but has that ability to go on the aggressive, turn things around, and just, you know, his positioning was very key really to the turnaround there for Carnage. But you know, again, as swiftly as that, onto Pinball Dreams. And Brawl Ball, as we know, is a game mode where things can go from bad to worse very quickly. So with that in mind, you have to bring down the pace of this matchup, and whether they choose to but, you know, at the same time, you just never know what your opposition is going to go in with the strategy of doing as well, and you want to be able to cover all bases.
Yeah, you definitely do. Some long-range brawlers mid can really work. You can go Rico mid as well. We saw that in some other regions as well happening on the map. On the lanes, you have a lot more options. I think Spike can do a lot of work. I think that's 2 can be really solid as well. But honestly, there are tons of different possibilities here, and that's something you see very often also on some of those maps that are very freshly coming into the competitive map pool. They haven't been scrimped quite as much, and they don't really have those brawlers that you immediately associate with them, which means there's a little bit more room for creativity and bringing in some original brawlers.
And we haven't seen much of that kind of breaking up of the map today for a region that love to do it. You know, as you pointed out earlier in Dueling Beetles, we kind of expected to see it, we didn't. And Pinball Dreams was one of those maps which is perfect for it. You know, they've been very, like, a bit timid in that respect to do it. And I would like to see it. Personally, I think it's a great strategy to have here, and one that's, especially if you get the comp right at the wrong time, you can end up, just kind of being called out. So I wouldn't be at all opposed to any long-range brawlers again, with Brock being banned and Bell being banned as well, though. That is going to play a factor here, but there is still the potential for that Byron, which could go a long way also. So, but, Colt used to be a hugely used brawler in LATAM South, less so at the minute. It's kind of seems more the B, and that is going to be what we're going to see from Lucas in the mid, as Nightshot brings in the Byron as well. Pekka taking a bit of a risk with the Frank and is going to receive a bit of a hefty counter from the Spike on this lane. Either way, I feel like the advantage may well be with UU here.
Yeah, it's an interesting comp here on both sides. The Frank is where I think things can be quite interesting, as it's going to be really hard for him to get any sort of support, because there's no healer on his side to heal him up or help him out. So he's a little bit alone against Roll on the left side, and none of the matchups are really favorable for him. Unless he gets really up close against something like the Byron, everything is going to be very deadly, as Stu can just hit him and get out of the range, and Spike can deal tons of damage.
Yeah, Pekka's got a juke, but Breakthrough could be an option here for Christian if he's running it, which I assume he will be. But again, Pekka's just kind of like a bit of a sitting duck in all fairness here, struggling to realistically get any value at the moment. It's being shut down the entire time. Again, a lovely little noise cancellator there that will earn him super. I don't think that, honestly, you saw that one coming, as it was quite a surprise to me also to see whether he will take the risk. He shouldn't do realistically here, because it can be juked if he does go for the super. And again, he's struggling realistically to push up as it is. Taking down his cover here wouldn't be the ideal thing to have here. Let's see, though, he does need to push around the left-hand side. As nice shot, getting pressurized by Lucas there as well. Shot there, gets the takedown, so a chance now for Carnage to make a push.
Yeah. Oh my god!
Trick shot! Oh, my word! Pekka did well there!
Wow, what a way to do it. You were just not expecting it, and neither was I, because honestly, this map, as I mentioned earlier, is just fresh in a competitive map pool, and I haven't seen too many trick shots on it just yet. A little bit in ladder, but obviously, I turn my ladder brain off when I'm casting Brawl Esports, and those lovely plays, wow, goes a long way. And a big placement mistake from you. You're definitely going to be more careful about giving any space away mid.
I am flabbergasted, honestly. Pekka was like literally just a loose peg. There's nothing that he was really contributing, because he couldn't. He was outcomped by basically everyone on the field. But it turned out that he was the secret weapon. The trick shot out of nowhere gives Carnage match point. And my goodness me, it just goes to show that sometimes if you can't really contribute much, you gotta find some little moment of genius to make it matter.
Yeah, look at that. They were just not expecting it. They weren't really covering that ground. I mean, to be fair, they weren't really expecting the kill to happen mid anyways. So they weren't really placed in a way to be able to defend that off, losing a player mid in that position. But still, great opportunity. And look at that, team damage 10%. That is not a lot. And to be fair, most of the game, the Frank was just either hiding or walking with the ball.
It's such a weird stat, isn't it? That someone with only 10% team damage can make the most important player of the game. My goodness me, Carnage, I'm sure getting pats in the back for that, because again, when you're taking, I was thinking that at least maybe you could side with the Stu or something to give yourself a little bit more of an edge. I mean, Spike is like the worst matchup to have, and he was still adamant to stay there and got out of that spawn nicely so as well, and then just made sure that when that moment was there, he capitalized on it, as again, very literally he could really contribute otherwise. So made perfect sense.
I mean, he did what he could, and he could do a lot, actually, maybe not a lot of damage, but once again, it's a team game. And his teammates created opportunities for him, just like he created an opportunity for them, as he got that one kill and that follow-up goal. And that was pretty much his involvement in that game. Didn't really do much more else than that. But it's enough. It's enough. It's the play that matters. And that puts them... is it already match point?
Yeah, I believe so in favor Carnage. Yeah, as a result of
it's
that
going
shot.
fast. I wasn't sure anymore. Was it like already?
Yeah.
But yeah, Carnage could just take it like that. And honestly, they might as well, because this is going to be a devastating loss for UU. I mean, never in the history of Brawl Stars has a team recovered well after getting trick shot.
It's a huge dent in your pride, but again, I'm pleased to see the swap away from it, actually, because Pekka then joining the mid there with the B pick and Lucas going on the Surge, and I think Surge can work here. It's risky in the event of the strategy of breaking open the map, but in this respect, I think that it's the perfect time to bring it out. The Frank, again, despite, again, having no presence in the previous game, seemed to UU to be the great thing to bring in, so I'm not too sure about that, in all honesty. The Spike is kind of like the reversal here, as now, you know, he's going to have to feel how difficult it was for Pekka to get any value from it.
Yeah, Lukidas is very low HP, does catch the ball but can't do anything with it, and that should already potentially be a goal for you, not just yet, but they're walking forward. Pekka getting the ball out of the way is going to save the day for now, but for how long? Nice shot goes down. Yeah, that is going to be the goal here for you, as they manage to capitalize on some weaknesses in that Carnage defense.
Almost defense there for Carnage. Didn't well under the circumstances, but now the Frank Smash coming in. The noise cancellation is going to happen as well. Yeah, makes perfect sense. The heals on point also. This is a ton of pressure coming inbound at a moment where, Pekka did well. Double tap. Fantastic. And a slowdown as well. Pekka did phenomenally well. Felipe dropping the pin, but can he make this last push in? Yes, he can. Carnage, fantastic work from them. We'll tie this one up.
A huge goal there from Pekka, huge plays from him, was man of the game for the previous one, despite some somewhat of an odd game that was. Now it's his chance to do it again, as we are all tied up, 35 seconds away from overtime. And Lukidas, I like that switch. I like that switch a lot. I was going to mention it earlier as well. Having the Spikes versus Spike is an even matchup, and Surge can just feed itself so easily against Frank. But that was a close goal. But at least, positive sign for UU is that Jacer forced out that gadget from Lukidas.
Max stacks as well for him going into overtime, and that's what you want as the Surge. He's got to be very careful with this Frank stun here. Probably got a power surge. I think one left possibly. If not, he's utilized them all. Pekka though he's gonna love this. He can just go to town on the Frank. He's gonna be able to really land these shots as he's been doing. So this is the thing. Yeah, he's going straight for the Frank side, swapping lanes even with Felipe, and I think that's the right move to have here. As he goes in, one shot, slow down, follow up with more. Noise cancellation not going to be doing enough. And look at the damage coming in here. The Frank stun doesn't even connect, and that is another T-wipe. The spins again, and the pins for Carnage. What a display. They will go through today to our grand final to face off against the Aphelion Esports.
Spins, but also most importantly wins here for Carnage Gaming as they pick up that match. I mean, a huge performance from them overall. Clearly the superior team, although UU did give them a run for their money, to be fair. There were some close games, there were some close sets, but it does end up being a fairly one-sided match in the end, and a really good performance from Carnage.
Yeah, phenomenally done. And the composure that we saw and their ability to also just try some daring things. You know, we saw again in that Bounty series where they just went in with the Max and the Pam, and it worked. You know, they tried out some ideas. They tried to bring the Jackie into Gem 4 and Gem Grab. It didn't work, so they then went back to what did and brought that tire back in and made that one work with the Leon also with the pressure. So, you know, again, a team that clearly are not afraid to try and mix things up and give themselves a bit more advantage, but utilizing as well the fact that it's best of 5, that they can experiment a little bit along the way.
Yeah, overall, Carnage just felt like the more accomplished team. Very, very much in all aspects. And UU, they did a lot of good stuff, just not quite good enough in most different elements to stand a real chance against Carnage. They had their opportunities here and there. They seized a couple, but when you have a trick shot like that coming in, you know it's over.
I loved that trick shot. I really did. But yeah, I felt going into overtime that Carnage played it perfect. They made sure to have the stacks on the Surge. They made sure to really focus on getting that Frank taken down as it can be the perfect brawler to really come in and push you back into your spawn. And Pekka did great. He knew that having that be in overtime is always a great thing in your back pocket. 28% team damage, 2.6 kills to the 1.9 deaths. But again, Carnage did not look shaken or stirred to be in our semi-finals today. And if they continue that same idea through into the grand finals, they'll stand a chance. But Aphelion Esports are not going to go easy on them. That's to say, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, they beat a decent team now. Now they're going to be facing a team that is going to the World Finals. That's a whole extra level of a challenge, and it's going to be hard. It's going to be tough, but their dream here for Carnage is to win today, to make it all the way. They made it to the finals already. Now they need to finish the job, and I think they got a shot at it, although Aphelion, they've been looking so good against INTZ earlier as well.
Exactly that. Ultimately, there were no cracks to be seen in the last matchup with Carnage, but there is a brawler recently that has cracked that we need to address. We've got questions, we need answers. Jesse, what have you done?
The trophy, it's gone!
Our evil plan is working. She has followed her orders.
I know who stole it!
They must have really had a grudge. Glad she ain't my kid.
That's right. I waited till Frank's party. Uploaded a virus to the security system. And with my feline friend, I stole the trophy! Oh, no one will walk over this kid again. And now that I'm part of the gang, this is just the beginning. Say hello to Cat Burglar Jesse.
Well, if the arch-villain B skin wasn't enough to maybe give it away, that definitely did, of course. Now, Jesse joining the team, and we hope to see that skin in game real quick, Ark, because it looks stunning.
I mean, I think you said it best on Twitter, didn't you, last week? Just where do I get it? Where do I get it? Where can I sign up to get it? Put me on the whitelist for it as soon as possible. But again, like of all the brawlers in all the world, I think that was the last place that we were looking, because Jesse was a big pushover this year for the most part. Let's be honest.
Yeah, we love a bit of a heel turn, don't we, Ark, in our Brawl Stars? And we got one here in this grand final match coming up. Pekka is looking to run it back in the monthly finals on two different teams on two consecutive months. Unreal. Carnage Gaming have made it to the grand final here of our LATAM South region up against Aphelion. And again, Renegados, who featured Pekka, were the victors in that matchup last month. Aphelion are out for revenge here, and Pekka wants to double down. Pretty insane story to come out of a region that's just chock full of star players.
Yeah, ultimately, when you see a roster kind of go their separate ways, Renegados had a great month last month, and Pekka's the sole remainder from that. He's got the experience firsthand, and it showed. He was phenomenally well prepared for today, and is the last one standing. So can he be the last one standing after this matchup with Aphelion? That's the question.
No doubt about it. I think Aphelion have looked very good in their matches today. Again, another victory against INTZ, which puts them 4-2 in their head-to-head with that team. So even though they don't come out with all the victories under their belt against that team, I mean, everyone expected INTZ to be such a dominant force. But at the start of the season here in LATAM South and towards the end, it looks like it's Aphelion rising once more. That's when you want to peak, especially towards the end, especially when you have a chance to showcase your talents on the world stage. Carnage Gaming are here to ruin that. They're here to make their last outing for LATAM South one that is going to be won by a bit of an up-and-comer team, a team of upstarts, and especially one, of course, who's just a star player that managed to snap on up there. I guess we wondered like what the impact would be of breaking apart like a great team and seeing their players sort of go their separate ways. They all managed to make it here to the monthly final, so great to see the impact they can have on these rosters. Carnage were the one that were able to come together as a new team, or at least with a new player, the quickest though. So, I mean, we've got everything we need to have an incredible matchup here in this best of 5 final.
And, the viewers vote. did not work out. You know, everyone had their money down on INTZ this month, and sorry to say it, guys, a lot of you are wrong. You know, I did say as to Teddy that, you know, Aphelion were in the grand finals, and why were they not considered a little bit higher up in the verdict? But Carnage, you know, were the big underdog, really. They did have a bit of votes, so there is a bit of viewer presence. I wonder whether they got enough of the fans in the chat to give them that boost that they need, because again, a lot of big testing then to a lot of their roster. You know, Pekka, of course, has been in this position before, but only recently. You know, what about the other players in this team? Have they got what it takes to keep their composure?
Right, because Pekka can definitely relay his experiences going up against this Aphelion team and beating them, of course, in a best-of-5 series, but that can only go so far. Aphelion are definitely feeling the burn after that loss last month, and they're here to make it happen in a big way. Split is going to be our first map, or either our set here in this series. Nice to start off with Hot Zone here as well. We get to see, you know, where these teams are at. If it's going to be sort of B and Frank, they're going to try and make the Ricos work on the side lanes. You know, we might expect to see fairly standard looks out of the gates from these two, but we know there's so much potential. There's such a depth here of brawler pool on both of these teams that it will really be end up being a mind game as we get to like round, you know, 2 and 3 in each of these sets.
Yeah, like I say, I mean, getting straight stuck into the action, really. I mean, Hot Zone does just that, and the bans will be in shortly, and we'll be able to find out how that's going to make an impact and whether anyone's kind of trying to eradicate something quickly or wants to play the long game. And here they are, Byron and Bell then for Aphelion, and Poco and Ash for Carnage, taking no chances, getting the Ash ban again on the board. We haven't seen a single instance of that brawler today, and I don't think many are surprised.
No, and look, Aphelion banned the same mids as well as they did last time around. You know, which makes me think, especially when we get to something like dry season, that they will keep trying to force these max compositions or even try Piper, right? That's what we obviously saw from INTZ. They definitely dabbled a lot with the Piper, you know, even in their quarterfinal matchup. And it started slow for Firecrow, but it really eventually started to take off. I just think it's an interesting ban right now in terms of the meta, because you're trying to eliminate the safest picks that you know that like the average team is going to want to try and go for. Yeah, I think on Dry Zone it's going to be especially relevant here, but it's not really a map pool that lends itself too much to, you know, too much of that sharpshooter play anyway, right? Hard Rock Mine rather can be a little bit close quarters. Sneaky Fields, definitely you don't really see that kind of stuff. And on Hot Zone, obviously there's no sight lines for sharpshooters, so it's a fascinating assortment of maps, I think, in these sets.
Yeah, and interesting, isn't it? We're seeing the confidence being displayed by Aphelion today and INTZ, you know, God rest their soul, you know, by not banning the Ash and just kind of leaving it to their oppositions. It's kind of like that thing of like, well, you know, we're not going to ban it, but if you guys want to, hey, you know, we'll take another brawler. Look at the scoreline, though, between what the viewers think. That is, honestly, a sight to see for a team that have never made a grand finals, to have 49% of the viewer vote to the 51 of Aphelion. If that's anything to go by, and I hope it is, this is going to be a very close grand final.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And that's what we want, right? We often get these close finals in this region. It's kind of what we come for. So here we go. We're jumping into Hot Zone. To start things off, it's KaiZero just tanking a bit of this Rico damage and getting some percentage on that right side.
Yeah, great early pressure there. Pekka coming in with another super to hand and connects pretty well for the most part, considering how close KaiDog was there to the wall. But that's just there. Will be something to consider, though, as now KaiZero comes back in with the tankiness that he needs to push in. But look at that. Lukatas, they're just doing what he does and being a problem. Pekka, though, oh, that is a good connection super. But KaiZero's hammer, more the strength in that battle.
Absolutely. Obviously, we see the surge here. So there's always the chance to explode forward as Carnage Gaming and try and take, you know, VTC or, you know, ideally KaiDog by surprise here. These teams are really splitting things down the middle now, as we often see. And I mean, look at VTC gets blown up all too quickly. Lukitas is only level 2 right now, but still hitting incredibly hard and has those invulnerability frames on his super to use later on. Really effective against something like Stunning Blow. So very hard for someone like KaiZero to take him by surprise. And he's also powered up, of course, with that supply drop.
KaiZero just making short work of these sandbags as he's been doing before, and there's the moment squeeze there to finalize the rest. And as quickly as that, VTZim and KaiZero just getting familiar with this left-hand side as they do need to cap it. The right-hand side's done there by KaiDog. If Pekka can earn back his positioning here and be able to, cap it there, the B out of the mix is going to be a bit of an opportunity to retake this left-hand side, especially with the Frank down. if Lukitas can get in here to make some work of VT Zim, not able to do so, very close in terms of the points. It's going to be a very close finale, I feel.
Yeah, Scrapsucker huge, I think, in this matchup on the right-hand side, especially if you can hit more than one brawler with it, which isn't that hard if you get close to them. Dog there, Iron Hive used, and Philippe has to try and walk away. Good start here for Aphelion, right? It looked like neither team was interested in fighting early on, and the solo Pam got so much work done on the left side.
Yeah, it really did. And Pekka did great work on the right, I felt, with the Rico, just getting some good value and utilizing as much of the angle as he could. And, a lot of the time, with this 2 versus 1 doing pretty decent to come out as well as he did off the back of it. But it's not enough at the end of the day. I love that. That could have been a turning point too, with the amount of value of the wall bounces too. But again, Aphelion have been watching from the sidelines and they've been waiting and raring to go, and they did just that. And Carnage have got to have to respond again. They're with the big boys now. They've got to keep up with them.
Yeah, exactly. That's a great point. This is not the first rodeo for so many of these players now, but they're dealing with an Aphelion crew that's hungry for revenge after what happened last month, and they know that team that toppled them doesn't exist anymore. They know the coast is clear for them to snap up another monthly final win here, their last possible opportunity. Remember, of course, the circuit points are great for most of the year, but right now it's obviously for the glory and also that little cash prize to sweeten the pot for them here. They play a really standard setup. I love the mixing in the Pam there. Having the surge, there's always an element of risk against that, right? There's always an element that you could potentially be sort of countered. And also your execution has to be really good, because you could have some terrible blinks forward that don't put you in an advantageous situation. And how are you supposed to assassinate a Pam if that's your matchup opponent?
Well, no surge this time around. We're going to see Edgar, and I do love that. I have to say, I feel like Edgar here is a great thing. We saw it banned actually twice over by INTZ for this very reason, that it is very difficult to deal with. It can go super on the aggressive, taken care of there, but can Zero? Nope, he gets taken down. That's going to allow Pekka then to get some value again of his own, utilizing the wall and the bouncy castle gadget pop as well for the max HP, and he's already souped up as well. He's going to get the field promotion coming in as well over time too, so I do like the way this left-hand side lane is looking.
Not too shabby at all here. Kaiser, a stunning blow doesn't connect there. Pekka and Philippe able to give him a respectful amount of distance. VT Zim is not going to be shifted for the time being. Honey Molasses thrown down, and a Pam ready to defend her turf is a scary prospect indeed. Iron Hive catches Pekka, but he's able to get out of line of sight. Bouncy castle to keep them topped up, and Kaiser has a tough job in his hands. How does he dig Philippe out of this position? Great connection from Dog. It's going to be Lukitas on the dive on in there, but it's still VT Zim standing when the smoke clears. Aphelion just able to trade up into control of its left-hand side. Things are looking dire for Carnage.
I like that Philippe was very aware of the moment squeeze there as well, just being extra cautious around it, but this is not being stirred on the left-hand side, and very little that he can do with the lack of DPS. Kaiser with a smash coming down, not able to connect, however, but the deficit not able to be taken back. Aphelion as quickly as that will take the first set.
Yeah, nicely done there. Great rotation from right to left there with the Franken B combo. Aphelion looked comfortable here against a Carnage team that's been making everybody else look anything but. See Lukitas there trying to get aggressive, and even though he's able to find that assassination with the blink forward, right, it wasn't really enough to move the needle in that first round. Pekka has to go head-to-head with Zero. It doesn't pay off, and here, of course, Honey Molasses makes it just impossible for Lukitas to get his job done. I feel like when you let B get in control like that, it's very hard to get rid of her.
Yeah, exactly that. It's a great product to have in the eventuality that you need to break open the map as well. As Zero was not afraid to do just that. He was honestly utilizing a lot of his super just to make sure that he's able to open up some areas towards the times that will allow his teammates to thrive. At the beginning of the game, you can utilize a lot of the brickwork to your advantage and choke points there. But later in the late game, you want to be able to give your teammates the chance to have their range thrive as well. So it was a smart pick, and one that, in all fairness, was not taken care of nearly as much as it probably should have done by Carnage.
We're moving quick here, Ark. That was a very brief engagement between these two teams. Split was not a map that I think Carnage would ever like to recall. However, dry season may be a little bit better. No, a very defined way of wanting to play maps like this. We know that because they banned two of the brawlers that are particularly strong here. Those powerful mids in Byron and, of course, in Bell. It opens up the pipe for a couple of other opportunities here. We've seen Sprout on this map to some degree as well. But it's dangerous again now that you can't play nearly as many of those sharpshooters. You have to improvise and that means playing slightly riskier brawlers at times.
Yeah, they're smart bans. They're eradicating some brawlers that are going to really thrive in the early game to try to give themselves the best possible chance of getting 2 sets up. I had to double check and triple check because it's been such a long time, and I felt like, you know, when you mentioned that the really steaming through this, it's probably because the Aphelion haven't won a monthly final since April. It's such a long time.
That long?
I'm double checking back, and it seems that every time they've come close, it's just not been enough. And, you know, INTZ have been in the way. Last month, it was Renegados in the way. But they're still very consistent. But in terms of winning, it's been a while. They want to get this one done and dusted to go into Worlds in the best possible way.
Absolutely. I mean, it's going to give you such a boost of momentum going into the most important matches, right? If you come out of your region saying, okay, we're one of 2 teams representing this region, but we are the best, that's definitely going to make you feel a little bit better. Because I think after last month, there was like 100 circuit points that separated INTZ and Aphelion LATAM. So they were still quite close, especially compared to the rest of the field. I think the next closest was Clash LATAM with 372, and they didn't even make it to the monthly finals. So it tells you a lot about the depth in this region. After that round, more people are actually expecting that Carnage can actually win. There's a lot of support for Pekka and Carnage Gaming in the chat, so much so that they're ignoring the fact that they lost that first set. That means there's got to be a lot of confidence for how Carnage Gaming can come out of the gates on dry season.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I wish I could share that same that same enthusiasm. I mean, I don't want to rule them out of the running. There's still plenty that can be turned around and you know, composure to be brought to the table here. At the moment, though, it's going to be an early lead for Aphelion. But Carnage have done exceptionally well today, so they can genuinely come back here. They've got good knowledge of the meta, quite clearly bringing in the Brock as well. I think it's a smart move to be able to break open this defensive line here, as already Kaidog then is going to have to come back with some fight of his own. There's the rocket fuel, but it does miss, and that's only going to be 1 less for him to have in the eventuality that Aphelion can get out of this position and get on the aggressive.
Expect to see Brock any map when there's open sight lines here, and Kaidog is one of the scariest players on this pick. Look at that. He forced Lukitas back despite the fact that he has an empowered shot ready to go. Kaidog says no. All right, I am going to win this Brock matchup because I have line of sight. I'm going to embarrass you here, Pekka. And now he's getting pressure from VTZim in the middle of the map as well. Now, you got to be careful. Get too close to this B, and Ironhive is going to slow you up, making you a guaranteed kill.
Still funny that in this region, B is greater than Piper. Definitely so, it seems, because I feel like Piper here would be a great brawler to have, but ultimately, the Honey Molasses can be great for defenses. The ticket goes in there, gets the takedown, extending the lead despite their position in favor of Aphelion.
So dangerous there, and it makes you wonder how that was possible. Was last hurrah not timed well enough? Was it not sufficient, or is it not even there? Who knows? Not good for Philippe, though, so far. He has his head first available, but there's a feeling that Kaya0 is absolutely going to be ready for this. I mean, Carnage can't even clump up too much either, because they're going to get punished by Kaidog and Kaya0 respectively if they do that. But you can see them inching forward. Carnage are looking for a killing blow here, anything to keep them in this.
Looks weak as well, and it does get taken down the right-hand side, but in the meanwhile, can they bring back anything from the mid? This great awareness to the range and the angle there. Aphelion, hang on, utilizing the last remaining shreds of brickwork and boxes to their advantage. The angle was just not there for Carnage to be able to make it count.
It is so crucial here that the eliminations that Aphelion get are credited to 2 different brawlers. That means that the lead that they have over Carnage can't be surmounted by just 1 elimination. There's no brawler that's carrying like 4 or more stars right now. That's what Carnage needed. They needed an elimination on a 4-star brawler that had the blue star, and they couldn't find them because the best they could do was 3. They needed 2 eliminations, and that's maybe why Kaya0 knew that he could actually take a fat L in the bottom corner of the map there and still have his team victorious. Some quick maths there from Aphelion Esports, but the way they paved the way is impressive. Again, not stacking too many bounty stars on 1 brawler.
Got to share them out, share the load, and stay strong. But I've got to say, the majority of that game, Aphelion were on the back lines. And, but this is a very aggressive start. Look at that, almost. With Lucatitas there as well. Felipe just almost went down there. The mid-control definitely with Aphelion as they're going on a much more aggressive pace. But yeah, the last game, they were always on the back foot there, but just able to come back on top as a result of it. Again, Dry Season has that ability to actually get ahead when you're in the back spawn. But now with Carnage there, can they do the same?
Not much says confidence more than picking a Sprout into this Brock lane. Aphelion dropped Brock. He's not banned in this series, but they don't take him here. Look at the control that this Sprout can give you now, because yeah, Peck is destroying Aphelion's part of the map with rocket fuel, but not his own. So when VTC pushes up, we cover that otherwise would have protected Carnage. Here's the head coming in. Philippe has to use that last Aurora. It keeps him alive, but he's used at least 2 of those at this point that we've seen. That photosynthesis means that VTC can do this all day long and create his own terrain behind which to stand. Pekka has to use a gadget to blow up a hedge.
Nikita's connecting nicely as well there, but I don't know whether it's going to be enough. Ideally, this is the problem he's got. He needs to stay in the mid to be able to contest the B, but would love to go on the right side lane to be able to contest the Sprout. Taken care of, but the healing is going to be needed. I think this is actually a good time for Carnage to push here. They can bring back this deficit, but they've got to be able to look at VTC as a potential target here. Pekka low is going to be careful as well. This push forwards here. He's got a super to hand. Can he make it count?
VTC doesn't have a bush to get any of that shield back, so he's out in the open and take it down. Go dog! He was ready though. He would have had the honey molasses to block that shot from Lukitas anyway, and now he'll hide behind it. Pekka misses, 3 seconds to go. One more shot on Pekka would be the kill. They get Kaio Dog and Carnage Gaming get the job done. That's the risk, I guess, you take if you have that Sprout, because Sprout's great if you force the enemy team back. But if you lose that map control for any reason, you have nowhere to hide, you have nowhere to get the shield back with photosynthesis, you're a sitting duck.
Yeah, a sitting duck's ready to be absolutely taken care of in that bottom left. Every single member of Aphelion was just scraps off the floor. Look at this bench. Absolutely disgusting. Nowhere to run. Take it on all bases covered. My word, that was impressive.
Yeah, truly incredible stuff there. And a great way to bounce back for Carnage Gaming. I think punishing a slightly riskier pick, though, from Aphelion. I think we can agree that maybe having the Brock there is just a little bit more of a consistent way to win. But I like the mix-up because you yourself don't know what kind of, changes we see from Carnage, right? There's a world where all of a sudden Sprout becomes, like, exceedingly relevant, much more relevant than maybe it was before. Then, it makes sense. Matching up against the Brock, it's conditional, right? It really depends on the part of the map that the Sprout's in. So credit where it's due. It was fun to watch, but they gave up so much map control. They must have known that they were making their Sprout useless by standing in their spawn.
Yeah, it's a challenging thing. I think that you've got to really make that early game count. You can connect a lot of the walls. Once the walls start to go down, it kind of leaves you more in a position of just relying solely on it for your own defense and placing it down to try to be able to create something, because ultimately you're pretty much sat in a desert of nothing at that point. So I think probably a risk that they won't bring in again. They would definitely like to continue this same momentum moving forwards, and they found themselves in a tough spot towards the end. So yeah, that makes sense to me. We're going to see the mirror matchup make its way forwards here, and I think that is the way to go for Aphelion, as they would like to get 2 sets here.
Pekka, rocket fuel to blow up that wall. And yeah, the return here to the Brock makes sense, but Kaio Dog still needs to win the matchup. Beautiful stuff. He's 500 HP. He's able to crush Pekka as he swoops in for what he thought would be the kill. Fortunately, he ends up being the dinner. And Aphelion are behind by a decent amount, though, still losing those kills earlier on, but Lukitas has to be careful. He has the 4 stars, the magic 4 that Aphelion need to get back into the lead.
Okay, Kaio Dog there has to heal as well. Nikitas has got those 4 stars and the blue star, so even if they just focus on just taking him down, it will bring the lead back in favor of Aphelion. Pekka, though, is in a great spot. He knows his positioning's going to be keeping the pressure on and forcing VZSim to come away from the mid, and he would like to be able to contest it because he can't at the moment. Felipe as well is going to get a load of damage going down around him, which is going to have to be juking around, but at the moment, Carnage are in control, seemingly, at the moment. If they can bring back a set, that would be a fantastic position to put the pressure back onto Aphelion. At the moment, though, there's plenty of time to be able to see things go either way.
VTCM avoids that rocket, and Kaio Dog's done a great job of juking for the most part. The rocket rain, VTCM's able to get out again. Tanking what he thought would have been some damage, and Pekka falls. It's a slim lead for Carnage Gaming, and it's waning now as Aphelion look to take more of that map control. But good pressure from Felipe. He's giving as good as he gets, and he makes it so Aphelion can't walk straight into their spawn. The head first is big as well, forces Kai0 to go. There for a last hurrah, and Carnage have a solid lead now. Another elimination puts them comfortably ahead. Felipe only has 2 stars on him. It's not going to be a big deal if he gets picked up. And Lukitas, he has 5. This is going to be Carnage Gaming all the way now as Aphelion, they come up short.
Yeah, this is where it gets very interesting, doesn't it? Because again, Carnage are the underdogs in this story. They have only had one player really reach this position, and now at the perfect moment for Aphelion to go 2 sets ahead, Carnage are able to bring back something of their own, and that can be the very thing which could be the unraveling of Aphelion if they don't gain back their control on this situation. It could get very quickly out of hand, as you know, again, we saw the viewer vote being so evenly matched, 50% each. Carnage may not have the credibility of Aphelion or the experience, but they've definitely got the fan vote, and you know, they would love to see this go their way.
Absolutely. These were some insane final moments there as Carnage were able to push Aphelion back into the corner. This is where it all began. I mean, and then Aphelion Esports are like, oh wow, we actually have to take these guys seriously. We need to respect them. They switch back to the Brock of their own, but the Brock gets crushed. I think they lose. The Brock, I think, gets eliminated twice for Aphelion in that round, and is what gives Carnage such a comfortable buffer going forward. Now we've got ourselves a game. We want to have another really close series here. Aphelion have stumbled when they were looking to really exercise their dominance over this upstart team of Carnage.
And interesting those stats, because BTZ was playing fantastically earlier today on that B pick, and in that game, really nothing to show except for the death. So definitely going to be some team talks for Aphelion in the background, some definitely advisory words being said as to how to approach this one, because minecart, oh sorry, so Hard Rock Mine, you see the minecart, you just instantly go for it. It's definitely a more balanced map in that respect, but one that you've got to be still very, very careful of. There's a lot of brawlers here which can play the assassin role here. You've got Leon sometimes, Rosa less so at the minute, but either way, so much bush can be unpredictable. I think you've got to be very quick to eradicate some of that and be able to have that controlling factor. Carnage have got the momentum going into this. Have they got the momentum coming out?
I mean, I have to think that, you know, Aphelion are very aware of, you know, the potential to play like fast-moving assassins with a max or something similar on this kind of map. I think that's probably what they want. In fact, they don't want to have to deal with sharpshooters or teams that want to play back on the map. You see how willing they are to take space until they're not on dry season and end up losing that set. So they're going to try and put that one behind them as quickly as possible. I think this is a great map to showcase these teams, right? If we ever have two teams that are, as far as we can tell, evenly matched. Hard Rock Mine is such a quintessential map here in Brawl Stars. It really feels like you get to take the true measure of teams on a very classic game type, on a classic arena, and that's exactly what this is. So we're going to be looking for, again, yeah, some of those more riskier comps, those assassin-looking ones here. I mean, perhaps that results are delayed here because confidence is swelling for Aphelion after the series got leveled just now by Carnage.
It seems the fan vote kind of increases upon our loss, doesn't it? And maybe that's a good thing, because it's giving them the encouragement that they maybe need. 53% away from that even spread there, just a little bit of an edge ultimately, and you know, that's a great thing for them to be going in with that in mind, that the fan vote is kind of favoring them a little bit more. You know, I kind of wonder, again, I love Piper here, but we just don't tend to see it in LATAM South. B's always the go-to mid there. We see any of 8-bit. I mean, Byron's banned, and possibly not, but it is another potential mid gem carry, some Sandy, some Rico, that kind of thing. Gene is going to come out. We are going to see the 8-bit though for Kyodog, so two viable mids. Kyodog will have the range advantage, but will suffer a little bit on the maneuverability. He needs to get his damage boosted down, and again, very quickly, considering that Lukitas is running that max, and that additional speed is going to be very much the dismay of Kyodog.
This is a nasty team setup here for Aphelion. Can I'll be honest with you, this is very scary to have to deal with, right? So much front-loader damage here. So many great trick shot opportunities. I think Carnage are playing what would be the sort of more standard composition, but Kyodog, as soon as he gets a damage amplifier now, he has cheat cartridge, so even if he gets magic handed in, he can try and get out. VTC is, oh, looking so dangerous here. Lamp blowout, though, you've got to be ready for that.
Yeah, but I admire the strategy, actually. He just was genuinely an assassin in every sense of the word there. I think that's the last place that Carnage were really going to be looking for. And Felipe, though, is looking for Kyodog, finds him as well. Oh, Ass is playing with the magic hand as well. The gems are all there, scattered for the taking. Carnage are starting to really bring this one back.
Talk about getting away with absolute murder. It's 8 gems for Carnage as they managed to get out. And yeah, Kyodog, I guess, can escape if he had a damage amplifier, but he got magic handed without that in play. Great setup. You know, we saw Lukitas go in, get rid of the damage amp, specifically so Kyodog wouldn't have the ability to escape. Very vulnerable during that window. And now Aphelion, well, they're scratching their heads for a way to get back into this game. Felipe wants to try and harass him, but oh, Peck is down! Kyodog, he goes forward now, and no, it's Lukitas Lukitas falling to KaiZero. The gems are down, but not all of them are recovered here. It will be Aphelion with the map control in the lead.
KaiZero very passive, but where's the Magic Hammer? Gets pulled anyway. A takedown from Pekka. The gem's picked up, and now Lukitas comes in as well. Felipe gets another gem, but there's not enough to stop this counter at the minute. They're going to go with the aggressive. KaiZero needs to go down with no damage boost to hand. No cheat cartridge can come into play. They've got to strike him. They've got to strike him now.
It was perfect body blocks there from KaiZero. He knew he had to put himself on the line to keep the gems in KaiDog's pockets. That was incredible stuff there. Carnage went straight for the 8-bit. They made the beeline. They even used the max super to try and close the gap. And then, of course, the selfless Rico play. KaiZero gets in front of KaiDog and makes it so he keeps those 9 gems and the countdown stays intact. Fantastic from Aphelion.
Yeah, very much so, especially when you can just see how quickly Carnage were able to turn the tides in that game. They had a great comp for it, a lot of great value from Pekka, who just really was hitting home every time with that magic hand towards the end. Yeah, he missed that one, but what was really going to happen? He was outnumbered, and nothing was really going to come from it regardless. I feel like at that point in time, it was just going to be a feeling that had it in the bag regardless. 44% team damage for KaiZero in that game as well, with the 6 kills to 2 deaths. That is a powerful statistic.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Really, the tick play was quite impressive. Both obviously tick players were really sort of familiar with how to do that, but I'm more interested here in how we've seen this bounce back from Aphelion. They play a great look, right? There's so many elements of their composition there on Hard Rock Mine that were hard to deal with. Most of the time they weren't even really thinking about the potential assassin pressure from the Leon there. They were too focused on the 8-bit, which is just so much front-loaded damage, and then the Rico, which basically turned an entire side of the map off for Carnage. There's just no point trying to push into him here. And yet no real switch of composition here. So Carnage still putting all their eggs in the magic hand basket.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, KaiDog, we can get a damage booster quicker, and they can take care of Felipe, because he was in the back spawn for a lot of the last game too, so they need to eradicate him with the respawn in from KaiZero. They can do just that. They need to have the cheat cartridge on the 8-bit to be able to evade these magic hands, to be able to go really into the perilous positions that they need to in the mid to get these gems. Because again, look at Pekka. He's not failing to miss those magic hands, and that is a great thing to have. Gene not in the best place, but sometimes having a skilled player behind it can really make that brawler shine here.
Crucially, KaiDog, though, was able to stay fairly safe. But the Sandstorm makes KaiDog think twice about trying to get involved here. The Lollipop Drop will make him a little more lethal here, but hard to hit anyone after Lukitas has used that super. And Felipe knows exactly where he's going to be, but can he do anything about it? No! Sweet Dreams doesn't connect. KaiDog still has his damage amp in play, and Lukitas is not in a position to remove it. Here's where Aphelion have a power play, but they're well behind in gems.
Pekka keeps hitting these hands, and every time he does, I think that the team get a kick out of it, get a boost out of it, and rightly so. Lukitas there, a bit low, taking a few shots. Felipe comes in, gets the damage booster down. Very important to do so, as it does give a more vulnerable position for KaiDog here, carrying those gems. Would like to be able to have a little bit of a second chance, but great connection from KaiZero, the magic hand from Pekka. A bit of a saving grace here, because ultimately that was a bit of a tight spot. 9 gems, though, still in favor of Carnage, with only 1 remaining for the countdown.
Gold cheat cartridge has to be used there. Look how low they are. KaiDog and KaiZero have to play in the bushes here. Felipe, though's not going to get away. That's going to reset the countdown, and Pekka wants to pick them all up, and he can. VTZM can't challenge him right now. He'll need to try and heal up, but Pekka obviously has such a wide arc of fire with that cone attack that he'll reveal that Leon all too easily. Another let's go, another magic hand, and that will be a comfortable position now for Carnage. There's no chance for VTZM, and there was a lamp blowout in reserve for Pekka, just in case, an insurance policy that paid off.
Pekka just doesn't miss. He doesn't miss. Again, Gene is a brawler, which just slipped away from the meta a little bit recently, but he is connecting those hands, and every time it brings back so much momentum in the favor of Carnage. They are in a fantastic spot, and I do not see that man taking away from that brawler. I think that is going to continue to be a thorn in the side of Aphelion, and at a time which they really will not want to have one. This is a problem. It needs to be taken care of, and at the moment I don't know whether they've got the comp to do it.
Well, I think I've said it before a few times, right? It's kind of part of the conversation we always have about LATAM South, is that this region's full of sick players that can just go together in a mixed team and have huge impact right off the rip, right? Carnage Gaming, obviously, the most part, I'm sure they have structures in place from before Pekka joined the team, but he really boosts their firepower and is able to take them to the next level now. Now they're staring down the barrel of, going with a set lead here. VTZim apparently needs a bit more of a speed boost than he otherwise would have had. So Kyodog is here on the stew, and the speed zone has been deployed.
And I love that. When all our spells change your skin, go with the virus saber. That's what's going to give you the advantage here. But the speed zone, you're right, absolutely could be a determining factor because he seemed to struggle to get that early damage booster. So that would be something to be able to have in the back pocket until that time comes. KaiZero then not able to connect with that right-hand side super as Kaido comes in from the left-hand side with some nice aggression. But again, the magic hand from Pekka is able to give a bit of a saving grace. And Lucas did not clear it up as quickly as they probably would have liked, nonetheless, able to clear it up now.
There's some nice mechanics from Kyodog there to take the enemy max so low. Remember, that's the primary gem carry. That could have gone either way. Pekka now is the one with the gems, which should be relatively fine as he is quite safe. And VTZim now has a lot of the map where he has increased spell. Oh my, he's going to get cheat cartridge. The Sweet Dreams came in. Philippe is going to find a kill though. 616 out, but he's stuck by Kyodog under stealth. Speed zone's going to be deployed now, but Kyodog's not able to get in and get those gems. VTZim's hooked in. Lamp blowout to knock him back. He's got Whiplash, and he has 5 gems now for Aphelion.
They did great, didn't he? The shot in the dark in every sense of the word, and Pekka all going to tick down there, but the gems safely in the corner, at least for now. KaiZero putting on the pressure as VTZim as well does connect in the mid. So a bit of a reset here, and honestly, look at Pekka. He just wants to get straight back into the action. He's got the magic hand. He needs to apply the pressure. The gems are going to sit there for the remainder of this game. They've got to get VTZim, ideally, or KaiZero to bring back a bit of pressure.
It's possible that they can burst VTZim down before he gets the cheat cartridge, but that's a crucial trade on the left-hand side of the map. Remember, there's a ton of gems still in the top left. I think there's 7 of them. So Carnage only need to get 1 more from here, go back, scoop them up, and they would potentially be able to stop the countdown or start it in their favor. But they just straight up left them here. Fascinating strategy. Aphelion are 1 away from starting a countdown of their own here, but they lack the map control to do so. Here's the assassination attempt, though. Kyodog's going deep. Phase shifter has to be used, but Pekka has fallen. KaiZero has control. So do Aphelion. There's not enough gems in the spawn for Carnage to stop the countdown.
Crucial moment, honestly, because Aphelion need this win. They would be in dire circumstances if they didn't here. The gems, yes, still in the top left. They can be picked up, but they need more in order to stop this countdown, and it's not going to be enough. Aphelion will go 2 sets to 1.
Yeah, fantastic stuff from Aphelion there to stave off a resurgent Carnage after winning that second map. Really exciting gem grab play with a couple of strats that we maybe not used to seeing, right? The idea of just allowing those gems to sit back in your spawn, knowing that you've only got to snipe a couple, go back, round them up, and you would be at a gem lead. I like that. They banked them for later, but they weren't able to force Aphelion to part with the larger number of gems that they were holding on to, despite all the aggression they tried to bring.
They wanted to pull on Kyodog, really. He had the gems on the A bit, but when they tried to get the magic hand to connect, he did use the cheat cartridge to evade it, going into that crucial moment there. But you're absolutely right. I think it was the wise choice for Pekka to go in immediately because he wanted to have the magic hand to do some work with. But when they had enough gems, they probably should have gone back and just kind of considered to, get a countdown of their own and then try to fight for the mid. It kind of all started to crumble down, and a great opportunity really there for Carnage. They went a set ahead. Honestly, I don't know whether Aphelion would have been able to recover from that, but again, their fight and their resourcefulness in that game really shined through. Kyodog did great there to reset when he did, but this is the moment here as well, the takedown, and this is the moment that Pekka was able to tick down enough for the, the moment where they had to leave those gems. They were forced to leave them in the corner, and that was the crucial moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Great stuff from this roster. And again, both teams have these really aggressive elements, right? Stu, was really just trying to rush up the middle of the map as much as possible, playing up against Sandy. So both teams had these like blunt force objects they were trying to use just to make the plays and just to try and get onto the enemy gem carrier when possible. That makes it really volatile and a lot of fun to watch. Great series, but we're moving on now to Sneaky Fields here. A little bit of a mix-up, and now with a little bit more of that bush cover, we might see Frank make a return after the first set.
Yeah, and last month we saw Aphelion, go to the 5th and final set, and it didn't fare well for them. They seem to struggle a little bit in that final moment pressure. So this is the time for them to nip this one in the bud. Again, it's been a long time since the monthly final win, going back as far as April. So they want to end today with that win, and it could very well come as the back of a good comp, an aggressive comp in sneaky fields. You know, Max is a great one to pair with Rosa and others to really get in the faces of your opposition on this particular map. All that HP and all that speed can go a long, long way. Or break everything open, get rid of all the bush, and just kind of have that long-ranged, outcome. We haven't seen as much of that recently as we have done in the past in this region. It does seem that they're kind of going away from that idea. So I think range maybe won't be on the cards here, but Stews, again, the Maxes and the Roses, I think is where the real interesting stuff lies. But there's a load of options. Spike as well, a great one to have as a bit of an assassin in the bush, not a silent assassin or one that's very invisible in that respect. You've got to look for your Sandys and your Leons for that. But if you get too close to a spike, you're going to get taken down very, very quickly.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I think the only team I've seen in recent memory try to play the Brock on this map was Zeta Division. I bring that up only because he's not banned right now. They actually just, they played Brock up close. They said, well, because of his AoE, we can hit people behind the boxes on this map. So once we actually take map control, there is nowhere that's really safe. You have a B, we have a Brock. Yeah, they suck defensively. But if you're able to push up the map, take control, you can slow them behind their own boxes, you can damage them behind their own boxes. It's just a nightmare for any team. So losing that map control is scary. The problem is that there are plenty of comps that don't want to hide in the bushes, right? Especially against Rosa. But if you give Rosa the bushes, then you're giving that exact map control you need to maintain to stop yourself from being stuffed in your own spawn. So keep an eye out for how teams play against some of those more aggressive elements here. Let's jump in. We got the Spike, we got the B, we got the Tara on the side of Carnage Gaming.
I think it's a safer bet to go in with myself, but at the same time, the strategies can evolve as time goes on. But I think safe pairs of hands for the most part. Tara can do wonders as well, being able to utilize a lot of the bush, and already a Honey Molasses taken care of very quickly, actually, the fairness to Aphelion here. But already a bit of pressure as Carnage are looking to really come back here in this round. They went down in Gem Grab, but looking to stay on their feet now in Brawl.
It's unreal that VTZim comes out with a kill there. Philippe was trying to dig him out of the corner, and Philippe was in a powerful position. That's just skill there from VTZim. Nothing but. Obviously, the ball banked in that corner of the map now. Life Plant will be extinguished, and Pekka now is going to try and make the gravity play. Kaiser is able to stay out of it, though, and he'll get the elimination.
What an awareness there to the range of where that black hole is going to land, and just evading it absolutely spot on from Kaiser. Able to stay as well in position here and keep this lane controlled. Trying to get the ball now as well, to be able to make something with that. Maybe push through the mid. VTZim going in Viz here as well. Now going aggressive, and Lucatus will connect with an amplified shot there to hand now. So Aphelion needs to push the ball forward. VTZim in a good spot, but low on HP, can't make the move because of the result of that super on Lucatus as well as the amplified shot.
1 minute remaining in the round here. Life Plant will be removed eventually. Speed zone here means that if Aphelion need to fall back, they can do so quickly. Would get them out of trouble of like a spike field or a potential Tara super like that one there. VTZim just comfortably sits on the outside of it. And there's no hurry here for Aphelion. They may well be playing for that overtime.
They do. I think the B pick is going to go in favor of Carnage. That's going to be a great thing to have, but ultimately the positioning is against them at this moment in time as Aphelion starts then grab them by the throat and just keep them back here suppressed. But that slowdown is being very, very much held back on by Lucas coming in now, and it does connect. But at the moment, Felipe having to utilize the spikes we've got on defense. Not the ideal position, but one that he has to utilize here. There's not much keeping this team alive as the final moments tick down. Eventually, all this bush, all these blocks, all the defensive measures are going to go down, and Carnage wants to be at full HP for that.
And they'll be close to that, that's for sure. Felipe and Lukitas still dusting themselves off after the previous engagement. Oh, another gravity. Great connection here. Healing Shade as well. Really going to help sort of fix up any poke damage that might come through. Kaizera, yep, he knew we couldn't go for the Caustic Charisma there. He was going to be run down by Felipe. He has nothing to protect himself. The comp for Carnage is way better in a scenario like this. Now they're passing, and it's a perfect corner shot from Lukitas to secure the first round.
Perfect shot, but one that I was thinking, is it? As it went towards the goal line, because if that missed, the chat would have erupted. But Carnage did exceptionally well. They were under so much pressure going into overtime, and they kept their composure. They kept their cool. They were able to bring it back, despite great attempts from Aphelion. VTZim went on the aggressive, made the assassination attempt. It didn't pay off. This is the moment for Carnage to really continue this kind of pressure. And I think they're doing a great job for a team that are not normally in this kind of position. They're making the most of the opportunity.
Oh, I love that round. They had given up map control like 30 seconds in, and they were stuck inside their spawn. I think Aphelion probably realized, hang on, we don't have a great composition to actually capitalize on this. We can't sit a Frank on our side of the boxes and stun them. We don't have like any throwers. We don't even have like a spike to super them right now. We have all this like good 1v1 potential, but we don't do anything about when there's walls in the way. Like there was no breakthrough right there for Stu either. So it's not as if you can just turn up and try and roll over the defenders. So maybe something to consider for Aphelion. If once they take the map control, that's all well and good, but you have to convert on that, right? You need to manifest that advantage positionally into goals. That is, of course, the objective of Brawl Ball. So the comp was fun. It was powerful, right? Lots of strong brawlers, but you have, to a degree, to play to the map. And Sneaky Fields is a really particular map where you have to think about the features you're dealing with, the bushes, the boxes, all of it.
I think you're right, though. Ultimately, spot on with the Stu and the gadget choice. Ultimately, breakthrough there would have been great to be able to have a three-way opening would have been a great thing. Ultimately, that's what Carnage utilized the most in that defensive position there, and it wasn't able to be enough. VT Sims, oh my gosh, doing so well here. It was still alive as well. Lukitas does finally get the takedown, but at what cost? Everyone quite low on the side of Carnage, and Fire Dog there. I don't think breakthrough because he may have chosen to go for it, but at the same time, Speed's still not down, so it could be either or at this point in time. Takedown is there, though. Everyone on Carnage is so low, but at the same time, good control, good pressure, and the ball now in a perilous position for Aphelion.
Yeah, not a great look here for Aphelion so far. Okay, Speed Zone's again been taken, so Kaidok saves it for the defensive. Okay, Gravity. BT Sim is fortunate to get away there. It's about as defensive as you can get. The Lollipop and the Speed Zone dumped on top of one another.
Yeah, I think, and it's an important thing to have in this respect because Carnage have really started to turn the screws in this one. And again, one game away from tying things up and taking to the fifth and final. Zero goes down the left-hand side. Pekka now in a great spot to continue the pressure on BT Sim, who's still finding all these angles to go on the aggressive, but every time it seems that Carnage are ready for it. Now they've got the ball and pushing it forwards as well. The life plant on the right-hand side is Felipe's little saving grace. He needs to go back and use it, and uses the curveball there to take down the Speed Zone. As this starts to continue on, that's going to be Fertilizer as well, not curveball. It's connected well, so he'll have healing as well on top of this.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I think Spike really gives you in this situation. You can dig people out from behind these structures pretty easily. Kaizera is dead. Straight up. Yep, nothing you can do about that. Philippe News, okay, well, are you going to stay there? That's fine. I'm gonna deal with you pretty comfortably. It's not pinball, by the way, rather curveball, excuse me. So, yeah. So it's Fertilizer available for Philippe, so it can play closer, play more aggressive, and get healed by his own super. I mean, that's fine, all right? He can still hit people behind his obstacles. This seems like a completely reasonable choice.
Honestly, he's playing great. I mean, I made the same look and thought, that's going to be curveball. Everyone uses curveball to get down the turrets, but he's got it spot on. Every time he's managing to get the perfect angle on everything around him and staying a great distance while he does it, just chipping away gradually. Now the healing shake coming into play gets Pekka into a great spot of aggression, but VT Zim is doing his best to hold on here. He's got the super hand as well. Invisible Hill could be well on the way here. Look, he just trying to hang on. There is the Fertilizer from Felipe for the shutdown, but look at how Kaidog is able to keep the pressure on.
It was dangerous to be there. Nice job from Kaidok. He was disciplined. He didn't just go in for the kill while the spike there was in play. He played out around it, and Pekka gets caught out on his own. Still, the B is a problem. VT Sim and Kaidok both took hits from Lukitas right there. And with Iron Hive available, you can't really afford to get too close either. This is just tough. Kaidok's hit with that one. Lukitas, though, already had a shot fired up for VT Sim, and there it is. 1 B super, 1 kill, and up the map go Carnage.
A bit of an aggressive position there, but one that wasn't maybe utilized the best. Look, he just didn't quite make the shot, but could have passed either way. I think the aggression is going to be enough. The pass through is there. Carnage will tie it up.
Better composition. They play the B look so well. Carnage this time don't even lose that map control, right? I feel like have a lot of fun gadgets, right? A lot of gimmicks. Lollipop drop, Speed Zone is there. They have brawlers that are good in one-on-one scenarios, but this AoE wombo combo potential from Carnage Gaming is just too good. I love the idea that we have Fertilizer here as a star power for Felipe. So much healing available, which means you can face down this Stu, make life just terrible for him. Anything that cuts Stu's mobility down is a direct counter to him. This is a little awkward, I think, as Carnage maybe thought that they could actually get the ball out here. But look at us, stunning stuff. He got like 3 direct hits in a row coming down the field, and that was it. It was in the books from there on out.
You gotta have a B in your back pocket in Brawl Ball. It's a great thing to have in overtime, and I feel like it made such a huge difference for Carnage there. Pekka doing great again, the sole remaining player from the Renegados roster as the last month's monthly final winners against this very team. So this is the question now. Aphelion were in this spot last month. They went to the 5th and final set against Renegados, and they did not come out very well of that 5th and final set against Renegados. They lost. So, is it going to be deja vu once again as we go into Factory Rush, our final map for today's Siege? Again, such a different mode, one that you've got to get the advantage early on. Pressure for both teams, but definitely more on the line, I would say, from the Aphelion side, not because of any kind of gold ticket potential, but because of those bragging rights going to Worlds.
Absolutely. I mean, geez. And for this team as well, they've already lost a 5-mapper last month. This frustration has surely got to be starting to build for this team that were so dominant early on in the season. What was it, last April was the last monthly final you said that they'd won? So it's been a while. They're in a drought, and it feels like the closer they get to that title, the further away they get pushed. One more map to decide this, though, and what a battlefield for it. Like you said, Siege is definitely going to be where these two teams feel the pressure.
Again, I had to keep going back to double check, but yeah, it's been that long. It's been since April, and it was often INTZ which gave them the problem, and now we've seen, the past 2 months, INTZ not make the grand final, so it's left the doors wide open for Aphelion. But every time these dark horses, these up-and-comers are proving to be a problem. Carnage, this time round, again, that's that problem that they've got to take care of now. They want to ensure that going to Worlds, they are out in front and able to make a mark, make a statement, because it has been INTZ for a very long time. They need to start to reassert themselves in this region.
Yeah, and again, the vote stays incredibly close, and it's fitting. It really does mirror how this series has gone so far. And you were surprised to see so much more B over the Piper here in this meta? Well, I was still going to see it, but we have a buzz for VTZim, and he already claims his first victim.
I love the gold. I haven't seen the pure gold, the true gold bow skin here, but KaiZero makes it look good, I've got to say. Whether it'll be enough, though, to get around, no, not this time round at least. It's going to be a tie, but Pekka then connecting with some nice shots. KaiDog going to have a lot of that dash, and he'll need it against the Frank. Yeah, because Felipe, I missed the stun.
Oh, Felipe, okay. I mean, that's such a brutal matchup against the Stu for the Frank. He kind of can't hit him, but he got a bit of help there from Pekka. Because Pekka won that lane matchup, and KaiZero is lane swapping away from this. He doesn't want to deal with this B at all. Eventually, he's going to have to face the music, though, as the Carnage Gaming have a comfortable bulk lead here. They're up by 7 and counting. KaiDog is an issue on that left-hand side, and he wants to harass Pekka if he can, but the B's staying pretty safe.
Pekka did great there. He popped a very quick, almost invisible, actually, Honey Molasses to stop the shot that would have killed him. He's going to make a bolt, and Felipe holding firm, gets the shot on the left-hand side with the hammer smashing down. A level 12 coming in for Carnage, and only 7 bolts for free. I say only 7 bolts, that's still a lot. But if Carnage can get off the back of this push and regain the control, then they're in a great spot going into a potential 3rd and final round.
God, that was so smart. Lukitas took a fight against BT's in there because he knew that it would be the buzz that could slow down the Siege bot, right? He could use Torpedo Throw, BTCM rather, to stun the Siege bot. So we just have a 1v1 and he actually gets rid of that buzz. So clever from Lukitas there, but VTCM's a problem as he manages to get to grips with Pekka. Felipe coming now out of the gate strong, but it's VTCM with 2 in a row.
Well, 10 bolts now with a feeling that surely going to be able to get a push out of this. I think it's a bit too little too late, maybe, but nah, it's not going to happen. Not enough spawns on the bolts. They will get a push out of that. I think a bit of an overcommitment from Carnage because they could have honestly not gone in so aggressive. Felipe missed that stun the Ike as well in the last push, but now they have not got Super to be able to defend this when he needs to get Super. And look at that. Aphelion know that. They're being very cautious around it. The bot is coming in. There's a lot of work to be done, but I don't know whether the bot's going to be able to get enough damage, but VTCM behind it will be able to shortly. And there's the stuns from KaiZero as well, laying down the damage that Aphelion need to get the lead and go to match point.
Nicely done from Aphelion there. It's a rough start to this. They're actually losing the buzz matchup on the left-hand side, but they of course do have a nice matchup for the Stu, who has to fight against the Frank. They're able to navigate or at least work around Pekka, who continues to be a dominant sharpshooter player. VTCM obviously getting a couple back-to-back kills was huge. Great recovery from honestly an awful start to the round from Aphelion.
Yeah, I honestly feel like that could have gone another way. It really could have done if Carnage had been a bit more cautious around this Felipe here. If you look, it was trying to make the stun happen, got taken down, came back with no super to hand, and it was a 2 versus 2. They gained back that control with it. They already had 7 belts, remember, so going into that push, they had to be aware of that fact and be very cautious around it. It would have been a very big first push to land itself to win the game there. I don't think it was realistic to expect, in all honesty, and Aphelion were able to punish it and punch it big. This is a huge outcome. By far the best thing that could have happened going into this 5th and final set was to get the lead early on. Now Carnage are in a tough spot. They've got the ability, clearly skill-wise, to come back from this, but have they got the experience? That's the question.
Yeah, exactly. And that's tough. Like we said about Aphelion, right? The closer they get to victory, the further away it maybe feels for them, the harder it is to seal the deal. I mean, it's fitting. Our vote is absolutely locked up here at 50-50 as our chat continues to weigh in on who they expect to come out on top. Carnage have an opportunity here to make some key switches, and they might realize that Frank could be a key vulnerability for them if they continue to pick him. Maybe something a little bit more mobile, even a spike to try and control this stew a little bit on the left-hand side of the map could prove to be fruitful. There's a lot of options here, but again, Aphelion, this is the cheese round, right? You have a free round essentially to play with here. You're 1 away from victory. This is exactly the time you pick something absolutely bonkers to try and steal the series away before Carnage can actually read your comp and counter it.
Yeah, I think we're going to see the buzz again. It's a great problem to have for the Gadget to be able to go in early and get that first bolt. I think they've got to try and avoid a tie. Ultimately, that was the thing that last time we saw was the punishing thing. And look at the Piper finally coming out for Aphelion. The Frank pick is still going to remain stubborn, though, on the side of Carnage. And at the moment, Pekka has the amplified shot. Kaya0 out of position and going to struggle on defense if their push comes in. Carnage have got 3 bolts to going to assert themselves with a push here. And this is a much, much better outcome. But they've got to not overcommit on these pushes. They've got to stay firm and collected in this mid and continue this, because Kaya0 is going to be in a troublesome position playing this Piper.
That's big, though. Getting rid of Kaya Dog. Oh, good. Means it's going to be harder to come back. Lukitas last time, he dived on the Ike to get a bit of extra damage. This time, though, he is behaving himself. Poppins used there, as we barely mentioned, the Kaya0 makes a switch over to Piper. Homemade recipes going to eat up the honey molasses, but nothing more. Pekka a little outranged by Kaya0 here in mid, so needs to respect it, and frankly just doesn't.
Kaya0 did the perfect thing. Break open the cover, give himself some space to maneuver. The Lukitas comes in with a nice stun and picks up some value for his problems there. The bolt, though, is going to sit there, and Zero could jump this and doesn't quite get it off in time. But the right maneuvering coming in off the back of this push, a tie could be bad news for Aphelion here, especially if Carnage can recollect this position. Kaya Dog weak is forced back, as Felipe coming in with all that tankiness is the problem here. But down goes the mid. Pekka is going to be the player to go down. That's a disastrous thing, as Aphelion could really capitalize from this position.
And they are. I mean, they're ahead by a comfortable amount of bolts. Well, they were Carnage until now. It's even Stevens. Lukitas able to find a key pick off there on BT's in, but Pekka is hemmed in on both sides and has the fancy footwork to stay alive long enough for Felipe to scoop up that bolt. This could be crucial. Felipe's able to secure that one now and goes for the stunning bloom. He catches Kaya Dog. He's in trouble. The Stew's out of the picture. And on the right side, as Lukitas wins out against Zim, a bolt lead now for Carnage Gaming. It's a tight one, but it may just be enough as Lukitas controls the right-hand side of the map. He sees BT Sim coming, doesn't go for the bolt, and it's a C-spot for Carnage Gaming at the end of the round.
Oh my word. Honestly, how did Pekka stay alive there? The man was juking for his life at 100 HP and came out on top. And this is now going to get so interesting going into the final match of today, because we are all tied up in the last game to come. Who knows which way it's going to go? Oh my word, what a day this has been.
I mean, yeah, this is absolutely mental. What a turnaround. And again, Felipe's still playing the Frank against the Stew. And some of these eliminations are so impressive because your wind-up is so telegraphed as Frank. Like, Kaya Dog knows exactly what to do. So Felipe has to bait him into dashing into a weird direction. Or try and find a way to catch him in that stunning blow. And the buzz head-to-head there is really tense on that right-hand side of the map. The question is always, okay, is it worth using this torpedo throw or my gadget, right? Do they have the extra torpedo to use this mobility? Felipe getting out with 70 HP there was just gigantic. These two teams, you don't get any closer than this, right? These rosters are unwilling to give any ground now, and it's all going to come down to a final round here on Siege. I mean, that's perfect.
I gotta give another shout out to my man Pekka. He has been on top form, it's got to be said. Did some wondrous work on that Gene, but going back to Gen 4 earlier today, but doing wondrous work there on the B. And I feel like that could well be a brawler that he will stay with. I think the Piper's a great shout, and one that is very underutilized, it seems, for me, in my opinion, in LATAM South. But you can see why it struggled there, especially on the defense on Siege, and having a slow start is a troublesome thing. I think if Aphelion go in with that same brawler, they've really got to make a big push with a lot of early gadgets, break open things, get an early super. 1% now in favor of Aphelion, but is that 1% enough? It's going to come down to this. You know, Aphelion are either going to go to the World Finals with a huge bragging right to show this region that they are back on top, or it could be very much the opposite story, as a relatively unknown and underdog story could continue to prevail here. It'd be a wondrous thing for a player like Pekka, who last month in Renegados was able to come back with a victory against this very team, to make it 2 months running. What a great prospect for him with next year's competition in mind.
Yeah, as an individual, Pekka has really shone in this matchup now, as we start to realize that, it wasn't just the, Renegados as the team that, got themselves this reputation as a unit. It was also the individuals there that showed perfect performance. And in fact, each of the 3 individuals from Renegados have really showed up on their respective teams this month. That's the impact of a top team breaking up and their players filtering down through the rest of the teams in the scene. Aphelion can't afford sort of another upset loss in a final. That's not the kind of vibe they want to be taking over to Romania with themselves. They want to come out here as like the top region in the top team, in this region. I'd like to be the top region as well, but coming out on shaky ground is not really the impression that you want to send to the rest of the world. You want people to be worried about you. You want people to be studying your games, worried about what picks you might have with, you want them to respect you off the bat here. But Carnage might have Aphelion's number here in his 3rd round. Pekka is on the Piper in mid.
And that could be a great thing against the Brock. Ultimately, the more range you've got over that transaction, it could be, and a great clear up as well. Allowing Felipe on the left-hand side here. This could be a disastrous thing for Aphelion, especially. They're going to have to defend the first push, and Carnage seem to have learned their mistakes in that first round. They seem to be a little bit more composed and a bit, less fast to go in here. A good stun hit from Felipe as well will break open this entire mid for Pekka to be able to do some damage.
And they're filing in as well. Carnage don't want to waste any time. They want to get as much damage on the save as they can. The C-Pod is low. Oh, but so is the Ike. 14%. Aphelion Esports hanging on by a thread after a disastrous first siege. So now they look to quickly try and take some map control, but Pekka with the fadeaway on Kaio0. Oh my! This could be over. Kaio dominated as well as just VTZim trying to pick his jaw off the ground as his team just got ruined.
A monstrous explosion of action from Carnage, and this one could well be all over. I feel like this is the perfect time to bring out the Piper. Another push coming in, and only 14% damage needed from Carnage. That's a couple of shots from Pekka to do the dirty. Let's see how Aphelion can defend this, if they can even defend this.
VTZim slowing it up, and Lukitas is the assassin. He swings in from the side. And Carnage Gaming are your champion here in the October monthly finals, denying Aphelion a chance at one last crown. What a performance. Pekka takes his team to the next level, and Carnage stand head and shoulders above the rest.
Lukitas lurking on the right-hand side. I didn't even see him there, but he was ready for it and didn't hesitate to go in. What a great strategy to go in with there, because by bringing in the Brock, which clearly Aphelion thought was going to give them the advantage, did the exact opposite of that. Felipe was staying stubborn to that Frank pick, but just learning from his mistakes was a great thing to see. And what a great story to end off this region, as an underdog is able to prevail.
Yeah, I mean, LATAM South cementing its place to me as one of the most exciting regions we've had the pleasure of covering all year long so far. And you haven't seen the last of this Aphelion Esports team, of course. They will be heading over to represent this region at our World Finals. But Carnage Gaming, quite a send-off, isn't it? Yeah, go on then, take on the rest of the world. But remember, we own you, at least in this monthly final. Stunning stuff here. This region's producing some top talent. Expect them to be very well respected at Worlds.
And, you know, again, you know, very much respected. If you're not going to Worlds, who is picking up Pekka next season? That's what I want to know. That boy has done very, very well for himself. You know, 2 consecutive monthly final victories, again, with different rosters of different teams, but he was the consistent factor there, and he outdid himself today, performing so well, keeping those long-range brawlers under his belt, but also never ceased to miss a pull in gem grab as well. Honestly, phenomenal plays from him consistently as well. So I've got to leave a big question mark on his prospects for next year, because he's got to get snapped and snapped up quickly.
Yeah, I mean, all of these players on this Carnage Gaming team, right? We don't over highlight just Pekka coming over, even though we did really make a statement on that Piper in that last round. But really impressive stuff. I love the buzz play from Lukitas here. Felipe's spike, especially on Brawl Ball, was crucial. But again, Lukitas was the one on the sharpshooter here, controlling the middle part of the map. Every player on this team had a chance to shine across this series, and it's the teams that set each individual up to take a game over on their own that usually succeed. Aphelion play a little bit scared. They start the series off not respecting Carnage so much. At the end of it, maybe a little bit too much there. Some great individual moments. This region is producing so many of them here. Felipe able to take Kaya Dog down in that situation and walk away with 70 HP, just out of range of the Piper. And then this first push, I realized this is done already. I mean, the Frank ult to just open up that map, and then the damage piled on in. Carnage made a strong statement at the end.
Yeah, the synergy was on point. It was the plan. You know, they had to have that Piper super ready and early for that break. They had to have the Buzz to come in behind it and the Frank as well. And, you know, what a phenomenal first push. And, you know, almost the last and first push there. There's a little bit of damage needed to finish it off towards the end. But again, Pekka, a key component, 39% team damage for his team, 3.1 kills and 1.9 on the death side as well. A good chunk of DPS as well for his troubles. But what a great day it has been. What a great finale it's been as the last monthly final has come to a close.
Yeah, incredible. Like I've had such a great time over the course of this year. It's been a lot of fun. But this region specifically, right? Devastation last year as they made it almost all the way through the World Championships, right? Only just to fall at the final hurdle. The LATAM South region is a very proud one, and it features some incredible players with a great level of competition. That's emphasized by the fact that we constantly see different teams just, you know, take the stage each monthly final, constantly putting pressure on teams like Aphelion, teams like INTZ do have to improve. The whole region sort of tends to hold itself aloft in that way. Let's bring Teddy back in here and wrap up what we've seen today, because it's been quite the experience so far. We had some awesome semi-finals, Teddy, especially, and so strange to see the year capped off with neither INTZ or Aphelion winning the monthly final.
Yeah, really not the result we expected, but honestly the result we deserved, right? Carnage coming in was a clutch victory. Also, you know, mostly showing off for next year that they are going to be aiming for those world spots. Whether they stick together or not, they have the talent for it. So with the hard work, it could definitely happen. And I'm so excited to see how they will be playing throughout the next year. But you're completely right, Uber. Aphelion and INTZ not able to secure this monthly final.
Yeah, pretty insane stuff. I mean, as we follow the bracket, right, we could see, you know, a couple of the... You know, we were hoping for a real El Clasico matchup. We got that right, Aphelion INTZ. You know, that's almost like that's what I need at least as a baseline expectation in this monthly final. We get it again in a semi, but at least it's a best of 5, right? We get to see you know, all of the goodness there from that team. I want to talk a little bit about the leaderboard, because in this region, we know that INTZ was sort of most likely going as that top seed here. Aphelion got so close in the end to catching up with INTZ, but couldn't quite do it. And then obviously Renegados, rest in peace. Of course, that team now splitting up. But look at this. So competitive behind that. Carnage, by the way, 155. So coming out of absolutely nowhere here with the monthly final win. What a fond last look, I think, at a region that has excited us all year long.
I got to say as well, I feel for Aphelion, because ultimately, you know, they struggled in the past 2 months to get the final monthly finals wins under their belt, but they've been taking down INTZ along the way. Let's not forget that. In the semi-finals, they've done it this month, and they did it last month as well. So when it comes to Worlds, I think you've got to keep that in the back of your minds as well. They weren't able to get those big wins that they wanted to have, but they did start to turn the tides back in their favor just a little bit along the way.
Right, we have 2 plays of the day, so I'm going to get you guys to talk me through one each. The first one, though, Ark, happened quite early on in the day and was, I think, something that really impressed us. Take it away here as the Frank goes to town.
I mean, Pekka couldn't get any shots off most of the game there. I think just that one to get the super under his belt, and then Nice Shot couldn't quite come in time to prevent that goal from happening. It came out of nowhere. Both me and Teddy were taken so much by surprise because ultimately there was no value that he could really gain outside of that moment. And here again in Bounty in this matchup between Carnage and Aphelion, this final moment absolutely blew me away. The shots came in thick and fast all the way through from Pekka, and look, he does from the right-hand side and left Aphelion nowhere to go.
Absolutely. Stunning stuff there, but a good example of what happens when you choose to give up that map control, or you're forced to, as is often the case. I thought that was where the Sprout looked at its worst, right? After Aphelion looked so good early in the round. That's why I thought it was such a fascinating play. An good example, I think, of how Aphelion were punished for how they were trying to play that. Can we have a look at the rest of the world here? Because this is it. There are no more monthly finals. We have our other regions that are sending their delegates. Now, I know you guys might be a little biased here, but I want you guys to tell me maybe your top 1 or 2 teams that you think are really going to be those teams to watch. I know they're all going to be great, but give me your top 2 heading into Bucharest.
I think that SK Gaming and Clash have had a terrific year, and obviously this is where the bias is going to be as well, right? Because they come for the same home region as I do. But internationally as well, overseas, I think Tribe Gaming NA has been looking really, really good and has a lot of talent. Also looking particularly at Zeta Division and Queen 9, as well as Team Flash for their performances this year, which we're not sure yet how this is all going to match internationally and how all the regional metas are going to clash, but they will have to, and only one team can go on top in the end.
Do you think Southeast Asia ARC is again going to be sort of the dominant region this year? Because it looks like things are going to be very different.
Yeah, that's the question. I genuinely, I would love to say definitively with an answer. I just don't know. And that's going to be a really exciting prospect. It's the best part of the year where we can just get everyone together and say, right, none of the social media stuff matters anymore because we're going to make you battle it out where it matters. And then definitively we will say which region has a great opportunity going into next year. But it's a level playing field as far as I'm concerned in that respect. We just don't know how it's going to go. We've obviously got our favorites, but as we saw in the previous years that have happened, you just never can tell. Any day, any team on the day that brings in the goods can make it. That's the best part of this kind of competition.
Absolutely. Now, okay, heading into our World Finals. Exciting times to come, guys. It's been a pleasure to have you alongside me this year. Thank you to the two of you and also the Brawl Stars community for making me so welcome. Teddy, fantastic first year on the VSC. You did a fantastic job, of course. Arc, mate. Keep rolling, my friend. Been great to be here with you guys and, of course, you all at home. We'll see you November 26th to 28th for the Brawl Stars World Finals. That is the event you don't want to miss. We'll see you in Romania.